Oh, that talk shoes.
Recorded live.
Welcome to the Lost Lowdown, podcast number 70, with your hosts, Claude and Justin.
What's up, guys?
Today we're talking about episode 606, Sundown. The Great Sundown.
That's right. What happens when the sun goes down?
Well, what happens when the sun goes down is Saeed gets down.
Yeah, and sun shows up.
And the sun, and sun shows up. And so does Claire.
That's right.
So yeah, in this episode we see Saeed in the flash sideways with in a version of reuniting with Nadia.
Right.
With an obstacle or two in the way.
Yes. Yes.
None the least of which is his own heart.
Right. Right. That is definitely none the least.
Which I think corresponds to the island events, where Saeed has to sort of judge the darkness of his heart. Is he a good man or not?
Yes.
The answer is no.
That would be the theme, and yes, the answer is no.
I think Ben finds that out quite expertly.
Yes.
I think one of my favorite moments, one of my consistently favorite moments in Lost, because they don't happen a lot, is when Ben is not the Ben gets egg on his face or something.
Right.
When Ben gets surprised by something.
Right.
And this was another one of those times when he oh man, I love it.
Ben is not.
Come on, Saeed, I know way out. There's still time. Not before me, there isn't. Back away slowly.
Smile. Blood drips from the knife.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Back away slowly. Smile and nod.
Yes. Oh, I see, Saeed. I see.
Yes. Interesting. Might I say your hair is quite curly. And, look over there. Yoink.
Are you using a new product? Boom.
Yeah.
Ben is not in control. He's
no.
He's in a situation he cannot manipulate or really have any kind of power in, and so he just runs his ass out of there.
I was going to say, that little joke we were making, it's turning into a Scooby-Doo cartoon. But like, and I have that feeling of I get that feeling of watching the whole last part of the episode at the temple, especially when Alana and those guys show up. It's like, it has a Scooby-Doo vibe.
Yeah. Yeah, they arrive like just in time.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, come on to the mystery van.
Right. And they find the secret passageway and escape just before Smokey can fly by, and
exactly.
Pretty soon they'll unmask Smokey and find out that he's really, the gardener.
He's a substitute teacher.
Yeah.
He's the gym teacher / health teacher. And he would have got away for it if it wasn't for those meddling lofties.
Right. Yeah.
So what do you think about the episode?
I'm gonna say that I liked it a lot, but that seems like the wrong word, because I didn't find it a pleasure to watch. It was really depressing to watch. I couldn't really get the episode out of my head, so it really worked for me dramatically. But I guess previous podcast, I mentioned how I really didn't want to see Saeed turn into Smokey's best minion, and I really feel like that's exactly what happened in this episode, and I felt it coming, and then when you actually see it, it's just depressing to me that I think once they decided that once they decided that Saeed was going to be an assassin for years, I think they really sort of damned the character, and he's been on this path ever since then, you know, and the final word on him is, you know, you're right about me, I'm a killer, and, you know, there's still time, not for me, you know, it's that theme.
I think I would argue that Saeed was on this trajectory from the beginning.
I guess I thought he was on a more redemptive trajectory at the beginning of the show. I mean, maybe I misjudged it, but it felt to me like they were, you know, he was tempted by his past, but he, you know, banished himself and, you know, attempted to atone for it. And I guess I thought that, you know, he would be able to overcome his dark past at some point. That's what I was expecting. I mean, maybe. Yeah. You know,
well, I think that's what they're saying is he can't overcome it.
Yeah, I agree.
You know, like, because I mean, he spent all those years as a torturer, as an interrogator, and then he crashes on the island and then goes right back to it, and then he feels sorry for it because he's like, oh, I don't want to do that anymore. But then he goes back to it again and again, and then he gets off the island and he starts killing for Ben and. And, you know, they had that scene, you know, in season 4 where I think it's season 4, where he, you know, you see his flashback and you know, you're a killer, Saeed. I mean,
right.
That's just what he is. And I like this episode. I agree it's not I wasn't like eager to watch it as many times as I was last week's episode. I think it was really good, but yeah, it's a little sad to see Saeed turn into this. But I'm kind of being objective and just seeing, since I know that after he died and they're like, you know, something else brought you back. It's like, okay, yeah, you know where it's gonna go.
Yeah,
because someone has to be the example. You know, someone has to be the one we see become dark like this. So. It's interesting where Saeed has come, how far he's come, and you know, from the early days of on the island, and you know, pretty much being consistently a really good character and consistently you know, helpful and industrious on the island.
Right.
It's interesting to see him go sort of to the dark side, but again, like, we'll see what that really means in the end.
Yeah.
Is there a difference between a human and a Cylon? That's really the question.
Yeah. I mean, I think whatever the final word is on Smokey and Jacob, and that's still all up in the air. But I really think for Saeed personally, this is going to the dark side. Mm-hmm. You know, whether somehow Smokey becomes the good guy or not.
Yeah.
You know, because I think that was the arc, and really even in the Flash Sideways, I felt like in a way, you know, as opposed to Jack and Locke's Flash Sideways, where it really felt like they had overcome a lot of the problems that they had in the timeline, the original timeline. It seemed like with Saeed, it was like no matter what universe it is. Yeah. He's not able to escape this aspect of who he is.
Yeah, and I think that's an important distinction to note, because I think that I have a theory where I think that directly ties into how the Flash Sideways are related to the main timeline, which we can get into later. But
okay.
But I do think some people in the Flash Sideways will be better off than others. And I think it will directly correlate to, you know, who is deemed good or bad on the island, or who, you know, my general theory is that from pretty much from this episode is that those who leave with Locke will basically, you know, get a chance to get a second chance at whatever big thing they wanted in life.
Mm-hmm.
And that's pretty much what the Flash Sideways are.
I see. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So I think it is important that's why I was trying to say earlier, is that it seems like they were saying, yeah, Saeed can't be redeemed because even in this Flash Sideways, even in the main storyline, he kept coming back to the torturing and the killing.
Right.
But in this Flash Sideways too, it's like, and they make a point, in the scene at the end with Nadia, he says, I don't deserve to have you.
Right.
And it's kind of like that's the answer for why he couldn't have her in the first place in the main storyline.
Yeah.
Is because, fate or destiny or the universe is saying, no, you don't deserve this.
Right. 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 You can't just come back to the real world and live happily ever after.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Yeah. And I buy it. And I guess over time, as I've digested the episode, I'm living with it. I think just like Locke's death, it took me a while to really accept it. But I have accepted it now. That's who Locke was, and that was how he died. And so I think as time went on and I watched it again and I sort of processed it, it doesn't bother me as much. But the first time I watched it, I found it very, very depressing. And I really liked the ending, the slow-mo walk with the music and like no real shocker cliffhanger, just this kind of epic style conclusion. It sort of reminded me of the Man Behind the Curtain. They had a sort of similar walk through the barracks with all the dead bodies laying there.
Yeah.
Really, with the temple sort of ransacked, and now a bunch of the others are either dead or they're following Smokey now, and so we're really hitting a new phase of the story.
Totally.
That whole thing the temple is not a sanctuary anymore.
No. Yeah, he cleaned that place out pretty well.
Yeah.
It seemed like the trick to avoiding Smokey is to hide in a hole or a secret passageway.
Apparently so.
Like, if you're just out and about, you're done.
Yeah. Yeah, and this, again, this is what happens when Smokey's serious. He kills everybody that's in his way, that gets in his path. I'm still irritated by what he did to Kimi's team. It makes me think that he didn't really want to hurt them.
It does make it seem like he wanted them to do some more stuff before he was done with them. Yeah,
exactly. Maybe he actually,
I think Locke did need to survive.
Yeah, that's true.
And potentially Claire. So I think maybe he was holding him off. That whole thing is just weird because it's like Ben called him and
right. Yeah. Why did he respond?
Yeah.
He doesn't respond. Of course, he's Locke at that point, but he's got free will apparently.
Yeah, and it's strange that when Ben called him, he's done that before.
Yeah.
I just can't see Ben doing that. Hey, Smokey, we need when else would Ben have ever done that?
Yeah, it's a good question. How did he even find out about that?
Yeah.
Who told him? And then in the past, who used that thing? How did it get there? Why is that the way to communicate with Smokey? Who is Smokey? Obviously, these are questions.
You know what? I sense those were questions.
I guess I meant to say something a little stronger than these are questions. That's pretty obvious. Mysteries on the show.
Yeah. That was a little weird. But anyway.
Yeah, but I thought on the level of drama, it worked really well, and if I can get over my desire for Saeed to redeem himself, it was very good. It wasn't as much fun to watch as Lighthouse, definitely.
Totally.
But Lighthouse had a kind of light, airy tone, and it was pleasant to watch. And this was just very dark and depressing, I think.
Yeah. A lot of good moments in this episode. Saeed, anytime Saeed has a fight scene, it's just great.
Oh, yeah.
His fight scene with Dogen is probably better than the one with Saeed versus Kimi, which is pretty much my favorite one.
Yeah, it was really good. When it started, I was like, oh yeah, I guess I guess it was just inevitable there would be something like this.
When it started and it was going on so long, I honestly thought that this was Saeed's death scene.
Wow.
I'm like, well, okay, Dogen's just gonna kill him right here then.
Yeah.
Bye, Saeed. I guess I need to say bye to you.
Yeah.
But I forgot about the whole. I wasn't thinking about the whole he can't kill them thing.
Right.
But I was thinking, well, Saeed, something's gonna happen to him at some point, and Dogen's fighting him, so we'll see. We'll see if Saeed survives.
Yeah. Yeah. I had the same thoughts. Actually, the whole episode, I thought Saeed was going to die. I was just waiting for it. I didn't know how it was going to happen, but I thought he was going to die somehow.
The sun sets on Saeed?
Yeah. Oh, that's what we should mention. If they were going to go by the season 1 template, this episode should have been a Sun Jin episode. It corresponds to House of the Rising Sun, and having the title be Sundown is a clear symmetry with that. And, you would expect it to be that kind of episode. You expect them to pun like that. They love that. Yeah. But they threw a curveball. So this is the first breaking of symmetry, which I think will have to continue for the rest of the season. But they gave it a good try for the first part of the season.
Yeah, it's interesting. Because the Saeed episode was Solitary, right?
Yeah, which was number 9.
So yeah, they'd have to make the next one Hearts.
Right.
Or Spider Solitaire. Minesweeper. There's your episode title.
Minesweeper. Yeah. Yeah, and Hurley didn't get an episode until Numbers, which is number 18, and there's not even going to be 18 episodes this season.
Yeah.
So, I think they're going to give Hurley an episode, and
well, the Boone episode won't be there.
Right. But even if you cut all that out, it's still too many.
Yeah.
Because they kind of gave every main character 2 flashbacks in season 1, and some of them got 3. Yeah. So, you have to cut those too. I really tried to make it work, but it's clear they're going to have to change something. Yeah, they're not trying to recreate season 1. Yeah. I mean, it's just a different show now than it was back then, so they can't exactly copy it.
What did you think of the surprises? So I remember you telling me before, like, don't look at the credits when you watch the episode because. Oh, right. Was it Kimi? It was Kimi. I told you that because I saw the actor who played Kimi's name in the credits, and I was like, oh, that means Kimi's going to show up, and it's not going to be on the island. Yeah. So I was just, the whole Saeed thing, I was like, okay, how's Kimi going to get into this? And as soon as we found out about the guy that Saeed's brother borrowed money from, I was like, okay, that's probably going to be Kimi. That's unfortunate because I was nicely surprised to see Kimi. Luckily, I wasn't spoiled, and when he shows up, it's funny because I didn't recognize Omar the first time I watched it. I saw that guy, and I just didn't get a good look at him. And but when I watched it a second time, I'm like, oh, that's Omar. Okay. Yeah. That's a little hint. But yeah, when Kimi showed up, I was super surprised, and I thought it was a really good tie-in and really random tie-in. But yeah. Yeah, it was a nice little surprise.
Yeah, the Flash Sideways is turning into their vehicle for bringing back old characters who are dead or, just aren't in play on the island at this point.
Yeah.
So it's good for that, because, they want to sort of do a show retrospective, and it kind of gives them the ability to have those characters come back without, creating a really bizarre circumstance. Well, I guess the whole idea is bizarre, but,
Like an alternate universe. Nothing bizarre.
I guess I can't really call that normal, but, just, some kind of convoluted thing on the island why we would see them again. And so it was good. I still really liked how they did it, but that's why I didn't want you to read the credits, because it when you know actors' names, it's just it's a giveaway.
Yeah.
I did recognize Omar. I actually recognized the actor who plays Omar's name as well. I remembered it from season 4. So then I was expecting him and Kimi to show up.
Yeah.
So, but Omar was the much less prominent character. So, they show him first, and it's like if you remember Omar, then right away, then you can kind of catch on. But maybe you don't, and then when Kimi shows up, then you kind of remember the whole thing. And
yeah, totally.
Just it was nicely done. I also liked the kind of ambiguous ending that the Flash Sideways had, finding Jin in the freezer. Sort of leaving that up in the air. That's very different from the way they concluded the Lock and Jack Flash Sideways. It's kind of like the Lock one when he sees Ben, because you wonder, okay, what's going to happen next? Yeah. But this one's more like there's a plot mystery inherent in that scene. Yeah. Of like, how did Jin get there? Right. Because the last time we saw Jin, he was at the airport. Yeah. Being questioned about the money in his bag. Right. So it's weird to tie two different Flashes together that way. Yeah. Sideways together. Yeah. Yeah, and so I'm assuming whenever we actually do get this Sun-Jin episode, they'll explain this. Yeah, and I want to see what happens afterwards. If it's just he lets him out and that's supposed to be it, or I'm assuming. I'm expecting all the prominent losties in the Flash Sideways to somehow, all find each other. Oh yeah, okay. I'm wondering if anything like that's going to happen. Because they all, correct me if I'm wrong, they're all in the LA area, right? Cause that's where the plane landed. So so far in the story, they're all still in the area. It's a bit of a contrivance, but they are, yeah. Well, it's kind of not even a contrivance, because that's the setup of. Well, yeah, because they were all on the plane. Right. The contrived part is really all the non-815 characters, like Ben and Dogen and Kimi, and that's. It's more like that they're all in L.A. And if Michael shows up, that'll be if wasn't he already? Yeah, he was already living in L.A., wasn't he? Or he was from New York? Yeah. I thought he was in L.A. at some point. Was that when he got off the island? Or am I just making that up? I think he was still living in New York when he got off the island as well. Okay. I mean. Yeah, they didn't actually shoot it in New York, but I think it was supposed to be New York. Yeah. The place where he runs into the shipping container. But then again, he was on the plane, so he has an excuse to be there. Yeah. Or presumably he was on the plane. I guess we didn't actually see him. Well, that's the thing. Depending on, I guess, if Michael is good or bad, things could be drastically different. So, if maybe his ex-wife never leaves him and they raised Walt together. Right, and then he wouldn't. So he has no reason to go to Australia. Yeah, they could do that. But I guess, I don't know. I feel like we still have to see them again, though. Yeah, I expect him to show up. Yeah. It seems like it would be a huge gap if he didn't show up.
Maybe doing some art stuff?
Maybe. Yeah, they could do that.
Wasn't that his goal or something?
That was his ambition, yeah. That would be the kind of thing they seem to like to do with these Flash Sideways.
Mm-hmm.
Show him sort of living out his dream. Like I kind of felt like, I didn't really make this comment, but I kind of felt like Locke becoming the substitute teacher was in some way a fulfillment of that stuff from Cabin Fever about how he should be a scientist.
Yet they did make him a science teacher. Well, maybe that.
Well,
maybe
they did make him some kind of biology teacher.
Well, I think he was just the gym coach who usually does health stuff.
Yeah.
At middle schools.
Right.
But I mean, which is different than being a science teacher. But maybe that'll lead to that story-wise. I mean, now that he's at the school and he's a substitute.
He was just a substitute.
Yeah, so it could lead to, hey, we got a science teacher position or something.
Yeah.
Ben helps him get it or something like that.
Yeah, and I guess like teaching the gym class and teaching the biology class is sort of is also suggesting that kind of thing that, you know, he wanted to be, he's like, I'm into sports and cars and, you know, and it seems like that duality is still there as well.
Mhm.
That he's sort of doing both things.
Sure.
I mean, it's a stretch, but it seems like it's at least sort of a coherent thing to say.
I'd say that stretch has about 35% lycra. Yeah.
I'll take it.
Yeah.
Take it. It's better than nothing.
Yeah. Not too much of a stretch, but there's some lycra in there.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. Well, you want to start the ep?
Get a start? All right. Yeah. Sure. I'll be your tour guide today. Let's see.
Where's the gift shop?
Oh no. That's the other tour guide joke. There really is more than one.
There's more than one.
Okay, so we start out the episode in the Flash Sideways world. Saeed sits in a taxi outside a house. He hands the driver some money, keep the change, and goes up to the door of the house. Nadia answers the door. They say hello warmly. Some kids say hi to Uncle Saeed, and we discovered that Nadia has married Omer, Saeed's brother. They sit at the dinner table later and talk. We find out that Saeed translates contracts, and Omer owns a dry cleaning business and has just opened up a new store. Omer gets a call. It's business, so he leaves the table, leaving Nadia and Saeed alone. Nadia says she wrote Saeed some letters, but Saeed didn't write back. Then the kids find a picture of Nadia and Saeed's stuff, and then Omer re-enters the room, and everyone looks at each other and looks away from each other.
I'm sure that's how it was written in the script.
Yeah.
Omer enters, everyone looks at each other, and then looks away from each other.
There's a number of scenes in this episode that have really, like, inconclusive endings.
Mm-hmm.
Where I write what happens at the end, and it's like, that's the end of the scene. Okay.
Yeah. Inconclusive because it's not about the action. It's about, like, the drama or the emotion in the scene.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it's hard to write what they do because they're kind of just standing there.
Yeah, exactly.
I liked, well, I guess we'll start at the beginning. But I like how it ended. But,
oh, yeah. I agree.
You know, when he opens the door and it's Nadia, you know, and then it's like, oh, okay. Yeah, that's right. Saeed loves Nadia. Let's go down this road again. All right.
Yeah.
Watch out for cars. All right.
Yeah. Yeah.
You just know it's going to be tragic. It's like Romeo and Juliet.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's just like, you know what, guys? It's just not. You're a Capulet. You're a Montague.
Yep.
Just stop. All right.
Yep. every universe, it doesn't
every
work
universe,
out.
Every universe. It's like, hey, Uncle Saeed. I'm like, that's a weird thing to call your father.
Right.
These kids are crazy.
Yeah.
And Saeed bringing flowers, that was pretty bold.
Oh, yeah.
I feel like one thing about this Saeed, I don't feel like he's as suave or as I don't know what the word is. He's not like the other. I feel like a couple things in this storyline that this Saeed does, the real Saeed wouldn't have done.
I agree.
You know, like I feel like he isn't as on top of it as the other Saeed is.
Yeah, he's not as sharp.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah, he's not as sharp.
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah.
So bringing the flowers is an interesting idea, but as Omar says, is like, you bring flowers for my wife.
Yeah.
He's just like, You know, it'd be different. I mean, he did bring something for the kids too, obviously.
Right.
But I like that as a little. Here's the beginning of the tension, and you know, and I thought the storyline was really well written. Actually, you know, a lot of the subtext that goes on in the earlier scenes, you know, is obviously sort of explained later.
Yeah.
But I like how you can go back and you can see all that. It's like, well, you know why he brought flowers for her, and you know why Omer says that comment.
Right.
Because he knows about the whole thing. So.
Yeah. Yeah, it seemed like they spent less time on it than, say, in the Jack Flash Sideways story. So it wasn't as fleshed out. It was kind of truncated, but...
Wait, spent less time on what?
On the Flash Sideways for Saeed.
Oh, okay. You mean in terms of number of scenes, or?
Yeah, just screen time, you know, the amount of time in the episode, ratio-wise. But you know, they had a clear point, and they got to it, and you know, they built the story very succinctly.
Mm-hmm.
And so, yeah, it was well done. It was very much like a classic flashback, but not a flashback.
Flash Sideways.
Right.
Yeah. I enjoyed the scene with the three of them, with Saeed, Omer, and Nadia talking. Because at one point I realized there was just a lot of accent going on in the scene.
Mm-hmm.
You don't usually have a scene with that much accent going on, and because you know, it's like when you're listening to people talk, and you know, especially if there are characters with accents, you know, your ear hears different things and it changes. But when it's kind of the same kind of accent, and it's like you go to another character and they're sounding like that too,
mm-hmm.
It's like, wait a minute, this is different.
Yeah. You
know, your ear hears it differently, so it was interesting. There's one part where Omer's phone rings and Nadia leans over. She goes, you know, I thought we talked about, you know, the phone calls at the dinner table.
Mm-hmm.
And the way she says dinner table, you have to go listen to it. She's like, dinner table. Like she adds a couple extra syllables in there, and it somehow reminds me of I think it's Donnie Darko, where what's her name? Drew Barrymore talked about you know, the most beautiful word in the English language,
right.
or whatever.
Cellar door.
And who was it? Who, I forgot who said it was cellar door. Was it?
Oh yeah, there was somebody specific, somebody famous. I don't remember.
Yeah, some literary person says, you know, says cellar door is the most beautiful combination of sound or whatever.
Yeah.
And it just reminded me of that when she says dinner on the table. It's just like she makes that sound way more interesting than it is. Yeah,
you're right. Nadia's accent in particular was very prominent.
Mm-hmm.
It definitely caught my attention. And you know, Saeed's accent I've gotten used to as being basically muted British.
Well, you know, I heard people say, and I have to agree, I feel like his accent this season is way more British.
Yeah.
In general, I feel like he's not doing what he did in the earlier season.
No, it's like he's sort of relaxed it.
Yeah, I feel like he relaxed it, and I don't know if it's conscious or not, because it seemed the beginning of the season he kind of died.
Right.
So it's like it seems like after all that he's you hear all this sort of, you see the lessened accent. So it's like I don't know if that's supposed to mean anything or not.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't either. Someone did ask Greg Nations about it, and he just said, "I don't see it. It doesn't sound that way to me."
Yeah, and that's why I think no one on the cast and crew has made Naveen, stiffen up with it, because I feel like it changed gradually over time, and they don't hear a difference.
Right.
Because they talk to him normally.
Yeah.
They know what he sounds like normally.
Right. He brought that up as well.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Yeah, he was like, you have heard Naveen in real life, right? He's, got a very strong British accent.
Mm-hmm.
So, it's probably breaking through. And I think Saeed has always had a little British edge, even in the early days.
He always has a little British, yeah.
But it has gotten stronger. And I guess, I've sort of gotten used to it. I mean, I think of Saeed as sort of part British, even though he's not.
Mm-hmm.
Any tea is good tea.
Exactly. Yeah.
So but Nadia's laying it on really thick, and it's not British at all.
No.
So it's kind of a contrast because they're supposed to be from the same place.
Mhm. Yeah, definitely.
But I do think Saeed is supposed to be. I think they did kind of suggest earlier in the series that Saeed had a very solid grasp of English.
Mhm.
For whatever reason, and he's working as a translator, so
yeah, exactly.
It sort of makes sense that maybe he would be less accented.
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, so the what'd you bring us? Oh, go look in my bag, and and they find Mommy, Uncle Sam has a picture of you. Oops. They didn't show, the kids looking in the bag, but I assume the picture was straight on top.
Oh, of course.
Like Claire's baby picture and that Kate finds. I assume Nadia's picture was the first thing they saw.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because that's what you do when you put a picture in a suitcase.
Right.
You put it on top so it doesn't get wrinkled.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, and it seems like Saeed didn't really. It seems like the usual. The Saeed we're used to would have prepared better, would have thought of that.
Oh, man, yes, exactly. The Saeed that we know would not have made that mistake. Those kids would not have found that picture.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's the kind of mistake I was talking about before. It's just like, it didn't seem like that. It seems like you should be better than that, Saeed.
Right.
And then... And then I love how the end of the scene is shot when when the daughter says that and the little girl says that, and then they cut to Saeed and they cut to Nadia and then they cut to the kids, and everyone's just kind of standing there like, the kids are like, we don't know what that means, something weird's going on, and then they cut to that long shot of Omar in the background, just kind of like. Already it's not like he walks in and he stops. It's like he's already, been there standing with the rest of them, like thinking about like what? Yeah. I love that. I love everyone was frozen. And it's great. It's a group, uncomfortable situation. It's uncomfortable moment. It was awesome.
That's what they did. They cut out on uncomfortable silence.
Yeah. I was like, uh-oh. Maybe I shouldn't have said I found this picture.
Yeah.
This is why Mommy and Daddy are getting divorced, because of you. Because of what you did.
Wow. The kids are just as petty as Siskel and Ebert. I like that.
Why wouldn't they be?
I agree.
But pretty good first scene. I enjoyed that the cab driver had the first line of the episode with, meter doesn't stop till you get out of the cab.
Yeah.
Because it's true.
Yeah, it's like Saeed's been sitting there for a while.
Yeah.
not really. I mean, you can stand and think too, and then you don't have to pay for it.
It is cheaper.
It really is. Yeah, and he hands him the money and says, "Keep the change." Every time I hear that, I think, oh, that's a lot more common in television shows and movies than it is in real life.
Right? Yeah.
Real life, you want your change.
You do want your change.
But in that context, he'd have to sit there and wait for it, and they just want to get him out of the cab.
He probably tipped him. Probably like, here, keep the the tip. But
yeah.
But usually, depending on the odds are you'd be getting change back.
Yeah.
Don't pay with a credit card because they hate that.
Oh, they hate that. Oh.
Even though there's a machine there for your convenience. But don't inconvenience them by wanting to use it, all right?
Yeah.
All right, well, next scene.
Okay. The next scene, we go back to the island. Saeed is in the temple. Saeed charges into Dogen's office and wants some answers. Saeed asks about the test. Dogen tells Saeed that the test told them that Saeed's scale was balanced towards evil, and that's why they tried to poison Saeed. Saeed says, "You think you know me, but you don't. I'm a good man. So if you're trying to kill me," but in mid-sentence, Dogen attacks Saeed, knocking him to the ground, and an extended fight scene ensues. Crash, clank, bang, throw, jump, swing, dive, flip, smash, tackle, roll, kick, knee, stab, and Dogen's baseball falls off of his desk, and Dogen notices this and stops himself from stabbing Saeed in the throat and releases him and tells Saeed to leave this place, meaning the temple, and then he picks up the baseball as Saeed just lays there in shock.
All right. I think it was punch, throw, stab, not stab, punch, kick.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
I tried to get it right, but it was a lot of stuff happening.
It was. Saeed's, fighting style seems to be 90% of what he does is evade.
Yeah.
Which I like, because he's quick on his feet, and it's like if you could only hit him, he'd be dead. Right. But I just love how he just throws things. It's like he just whatever near him, he's just gonna throw it at you.
Yeah.
And wreck the place. It's great. I'm gonna throw this bookshelf down. Organize this later. Damn you. Yeah. They really, the room just gets trashed. The room totally gets trashed, and
it reminded me of the fight between Charlotte and Juliet, where they just smash into things,
roll around in the mud.
Yeah. Yeah, it was just a lot of smashing.
Yeah, this was my favorite Saeed fight scene has to be the Kimi and Saeed fight scene. It's just too good.
Yeah.
But this one I like a lot. But this one's a lot different though.
It is
because, like I said, Saeed's mostly just trying not to get hit. Because I think Dogen. I hate this to be a stereotype, but I assume he's a martial arts master.
Right.
And it's not.
So do I.
And it's really not 100% just because he's Asian. It has to do with how he's playing the character and how the atmosphere of the character. Yeah. And it just seems like he's been studying some. He's got defensive abilities. Yeah. And they had Hurley call him a samurai. Yeah, exactly.
Which I don't think is exactly right, but I think they're kind of hinting, that he's got some kind of
that he's some master at something.
Yeah, exactly, exactly. And the way he attacks Saeed here makes him look like he knows what he's doing.
Well, of course, and then when they actually fight, you can tell he does know something.
Yeah. But it's the first time we've really seen him in action, so it did catch me a little bit off guard. I assumed that he could probably take care of himself in a fight, but I didn't quite expect what he shows off here.
Yeah, once he started fighting Saeed, I was like, okay, Saeed probably can't take this guy down.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
Saeed's more, Saeed's an assassin. He wants to kill you quickly. He doesn't.
Right.
He can't fight extendedly.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. Yeah, I think hand-to-hand combat, I mean, he's not bad at it, but it's not his specialty.
No.
And I think that's why, Kimi was able to overcome him eventually as well.
Mhm. Well, that's what I like about the Kimi Saeed fight scene is because I think they were pretty evenly matched, except for Kimi's just bigger.
Right.
But in terms of combat, like fighting skill, I think they're pretty evenly matched.
Yeah.
And I like that fight scene.
Yeah. No, that was a great one. That goes down as one of the best on the show, definitely.
So Dogen tells Saeed that the machine was measuring his balance.
Right.
I always get upset with myself, which really I just get upset with the show.
Mm-hmm.
When like things have such simple answers.
Right.
Because it's like I'm like, oh, that machine shocked Saeed, so obviously it's a shocker machine.
Right.
Like obviously that's what it was. It was shocking him, so it was it was just electrocuting him.
Right.
And then they go, oh no, it was measuring the balance of good and evil. Oh,
yeah.
Naturally, of course. Why didn't I guess that?
I know. It was staring us in the face. When we theorized about why he failed the test, we came up with these very down to earth explanations. He showed too much pain. He didn't show enough pain.
Yeah.
Some simple thing like that. But it's no, somehow all that stuff they were doing was measuring the scale of good and evil within him.
Mm-hmm.
And that's I think that would have sounded like a crackpot theory at the time.
Yeah.
But it's such a simple answer, and I think that's the answer we're going to get about what this test does.
Yeah, I mean that machine particularly, that's what it did, was to measure the balance. I think the other stuff, I don't know what the burning thing was for. They did that to Claire too.
Yeah.
And I don't know what the desk stuff was for. But
right.
but what I like is he was like, well, let's start with the machine and tell me what that did. And that's pretty much the big thing is that
right. Yeah.
But it was interesting to finally figure that out. Because you told us. Right.
Yeah, the thing that seems a bit odd to me is that I think they went to the thing with Saeed's character in this episode. I think they tied in his being claimed or infected and succumbing to that in some way with his sort of personal darkness and history, and it coincided that he sort of succumbs to the infection at the same time he sort of succumbs to his own darker nature, But that story can't work with Claire. And
I think that's why Claire's different, is because I feel like Claire is not bad, not evil or something. She's just, as Dogen says, she's under the influence of Smokey.
Right.
That's why they keep saying she's acting, everyone is like, oh, she's acting weird.
Yeah.
But I think she's savable. I think she's redeemable.
I see.
Yeah, because she's not like Saeed where, because I don't think they told us they didn't tell us that she was in the pool. They didn't do that whole thing they did to Saeed.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
So I think that's why Claire's different.
Although I think later on in the episode they're trying to tell us that it wasn't the pool that caused what happened to Saeed.
Mhm.
I think that's what they're trying to tell us.
Well, by the pool I mean actually killing him. Because that was the thing, they killed him and he was brought back to life.
Oh, okay.
They tried to say, because he was alive when they put him in the pool, he was really hurt.
Right.
And they tried to heal him and he ended up dying.
Yeah.
And see, I don't think that's the thing with Claire. I mean, I feel like if anything, I guess Claire isn't dead already. She just can't be.
I'm still assuming that she is dead or was dead, whatever dead means.
I feel like she's not now, because I feel like, yeah, I feel like, I don't know. I want her to be dead. I don't mean that, but I mean,
ouch.
It makes more sense, I think, if she's dead. But I feel like it can work if she's not dead.
If she's not dead, yeah, I don't know.
Because why can people see her? You know, no one can see Jacob but Hurley, and he's dead. And I just feel like if Claire's dead and she's talking to everybody and their mama, you know, like.
Well, I think she was sort of reanimated the way Saeed was. So it's still her body. You know, people can see Saeed as well.
Yeah. But I mean, yeah. So she was reanimated from the beginning.
Yeah. That's my theory.
I don't know. I'm starting to get the sense she's alive.
Like
he's somehow just controlling her.
Okay.
Because Dogan didn't make it seem like she was like Saeed.
Well, I mean, he did tell Jack that the same thing happened to her that happened to Saeed.
Oh. Well, I feel like when he says she's under the influence of him, it makes it seem like she's not. Yeah, I guess they have to be the same. He said that other line. So she's just not as far along or something?
Yeah.
Or I don't know, it just seems weird.
I agree that she seems different, but I feel like she shouldn't be, like her origin should be the same, but maybe because of who she is or something, the effects it's having on her are different.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, all right.
Wild conjecture.
How do they build a machine that tells the balance of good and evil for each man?
That's a good question.
Can you get that a sharper image?
That would be pretty awesome if you could. I would like one.
Next to the massagers?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. That's weird. It's really weird. It's really weird. But for the moment, I'm going to take their word for it.
So, did you think, when I rewatched this scene, and Dogan tries to stab Saeed in the throat, I can't tell if he stops himself from doing it or if he is being blocked from doing it. By some force. Right.
So, I mean, that's a possible, like, the idea maybe that Saeed's a candidate and he can't kill him for that reason. Or there's some rules about the people Smokey claims. I mean, they try to get Jack to do it, and he tries to get other people to do it, and it seems like for whatever reason he can't seem to do it. Although, really, my interpretation of the way they played it, it seemed like it was the baseball falling off of the table that caused him not to do it. That he saw the baseball, he thought of his son, and it was sort of he couldn't bring himself to kill this guy, when he was thinking about that.
Yeah, I didn't know how the baseball played into it.
Because Saeed sort of asked that question later, and his answer is this story about how he came to the island. And so I mean, it's not totally explicit, but I feel like that's the reason why he doesn't stab Saeed.
Yeah, but when he's actually doing the strike to stab him, he sort of stopped. And it's like a split second before the baseball falls. Yeah. So it's like he hesitates or something stops him before he even sees the baseball. Yeah. Now he doesn't continue. Then he sees the baseball and he decides not to continue, of course. Yeah. But what I got from that baseball thing, and I get your point about the story tells later, but what I get from that, or what I thought we were supposed to get from that is that he sort of remembered basically he's being reminded of the rules, or he's remembering his commitment or his job duties or whatever. Like he sees that baseball, I couldn't tell if it falling off the table was supposed to mean anything. Like,
yeah,
like I don't know, but I got the sense he was kind of like reminded of the rules, basically.
I think that works too. Like, because I think the baseball can represent both his son, his past life, and his personal tragedy, and his responsibility and job on the island.
Yeah.
So I think it kind of works to be both.
Mhm. I mean, I feel like the son thing, though, I don't know why it would matter about his son, because he has no problem with Saeed dying.
Right.
And he has no problem if he, I feel like it's more about the rules that he can't kill him.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. I guess I feel like somehow, he can't bring himself to do it, even though he, wants Saeed to be dead, because he thinks he's evil.
But then you're saying, so there's two reasons why he's not going to do it.
Yeah.
Okay, which is not the simple answer.
I agree. You're right. This is not a New Year's Justin theory. You're right, but I don't know. That's the way the episode is pushing me towards.
Mhm.
So that's what I'm gonna say. Could be wrong.
All right. First time for everything.
Yeah. Yeah. Right. That'll be my one wrong theory.
Mhm.
Oh, speaking of, I meant to bring this up on the last podcast. I sort of combed through some of the older posts on the Lost Lowdown, and I found this little trivia section, which is about the Lost Lowdown and about Lost itself. And one of the questions was, who believes 100% that the sickness does not exist? And that was me. So
nice.
yeah, I just want to point out how wrong I was. I really didn't think we'd be getting to the sickness this late in the game, but here it is. It exists, and the evidence was pointing the other way back then. That's my defense, but yeah, I guess we just didn't. The circumstances that causes the sickness to manifest weren't there. I think a problem I'm having is I don't really. So Jacob. I think Jacob sends Ilana to pick up Saeed and sort of get him on the plane.
Mhm.
And then, so he's like taking a direct role in that in a way that he didn't with anybody else except Hurley, I think. And then once Saeed is back on the island, and then he gets shot, Jacob goes to Hurley and makes sure that Hurley takes Saeed to the temple, to get healed. Like he takes a personal interest in Saeed, seemingly. But it's hard for me to imagine this is what he wanted to happen.
Well, no, I think the problem in the plan was that the water wasn't clear.
Okay.
It didn't save him. Like.
Yeah.
Now the question, of course, is now why didn't he know this would happen?
Right. Since he seems to have some kind of foreknowledge.
Mhm. Or at least should know how the pool works.
That too.
And it's like, okay, well, if I'm the one who's powering this thing and I'm dead, then maybe maybe it's not going to work anymore.
Yeah. It's a little weird to me that this entire time they've been on the island, there's this pool on the island that will just heal you, whatever your wound is.
Mhm.
It's good they didn't get in the temple before this, or that would have been, the thing, like, go to the pool, get healed. Nobody needs to die.
Don't worry, take Boone to the temple.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, don't kill yourself, Jack. It's not that big of a deal. Yeah, and of course now it's tainted, so they can't use it. Like I think they had to do that, or the stakes wouldn't be high enough.
Totally.
Didn't really occur to me before. Like it sort of works for the story because Jacob's dead and stuff, but yeah, I don't know. Not sure what my point was supposed to be, but there's some random thoughts.
It's like, where's Waldo? You got to find it.
Yeah, it's in there, I think.
Well, I think we both, anytime you make a lot of hypotheses, some will be wrong.
Yeah.
But I like that you thought 100% that there was no sickness.
I was so sure. I was willing to go that far. Yeah, I mean, it happens. I've had a number of wrong theories. I remember at a certain point in season 5, I thought Charlotte was going to live because she found her constant, and that was just way off base.
That Dan was her constant?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I don't think they're ever going to bring up the constant thing again. Although now that I say that, they probably will.
Yep. Are you 100% sure they won't bring up the constant?
I'm 100% sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's easy to get things wrong. I mean, there's a lot of details. It's hard to get them all right. And they're not 100% explicit about how we're supposed to take certain things.
Yeah.
And there's definitely, later on in this episode, there's definitely some things that happen that I really don't understand based on what we've seen before.
Well, we'll have to talk about that.
But yeah, we'll certainly get to that eventually.
You want to go to the next scene?
Sure. Let's see. The next scene, we have Smokey, Locke, and Claire. That's Smokey Locke, not Smokey and Locke. And Claire talk outside the temple grounds. Claire wonders why Smokey doesn't get someone else to do it or just do it himself. Locke says he can't. Claire says if she goes in there, she needs to know that she'll get her son back. Locke assures her, I always do what I say. Claire nods and begins to walk away, but then asks, are you going to hurt them? And Locke says, only the ones who won't listen. Claire leaves, and Locke walks away from the temple. Lost.
Boom. Great season finale.
Wow.
So one of the things I didn't notice the first time I saw the episode, but upon rewatching, is that they're standing outside the circle of ash.
Mm-hmm.
That's around the temple.
Yeah.
The layout of the temple is a little confusing to me.
Oh, me too. I have no clue what's going on in there.
I think I get it now from some of the descriptions they said in this episode that there seems to be the temple wall, which I guess is pretty, because I believe Saeed says Locke is waiting a mile south, right outside the temple wall.
Yeah.
Which means that the wall is like a mile away.
I guess that's what it sounds
that's
like.
A pretty huge area.
Yeah.
To wall off for the temple. But then you see with this scene that the actual circle of ash is just around the main temple part.
Right.
So you can get through the gate or the wall, and then you got a long time before you actually get to the actual main part of the temple.
The inner circle, if you will.
Yeah. So that's interesting. Because it made me wonder why Smokey was, we see Montan and those guys go down and in the little hole next to the wall. So I'm thinking, well, how close is that to the actual main temple?
Right.
It seems like that's an easy way to get into the temple if you're already sort of right there. But it seems like that's actually far away.
Yeah. I think it's supposed to be. I don't think they've really showed us that. I think they've only shown the wall and then deep inside.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think we've ever seen the in-between area. I think that's why I got confused about the idea that Sawyer shot some guy on the way out, because when he left that door, in my mind, he just left the temple grounds altogether.
Yeah.
But then there's that intermediate area, and that's where he shot some guy, and, that's just not how I envisioned
Allegedly.
it. And, the way the story plays, it really does seem like the inner temple is all there is.
Yeah.
But in reality, I guess that's not the case.
Yeah, well, I guess it's a big island.
Yeah. Yeah.
So Claire asks, why does it have to be me? You could send Sawyer or Jen or do it yourself. And he says, if I could do it myself, would me asking you. Oh, Claire, come on.
But he doesn't mention why not Sawyer or Jen.
That's what I said.
Oh.
I'm pretty sure I said that. Yeah, he says, why not Sawyer or Jen or do it yourself? And so I'm assuming he's saying he can't do it himself because of the ash.
Right.
Although later, Lyndon says the only thing keeping him out is Dogen.
Right.
So I didn't know what that meant.
That's what I was bringing up earlier. That's the thing I don't understand.
Oh, okay.
I thought it was well established that the ash keeps Smokey out.
Mm-hmm.
Bram puts a circle of ash around himself, and Smokey can't seem to penetrate it. He uses a little trickery to get Bram out of the ash so he can kill him, but, it didn't seem like Bram was Dogen there. So I don't understand how that fits in with this, where it seems like somehow Dogen is giving power to the ash, or, I don't know. It seems like the ash is still playing a role, but somehow Dogen is the power source or something. And once Dogen dies, the ash becomes, ceases to function.
Well, here's the theory that I think explains it. You ready?
All right. Time for a theory. Here we go.
Just came up with it. That the power of the ash is connected to who put it down.
Okay.
So if the person who put it down is dead, then it's ineffective.
Ah. Okay.
Maybe that's
interesting theory. Okay, so
it's hard for me to believe Dogen did the whole ash ring by himself.
Especially since they showed some others spreading the ash, and they weren't Dogen.
Yeah. But it's his ash.
But it's his ash. Okay.
Or he's the leader. Yeah, I don't know.
Everyone has their own supply of ash, and all the ash at the temple was Dogen ash.
I just hate scenes like that where some established mythology gets debunked by some random character saying some little line.
Yeah.
Where he was the only thing keeping it. Why did you just say that? No one had any problem with this, and then you just had to come in and say that.
I know. And it's like. And he gives no detail. There's nothing we can take from that to really figure out what he means, why they had him say that. It's just, And Saeed just says, "I know." And
that's the thing. Yeah, Saeed seems to verify that claim in the fact, especially because he killed Dogen. So
and Smokey promptly enters the temple.
Yeah, so it's like, well, that seems to be true.
Yeah, I think it is true, but it is frustrating when I guess I don't know. It's I don't know what to do with that.
Me either.
I think your theory is at least points in the direction of something that is something that they might say.
Yeah.
Later on. But it kind of feels like a retcon. Like, why couldn't they just have someone, break the ash circle?
Like Claire.
Sure. It seems like she could have done that right at the beginning when they were standing next to the ash circle.
Yeah.
Just sweep it away, in goes Smokey, and,
Okay, so maybe this is one of those cases where they're introducing a new element, and maybe the answer is that Smokey, the ash was keeping Smokey out, but maybe, here it goes. The rules say, he can't come in and let, if Dogen is there.
Okay. No matter whether there's ash there or not.
Maybe.
Okay.
Maybe. Yeah, it's weird. They kind of just put some wrinkles in that whole thing.
Yeah, and I think Lennon actually says he was the only thing keeping him out.
He did say that.
Like, not even, the last thing keeping him out, or, I mean, he left no room for the Ash.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, Smokey wanted Dogan to come see him. That's what Claire said at the beginning.
Right.
So it seems like he wants, and that's the thing that seemed to reinforce the Ash theory. Like, okay, well, if he leaves the Circle of Ash, then he's unprotected.
Right. Exactly. Yeah.
Oh, Lost.
Yeah. Yeah, endless problems. I mean, the thing is, like, some of these could just be sloppy writing.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they do
deleted
that sometimes. Or deleted scenes, sure. Production error, all kinds of things.
Well, and again, this scene, they're standing next to a Circle of Ash, and Locke is saying, "I can't do it."
Yeah. Yeah. It doesn't make sense that they. I mean, Dogan's still alive as well, but I mean, they're making the connection between the Ash and his inability to go in. So it's hard to believe they forgot about the Ash by the end of the episode.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what they're doing there.
That'd be a really fast retcon.
I like that he says, "I always do what I say."
Yeah. Yeah.
Kind of threatening.
Yeah.
That means Richard's dead.
Uh-oh. Yeah, no Richard in this episode.
Yeah, no Richard.
He was supposed to be going straight to the temple because that was the only safe place to be.
Yeah, everyone else made it there.
Yeah. Yeah, it was everybody meet at the temple.
Yeah, I wonder where's all the Ricardos?
Yeah. Good question.
Because he wouldn't choose to go with Smokey, so he would die then.
Yes. Yeah, that's right. But
although I'm curious now that Jacob's dead if Richard would start aging.
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, possibly. Not that we would notice it all that fast.
Maybe he'll hyper age.
Ooh.
His years will catch up to him fast.
Play catch up? Yeah, they could do that.
He'll be dead soon.
Ugh. Well, it is season 6.
It is. The season of death.
The season of death. That's what they're calling it.
Anything else in the scene? Only the ones that won't listen. Oh, okay, that's fair then.
Yeah, I mean, we can talk about this maybe more at the end, but I'm not clear on exactly what Smokey's plan is. Why does he care? Why does he care if people are at the temple?
Oh, when he leaves?
Yeah.
Well, because I think that ties directly into what his whole motive is. Okay. I mean, because his prime motive, they keep saying, is to kill everyone on the island.
Yeah, I know.
So I think, it's just like he wants everyone to be dead because he just, I guess, at the least, thinks that people shouldn't be on the island. Yeah. It just seems like, if you want to leave, I mean, Dogan sort of says he's free, and it just, leave. Just leave. Mm-hmm. But it seems like he feels the need to do all this other stuff. Yeah. To get everybody to leave. Mess. What? He's got to clean up Jacob's mess. Oh, okay. Yeah. I bet we'll get that line. Yeah, that sounds like a Lost line. Jacob left me a mess, and I had to clean it up. Mm-hmm. Jacob's very messy. So next one? We do find that apparently at some point Smokey has promised Claire that she'll get Aaron back. I kind of feel like the show's juggling so many plot lines that they couldn't really
they didn't really have time to address them all. So by the end of this episode, it seems like that thread has been sort of tabled for the moment.
What do you mean?
I mean, the idea of her getting her son back.
Well, what do you mean? I think she... You mean... I don't know what you
She
mean.
doesn't get her son back.
Oh, yeah, of course not.
Right?
You mean, like, the fact she didn't get her son back this episode?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course not. It's been like 3 hours or something.
Well, the point is, he was supposed to be at the temple, and she leaves without apparently even looking for him.
Well, but yeah, because Kate tells her that Aaron's not there.
Right, but again, it doesn't seem like that. It doesn't seem like that registers sufficiently. You know, I mean, they don't address that as a problem. Like her realizing that was a lie, and you know, like she just sort of leaves, like, you know, nothing really is wrong.
Mhm.
So I mean, I assume in a later episode they'll sort of pick that up and resolve it. You know, but it seemed like in the ending they wanted this big dramatic conclusion. They just didn't have time to work in all that other stuff.
Yeah, I mean, what is Claire going to do? Like, come up to Locke and say, like, you lied to me or something? Or
yeah, I mean, it wouldn't work. It wouldn't work.
Yeah, it wouldn't work.
Yeah.
And I think the whole thing is she wants to get her son back. I think he knows that Aaron isn't in there.
Oh, I agree. Yeah.
And so he's like, yeah, I'll get your son, you know, I'll get you back to your son, but it's not like, you know, it's not like it's going to be this episode or like, you know, we go into the temple and you're going to get him.
Right. But since she thinks he's in there, I feel like she should be expecting to get him back.
That's the thing. I feel like she doesn't even think that. I mean, she should think that.
She says she thinks that.
I know, but I feel like she doesn't. Because when she walks into the temple and talks to Dogen and all those, she never says, "Where is my son?"
Yeah, you're right.
You know, when they kidnap her, she doesn't say, "Put me in Aaron's cage."
Right.
You know,
you're right.
I feel like she doesn't act like he's in there. I feel like somehow in this episode, Claire knows that she's not in there.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I was trying to get at. I mean, I felt like they had the point. They had the plot line they wanted to address in this episode primarily was Saeed's story, and I just
maybe there's a deleted scene where, you know, because the last, you know, we saw Locke come into, you know, Jen and Claire talking, and Jen was saying, I'm your way back to the temple. Aaron is there. You need me. And you know, Jen doesn't come with them. So maybe we'll find out Locke said, you know, Jen is lying. Like Jen is lying about this lie. He was telling the truth the first time. And you know, but then that's.
But then he'd have to admit
because
he was lying.
Well, but then that doesn't even work because later Claire does tell Kate they have my son.
Right.
She's just acting weird, and they keep saying she's acting weird. So
she's inconsistent.
Yeah, so I think it's fair that she's crazy.
Yeah. I mean, that's supposed to be the idea.
But I guess my point was, it seems like as the audience we know he's not there, so it didn't seem weird to me that like. They didn't come back to that after, especially after Kate was like, I took him, and it's like, well, okay, he's not here, so. Right,
yeah. No, I mean, that is supposed to settle the issue. It didn't seem weird to me either, you know, and I think they made sure Jen wasn't there so that we didn't have to have a son-Jen reunion, you know, because that would have cluttered things up as well.
Man, we'll get to it, but I love when Miles is like, hey, where's your husband? What? Just like, you know, son is like the only one who hasn't seen Jen.
Yeah.
I love when it's same with Kate and Claire. It was like everyone's seen Claire but Kate. Everyone's seen Jen but son. And like, son, you're like almost a season behind now. You know? Like, catch up. Come on.
Yeah, you're right. She really is. It's. It is really old news that Jen is alive. Yeah,
it's really old news. Like, you're just finding that out? Yeah, by the way, the Civil War is over.
What? Yeah, she's... and Miles just casually saying that. It was, that was kind of comical.
I think Miles should be surprised to see son. Like, you know, like, you're alive?
Yeah.
I would love somehow, they'll never do this, of course, but I would love for all the characters to just go to a bar and get drunk and all tell each other their adventures on the island. Wouldn't that be awesome?
Yeah.
You did what?
You're right, because it's that was something I realized rewatching the early parts of the show. Like, characters really don't know the other characters' stories.
No.
I mean, they know some. They know what they were there for, but they missed a lot of shit.
Mm-hmm.
And they got great stories to tell each other.
Great stories to tell each other. Oh, it's so awesome. Yeah.
That would be a really fun all night. Let's get drunk and tell stories to each other.
Yeah, exactly. Son's like, then I lost my wedding ring, and I was so guilty and upset, and I was just digging through that garden.
That's not the one I would lead with if I were her.
Charlie's like, and then Vincent brought me a statue full of drugs, and I'm like, what's going on here? I just mean like those little things like that, like just like little like you have no idea what happened.
Yeah.
Kate. I woke up in a tree.
Yeah. I don't think anyone ever found that out.
No.
Did you guys wake up in any strange places?
Yeah, exactly. Like, anyone wake up in a tree any point on the island?
I was the only one, huh? Well,
interesting. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, they could make a game of it and do like points. Like, how many people were on the sub? 10 points if you were ever on the sub. Or how many people were in the were flashed to the 70s? 20 points. Or 50 points if you lived through the 70s, or well, how many people saw Jughead? How many people know what Jughead is? That's your question.
Yeah.
Oh man, that'd be so great. That'd be so.
How many people actually were in the same place as Jughead?
How many people did their laundry in the Swan?
Yeah.
Don't forget, they had washer and dryers.
Yeah, that's. Oh yeah, the washer and dryers. Wow. How about that?
Don't forget.
It's a good one. How many people push the button?
How many people push the button?
Yeah, that. Who? How many people? How many people knew about the hatch when? How many people even know that the flame station existed?
Yeah, exactly.
And that it communicated outside the island, and
who's been to the Hydra Island?
Yeah, that's a select group. How many people even know there's a Hydra Island?
Exactly. Who landed on the runway? There's so many, there's so many good little things. Yeah.
How many people got on that helicopter?
Yeah, exactly. How many people were ever on the helicopter?
Or the
How
freighter?
many people went to the freighter? Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. How many escaped the freighter?
Yeah.
How many survived? How many survived the helicopter crash?
Wow.
Yeah, there's a lot. There's a ton of points.
Yeah. How many know about the donkey wheel?
Oh, that's a small group.
That's a really small group. Yeah.
That's pretty much Locke and Ben.
Yeah.
And I don't think anybody else knows about that.
Yeah, no. I think some of the Dharma people kind of knew about it.
Yeah.
But as far as main characters, yeah, I don't think they ever had a clue
exactly.
what caused the time traveling to start.
Yeah, that's exactly. Yeah, that's the thing. Like explaining, like I can just see the argument they got. That would erupt at this party of like, that's why the flashes happened. And then it's like, that's why they stopped. Like no. Jack is like, no. They, we saved you guys by coming back. No. We were already saved like for 3 years. Like. But wait a minute, Destiny. Nope.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be awesome. That'd be awesome to see the characters just talk about all the stuff that's happened.
Yeah, if they put all their stories together, I feel like they'll really understand what was going on the island a lot better.
Mhm.
You know, their little partial stories must be really confusing.
Yeah. Yeah, Jin needs to tell someone he flashed to Rousseau coming to the island.
Yeah, like he casually mentions that when they find Monton's skeleton, and it's like, okay, so I guess they kind of know that happened, but like,
well,
you know,
but that's the thing. He didn't say he flashed to when Rousseau was around.
Yeah, that's right.
He just said why the guy was missing an arm.
Yeah.
And that's no clue of when it happened.
Right.
You know, obviously, or really no clue of how he knows that.
Right. Yeah. No one really pressed him on that. But yeah, that Jim's got a really good one. Like,
Jim's got a great one. Yeah. He's got 100-point adventure right there.
Yeah. Yeah. Wow, guys! I saw Rousseau's team arrive to the island.
Yep.
Beat that one.
Yeah, beat that one. No one else has got that. Yeah, you think Saeed was the first person to meet Rousseau, and it's Jin.
Nope. Yeah, not only was he there for that, but he was there for, the key parts of her story.
Mm-hmm.
With the exception of Alex being taken. How many people even realize that Ben took Alex?
Yeah, that's not a lot of people.
Like, I don't think a lot of people, like, personally.
How many people know Alex?
Yeah, good point.
I guess most of them, but still.
I think some of them know about Alex.
Yeah.
But I don't know how many people really know her or have seen her. Although I guess she was there when they were in that big group.
Yeah, she was there for a while.
But do they know what that backstory was? Do they know she helped Claire escape? Like, how much do they know?
Yeah.
They know she lived with Ben as his daughter for years.
Yeah, she helped Kate and Sawyer escape.
Oh yeah, escaped the Hydra too. Yeah, wow, she was all over the place.
Good ones was being those cages.
Oh gosh.
Blah blah blah, those cages. What, Alex? Enunciate.
I still don't know what she meant.
We don't know what you're saying. Something in those cages. Well, okay.
We got cages.
We got cages.
Something about cages.
Yeah. Remember, she had the outrigger and she built that little leaf trap door thing. Remember that little
yeah. Her hidey hole.
Her hidey hole. Yeah, it was. Yeah, she was pretty crazy back in the day.
Very industrious. Yeah. Yeah.
Throwing rocks at people.
Oh yeah, she was all about that. It's like a hero of a like kids TV show.
Totally. All right. Well, next scene.
Okay, so the next scene is a flash sideways. Saeed sleeps on the couch at Nadia and Omer's house, and Omer wakes him up and tells him that he's in trouble. He borrowed money from a man who wants interest indefinitely. Omer wants Saeed to convince these people to leave him alone, and he knows what kind of man Saeed is. Saeed is reluctant to hurt people, but Omer appeals to Saeed's feelings for Nadia to get him to help, but Saeed says, "I'm sorry, I'm not that man anymore."
Boom. I love in storytelling how you have and this is a classic example of you have a character needing another character to do something, and they say no.
Right.
And you go, oh, okay, well, he's not going to do it. You know, tough shit, Omer. But
yeah.
then, of course, you know, things are going to happen, and Saeed's going to end up doing it, right?
Right.
It's great. It's great. It's a classic Joseph Campbell hero. You know, that's that part of refusing the call. You know, like,
yeah.
No. I'd rather not save the galaxy. Thanks.
Right.
You know, because it just works better that way than to be like, Saeed, I need you to, you know, break your morality meter, whatever that is, and go do this thing. And it's like, no, I'm not going to do that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Better than jumping in right away.
And of course, they wouldn't introduce this if you're just going to say no and that's that.
Mm-hmm. And that'd be that, and then he, like, you know, Omer wins the lottery or something and pays off this guy.
Yeah, that's just a crap story.
Yeah, that's just bad. Don't do that.
Yeah. No, I know. It's I mean, he kind of does that on the island as well. You know, initially he refuses to do things, and
his island storyline is a yo-yo.
He really is.
It's like, no, leave, no, go, no, leave, no, come back, but not really.
Leave, go, leave, go, leave, go, leave, go, leave.
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Yeah, yeah, so once we get this, it's clear that this is going to be the main conflict of this story. And this personal thing with Saeed and Nadia is going to be the background.
Yeah.
You know, and they make somewhat clear here, you know, Omer sort of knows, you know, there's something between the two of them, and he's even kind of using that to try to convince Saeed to help him.
Yeah, which is interesting. For a guy to say, "Hey, man, if you like my wife, you will do this for me."
Yeah. Yeah.
But you know, we get sort of why this is sort of the case later in that, you know, Saeed had a chance with her.
Right.
You know, and that the cultivation of his feelings for Nadia was when she was fair game.
Right.
And it's not like he's been coveting his brother's wife. You know, like, and he didn't know her first or something like that. Right.
Yeah.
Because that'd be breaking the commandment.
Exactly. Yes. Saeed takes his commandments very seriously.
He does. What else in this scene?
I feel like I should bring up, I think that Omer is supposed to be that kid from that one scene who couldn't kill the chicken.
He has to be. I mean, how many brothers can Saeed have?
Yeah, good point. I mean, they probably said his name. I don't remember.
I don't even know if they said his name in that episode.
Oh, maybe they didn't.
I feel like they said Saeed's name. You know, he was like, I think you're supposed to be confused on which one's Saeed. And
that's right. That was the punchline. That Saeed was the one who killed the chicken.
Saeed's the killer.
Yeah. Yeah, this kind of this mirrors that, you know.
Yeah.
His brother can't handle the
situation. He can't handle, and Saeed to the rescue.
Saeed has what it takes.
This time it's not a chicken.
Right.
It's a kimi.
It's a kimi.
Yeah. Which, by the way, both kimis and chickens like eggs.
Hey, look at that.
Wow. That's why he was eating eggs.
Wow.
I found that whole egg thing to be really weird.
It was
and maybe
really
that was
weird.
supposed to be the connection. I mean, just you know, the chicken, and then not, you know, just some sort of loose, tenuous connection.
Right. That actually sounds convincing to me now.
Although I thought it'd be probably a little bit better if he was making chicken, but that's a little more involved.
Right. Yeah. He needed something he could prepare quickly.
Yeah.
Because he had to
make good eggs.
Yeah, that was.
Please, someone eat his eggs.
He was acting like, to me, he reminded me of a character from some other movie or something. Like he walked in from another universe.
Yeah.
Like it just didn't. That's not the way people on Lost are normally.
No.
I got poached. I got broiled. I got. What do you want?
Get the George Foreman egg poacher.
Yeah, he's like, what? Since when are you Eggman?
Yeah, I know. Why are you the king of eggs over here? But I guess they're really good.
I guess. He never eats them, but that's the way it goes.
Yeah, I think he takes a bite, doesn't he?
Does he? I thought he just set it down and sort of like rubbed his hands and then never touched it again.
Yeah, that seems... yeah, because I was thinking, anytime actors have to eat foods that, like, I wouldn't want to eat, I always wonder, like, do they care that they're eating that?
Yeah.
You know, do they take a bite and spit it out when the camera's not on them, or do they, you know? And I think maybe you're right. He didn't eat it because I'm thinking, you know, I wouldn't have to eat those eggs because I don't eat eggs.
Right.
As you know. And I think, he actually doesn't eat them.
Yeah.
I think that's right.
Yeah.
But that's another scene.
It is. We will get to that one eventually. So shall we continue? This particular scene is just kind of exposition.
Yeah.
Okay, so the next scene we go back to the island. Saeed's in the temple courtyard preparing to leave because he's been banished.
Oops.
Yeah, Miles talks to Saeed and asks him what's up. We find out from Miles that the others tried to save Saeed but failed, and Saeed was dead for 2 hours. They did not bring Saeed back, according to Miles. Claire enters the temple courtyard and tells Dogen, who sort of comes out there, he wants to see you outside the temple grounds. Dogen refuses, saying that Locke will kill him. He doesn't say Locke, of course, but I'm just referring to him as Locke. Claire tells him to send someone Locke won't kill. Dogen orders some others to stop Claire from leaving and orders Claire to be put in the hole. Then he asks Lennon for Jack and Hurley. Lennon tells him that they left and can't be found. Dogen is frustrated and looks to Saeed, saying, "Come with me." Saeed is curious about this request, and Dogen says, "Things have changed."
All right.
So here's flip-flop number one.
Did things really change?
No.
I feel like they didn't.
No. See, my interpretation, the first time I watched this, I thought things did change. But the second time I watched this, I realized his first instinct is to send Hurley or Jack out there. And I'm guessing because they're candidates, Smokey can't kill him.
Yeah.
As per the little kid. So then I guess he decides to try to send Saeed out there. As a kind of last-ditch effort.
Well, really a 2-for-1.
And a 2-for-1. Yeah.
Or really maybe just a 1, because
or 1.
If he expects Saeed to die, then what is he going to get out of sending Saeed to talk to Locke?
Right.
Since he did not expect him to come back. So, a really 2-for-1, that's really a 1.
Yeah. Yeah.
So yeah, this is definitely the first flip-flop.
Yeah. He doesn't, I don't think he has in mind that, Saeed's going to sort of, go out there to talk to him. I mean, he doesn't even tell Saeed to do that. I actually wonder if Hurley or Jack were around, if he would have sent them on the same kind of mission. If he would have given him the knife and said, like, stab him as soon as you see him.
Well, no, I don't think so, because the reason he told Saeed to do that was because he thought Locke would kill Saeed, kill the person who stabbed him, and if he's going to send someone Locke can't kill, then why have that person, try to provoke Locke into killing them? Right. So I think he wouldn't have done the knife thing. They would have just sent him for information, and Jack wouldn't have went.
Right, of course not.
Jack wouldn't have went.
Jack doesn't go anywhere.
Jack's not leaving unless Hurley says so.
Right. Unless they can come up with another quote from his dad.
Exactly. Stop, count to 5, Jack.
Oh, no. What did you say? I'm going.
Get out of my way. I'm first. Yeah, it was weird to have Claire come in and do this. I mean, obviously, this is set up from the scene before.
Yeah.
I like that she tells Dogan to speak English.
Oh, yeah.
It's like at this point, we only got a couple more episodes left. Don't waste our time, buddy.
Yeah,
Come on.
yeah. That was fun for the first couple hours, but we're done with that. He's all English now. Like what I said earlier, I think I'm concluding from what Miles said that the spring wasn't what brought Saeed back to life.
No, and I'm also happy that Miles said that to Saeed.
Yeah.
Like, by the way, something evil has taken you over because it wasn't these guys.
Right.
It must be something else.
Right.
No, it's good that Saeed, because at first Saeed thought Jack saved him.
Right.
And Jack was like, I didn't do it. And Saeed's like, I don't care. Like, all right. But then he assumed the other saved him.
Yeah.
But it's like, no. Try again.
Right. Yeah, he keeps getting it wrong.
I got a question about Saeed and Locke. I guess I'll wait for that.
Okay.
Till the stabby scene.
Okay, stabby, yeah. All right, so shall we go to the next scene? It's kind of straight lead-in from this.
Yeah.
Dogan leads Saeed inside the temple. Dogan asks Saeed where Jack and Hurley went. Saeed asks about, he doesn't know. Saeed asks about Claire. Dogan says she is a confused girl under the influence of an angry man. Dogan pulls out a box from a little plant.
A plantern.
Yeah, thank you. Plantern? Is that a word?
Mm-hmm.
That's the word for that thing?
Yep.
Plantern. I've never heard that.
Plantern is where you put plants in.
Wow. Nice. Okay. So he pulls out a box from a plantern, and Saeed asks, what man? And Dogan tells Saeed he has been trapped for years, but since Jacob is dead, he's free now, and he will not stop until he's destroyed everybody now, every living thing on this island. He is evil incarnate. Dogan wants Saeed to kill him. He pulls out a knife from the box. He tells Saeed that he will come to you as someone you know, someone who died. Saeed has to plunge the knife into his chest before he speaks, or else it will be too late. Saeed wonders why he would do Dogan any favors. Dogan appeals to Saeed's claim of goodness and asks him to prove it.
All right.
So, are we, what's the, let's see, what can I make of this? Yeah, let's see. Yeah, there's a lot of things I want to bring up, and I can't seem to get a start here.
How about we start with the knife?
Okay. What about the knife? So, do you think this knife is something special? I mean, what's is this just an elaborate ruse, or is there really something to what he's telling Saeed? Like, it turns out that Locke actually does speak before Saeed stabs him, so it's kind of ambiguous whether, it would have worked or not. I'm inclined to think that it wouldn't have, but,
Yeah, I feel like it wouldn't have worked, and I feel like even though Locke said something before Saeed stabbed him, I think if you're strict about Dogan's instructions, then it's that he can't speak after he's stabbed. Which he doesn't get to speak after he does speak after he's stabbed, but that's because it doesn't work. That's what I assumed, like when Locke says, hello, Saeed, like, that doesn't count.
Okay. Yeah.
But when he stabs him, then he's not supposed to be able to say anything after that.
Okay. I see. So you're not assuming that, that there was any truth to this story about how
I feel like it, yeah. I mean, now it's obviously, the crazy stuff to talk about here is like the knife and all that stuff. There's some evidence on both sides, but I would say from how it plays out, he wasn't going to be able to kill Locke by using that knife. But what's weird with the knife is, okay, it's in the planter. I think it's planter.
Oh, I thought it was plantern.
Yeah, I think it's planter.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
it seems like a plantern should be like a lantern with a plant in it.
Well, that won't illuminate anything.
I guess not.
And yeah, it's weird that it's hidden, under this in this planter thing, and so that to me makes me think that the knife has something interesting about it, some symbolism.
Yeah, something.
I feel like it might come into play again since Saeed gave it back to Dogen. Although I guess he killed him with it. Oh yeah, Saeed has it at the end.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, it makes me think it was. They make it seem like it's going to work, and I think they have to do that.
Right.
So I think that's what's confusing.
Yeah, because they're selling it to the audience as well. We're supposed to, think this is real. I think at this point.
Yeah.
So they can turn it around later. So.
It could be that Dogen is wrong. It could be he hoped that this would kill Locke.
Yeah, I mean, I think.
Or at the very least Locke would kill Saeed.
Yeah. I think he would certainly be happy if Locke were killed.
Yeah.
That would sort of, be really solve his big problem here. But I guess as a second best, if he kills Saeed, there's that.
Yeah. I kind of feel like you can't kill Locke, and so I feel like Dogen should know that.
Yeah, I agree.
Which is what Locke says. Locke basically says he knows there's no way you'd be able to kill me.
Yeah, I believe Locke about that.
Yeah.
So I guess I'm assuming this is kind of an elaborate ruse, and this knife is special to Dogen, seemingly, but it's not necessarily like a magic knife or anything.
Yeah.
It certainly functions as a knife, as we see later.
Mm-hmm.
An ordinary knife.
The stabbing part, it's got that down.
For stabbing, yeah, exactly.
I love Saeed's line. Since I've been here, I've been drowned, beaten, and tortured at your hands. Love that. It's like, don't forget, shocked and dust blown and branded.
Mhm.
It's kind of like Jack when the others kidnapped him. It's like, all this stuff you did to me, and now you're going to do you a favor.
Right.
Those others, man, they really put you out.
Yeah, they don't make it easy.
Because they don't wear shoes.
Yeah.
What else in the scene?
And they brush away their footprints.
Well, why wouldn't they?
So we find out that, at least according to Dogen, somehow Jacob was trapping Smokey, and did I say Jacob? Did I say whatever? You know what I mean?
That's the right words.
Oh, good. Okay, I thought I said the wrong ones. Anyway, we find out that he was trapping him, and somehow, so now that Jacob's dead, he's free. That's what Dogen says here. But Smokey told Sawyer that he was trapped. Still, like currently. So I guess I'm wondering if he really is free. I mean, I kind of asked this question earlier. Why not just leave? Go. Have your fun.
I think those are two different things. I think he told Sawyer he was trapped. But I think he was just recently not trapped.
Okay.
He's sort of trapped, you know what I mean? Like he's being exactly spot on.
Until very recently, he was trapped.
Until very recently, he was trapped, and I think
Okay.
he had been, so he was trying to, do all these random little things before he left the island.
Yeah.
He seems to, the recruiting thing, I think, is part of it. I think leaving the island isn't just it.
Yeah.
This whole recruiting thing seems to be important.
He seems to have a little more on his agenda than going home.
Yeah.
But it's not clear what that is. But it does raise the question, why was Jacob trapping Smokey? How did he get trapped? I mean, those are kind of big questions for the show. But, I guess I didn't really understand that. I had the impression that they were both on the island and they both wanted to be there. It was just that Smokey wanted to kill Jacob because he didn't like what he was doing with the island. Not that he was trapped there by Jacob. Why would Jacob trap him there?
I feel like it's a little more complicated maybe than that. Not necessarily that Jacob was trapping him there, but that, I think it has to do with roles, and I think they both had specific roles. So I feel like it's not. It's the same thing with Dogen. Like, now that Dogen's dead, Smokey can enter. But it wasn't like Dogen. Again, maybe it has to. If it is tied to the ash, then it would be. The ash is really keeping him out, but that's kind of, tied to Dogen, and Smokey can't leave the island, and that's tied to Jacob. But I don't know. I think the big questions like that is I don't think you can guess what the answer is at this point.
Okay. I guess that's just not how I thought it was working. That wasn't the impression I had. Previous to this, but yeah, it's. I mean, I'm sure later on we'll probably have a better idea what happened with them, and maybe this will make sense.
Yeah.
Oh, and Dogen knows that. I mean, he calls. Dogen seems to have some clue what's going on. I mean, he seems to know quite a bit more than Ben ever did, and also quite a bit more than Richard, which I find kind of curious. Although we do find out that Dogen was sent there by Jacob personally.
Yeah.
So that probably gives him a status that Ben didn't have. Although I think Richard might have had some personal thing with Jacob as well. But for some reason, Richard never found out what a candidate was. I don't really understand that. That seems really surprising to me. Since he was there longer than Dogen was, I think.
Yeah.
It's odd that he would know less about a sort of major issue on the island like that. So he calls him a man. So like Dogen knows that Smokey's a man, which I don't think is totally obvious. If you didn't hear Smokey say that a couple episodes ago, I mean, wouldn't have been obvious to me. As far as I can tell, he's a smoke monster who can take the form of people, and seems to be, impervious to injury. I mean, that's just not what most people are like. And he also knows that he takes the form of people who died, and tends to take the form of people that, if he's going to appear to someone, he'll take the form of someone they knew who died. So that's,
which I thought was strange, because at this point he can't change what he looks like. So, it's almost like, well, it's fortunate that Saeed knows what Locke looks like.
Right.
Otherwise, like if it was someone, it makes it seem like, I don't know if the connection is the candidates, like he had to choose a candidate, and therefore, since Saeed is one, like ipso facto, he's gonna know what that guy looks like.
Mhm.
I don't know. It seems strange.
Yeah.
And what if Saeed didn't know that Locke died?
Right.
You know, I mean, I think all the major Losties know that by now.
Yeah. Well, yeah, Saeed definitely knew because.
Well, Saeed definitely knew.
Yeah, I mean, he talked about it with Hurley.
Mhm.
Yeah, no, I mean, certainly all the people who left the island knew, and
like Jin. Like, did Jin know?
Let's see. Jin doesn't necessarily know. He could know because.
He could know.
Yeah, because
he was around people who knew.
He was around people who knew. Yeah, so it's at least possible that he knew. I mean, when he meets Locke, he does say John, which kind of suggests that maybe he didn't know.
Mm-hmm.
Although he might have just been shocked because he knew he was dead and he was seeing him.
Yeah.
Not enough there to really know. I think if he didn't know, he knows now.
He should know now, yeah.
Because, yeah, I don't know what Smokey did with him, but I mean, Claire suggests that he could have sent Jin to do something for him. So I don't exactly know what that means, but.
And how does she even know, like, Sawyer and Jin? She knows Jin is around, but how did she know Sawyer's around?
Yeah, well, I guess because at some point Sawyer was around her.
Well, I would guess maybe Locke just told her.
Or that. That works too. I was assuming they had some kind of meeting or something.
Yeah, there's no way Sawyer was around. Unless we don't know what happened after that whole scene in Claire's tent or whatever.
Right.
When Locke comes in, I doubt Sawyer was behind him, but maybe.
I do too, but I'm assuming that Sawyer is not still, stuck in that cave.
Yeah, he definitely shouldn't be stuck in a cave. Hopefully I guess I would imagine he came with them.
Yeah. Yeah, it's my best guess. Unless Smokey just told him to go somewhere.
Yeah.
That we're going to find out about.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah. Okay. So, let's see. Anything else about this scene?
I think that's it.
Okay. So the next scene is a flash sideways. Saeed walks Nadia's kids to the bus. We find out Saeed's leaving soon. The kids get on the bus. Nadia comes out of the house sounding distressed. Cut to the hospital. A familiar spinal surgeon walks by. Nadia calls out for Omer. Omer has a punctured lung and internal bleeding. They think that he was mugged. Saeed tells Nadia to stay there with Omer. Nadia infers that it wasn't a mugging and tells Saeed not to do what he is thinking. She asks him to go home and wait for the kids. Saeed comforts Nadia and thinks about it.
All right.
End of scene.
So, I wonder if it's going to be, if that's the only little interaction with Jack he's going to have, I guess. I mean, that's all we get in this episode.
Yeah, Saeed, you mean?
Huh?
You mean Saeed?
No, well, the interaction between Saeed and Jack.
Yeah. I was just, who the he was. Yeah, I mean, it kind of looks like it.
Yeah.
It was just a walk-on cameo, which I actually thought was pretty nice. It was more subtle than they usually are.
Mm-hmm.
I caught it, but it goes by pretty fast.
Yeah, it's a little shot.
Yeah, that was That was nice. Yeah, I'm assuming we'll get more with Jin. But I think Saeed's done with Jack.
Okay.
I would guess, but who knows? I would venture to guess that Saeed's not getting another episode. This is it, and so if he's gonna meet Jack, it's gonna have to be in somebody else's Flash Sideways. I guess if they all get together, he could see him again.
I feel like the storytelling needs to continue. I feel like it shouldn't just end with, the one episode is the only thing you get from whatever storyline that they're telling for that character. I mean, some of them end with some sort of conclusion, but some of them don't, or some of them haven't.
Yeah.
I feel like Locke and Ben need more
right.
from that story. Definitely. And I feel like Saeed and Jin need more. I feel like, they have to tell what happened with Jin.
Yeah, I definitely think that we'll get a Sun and Jin-based episode where we'll find out what happened, and we'll see how he ended up there, and presumably we'll see Saeed again at that point.
Yeah.
I definitely think that will happen. But, there's only like 12 episodes left, and if they give Saeed 2 episodes, I can't imagine they would do that and not give some other characters 2 episodes, and then it just gets, the count just gets out of control.
Well, everyone's not getting 2.
Yeah. Yeah. If anyone's going to get 2,
and Sun and Jin's going to share.
Yeah.
Probably.
Yeah, they're going to share.
So, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I feel like we should see what happens after Saeed rescues Jin.
Yeah, I agree.
So, before and after that. So
I agree, and I think we'll probably see more with Locke as well.
Yeah,
I would guess, if only via a Ben Flash Sideways or something like that.
Mhm.
That would be my guess. But if they do what you were suggesting earlier with the Flash Sideways and sort of have the characters come together, then we can see them all.
Yeah.
At once. Yeah, I realize that's one of the things that they used to do a lot more in the early days of the show. Like everyone would appear in an episode.
Mhm.
That doesn't really happen a lot, and it hasn't for a long time. They've always been. Since season 3, really, they've always been split up in some way.
Totally. Yeah, they've always had different groups.
Yeah. It's just they shuffle around, and then we go with one group, and then we go with another group, and, it's rare that you, except in finales and in premieres, it's rare that you have everyone appearing.
Yeah. All right, next scene.
But it is the last season, so. Okay, yes. Next scene is back on the island. Saeed is on a mission now. He encounters Kate in the jungle, and he tells Kate to ask Miles what she missed. Kate goes into the temple. We follow her. Miles plays solitaire. Kate goes over to him. Miles realizes that Sawyer was in no mood for visitors. Miles tells Kate that Claire's back. Kate asks Miles where she is.
All right.
There's that scene. Yeah. So Kate did go back to the temple. You're right about that.
Yep.
And
it
as
looks
soon
like
as
Miles is... Huh?
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, finish.
As soon as she goes back, she finds out that Claire's there.
Oops.
It was kind of... She finally had a fortunate coincidence.
Yeah, she lucked into... Because it could have been Claire was just there, but now she's gone. And
right.
Now you got to go find Claire.
Yeah, that's the pattern so far. Everybody gets to meet Claire but her.
Yeah.
But yeah, finally she manages to get in the same place, and so that's good. Miles is useless as he's been all season, playing solitaire and having no clue what to do with himself.
He's I was gonna say he looks like he's playing with Dharma cards. Dharma
really?
playing cards. Yeah.
Where did he?
I don't know why the others have Dharma playing cards.
That's a good question. Yeah, enough with the Dharma shit. It doesn't make sense anymore.
No.
God, what the fuck? I guess they stole them from the barracks or something. Is that what we're supposed to think?
Yeah, I guess so.
They get confused. The prop people, I mean.
Yeah, I was wondering, earlier when Saeed is banished the first time, when they're like, when he goes outside and he grabs his backpack, and I'm just thinking, when did you get a backpack? Like, why is that your backpack, and where did you get it, and what, like, you know what I mean? Like Kate has a backpack, and they all have stuff, and I'm like, when did you get stuff? I don't remember you didn't come to the island with that backpack, so that's someone else's backpack.
You don't think that's their luggage that they took on the plane?
No.
It flashed with them?
Any of that was gone with the flashes.
Yeah, it's a good point. Well, you know what I did.
I know what you did. Everyone knows what you did. Or didn't do.
Or didn't do. Sure, you could put it that way. Yeah, that's true. It's true.
I love the line, Sawyer sent you packing, huh?
Mm-hmm.
And that look Kate gives them, like, you little so-and-so. And then he goes, I thought about going after him too. And when I first heard that line, it sounds like he was, going after him for the same reason Kate was going after him.
Right.
Which would have been weird.
Right.
No, LaFleur, I'm in love with you. Forget about Juliet. It was always Enos. It was always Enos and LaFleur. I
had your back, LaFleur.
I always had your back. And then he says, I knew he ended up berating me until I turned around and came back. Isn't that a line from before? Didn't someone else see something like that before? I feel like that line is familiar. It's specifically about Sawyer. And like coming from Miles saying that, or somebody saying that about Sawyer. Oh, Jack. Oh, it's reminding me of my one of my favorite Jack lines.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah. What was the line? He said, "You just call me a nickname and call me a name and something."
Yeah. Yeah, a nickname, and if I'm lucky, no, he'll give me.
Oh yeah, it was something, and if I'm lucky, give me a new nickname.
Yeah. So something like sarcastic comments, and if I'm lucky, a new nickname, something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was from season 1. That's old stuff.
Yeah.
I forgot about that. Yeah. That was a good line. Jack has some good lines in season 1.
Yeah, he did.
It was a classic Jack period. This is early period, before he went all arty.
Mhm.
He was much more satisfying.
Oh yeah, all I get for my troubles is a smart remark, and if I'm lucky, a new nickname.
There you
go.
go.
Really lucky, a new nickname. Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah, it reminded me of that, of just being berated until he sent him packing.
Yeah, I think, they're signaling that Sawyer is kind of back in a way, the way he used to be.
Oh, you think so?
Yeah. I mean, not really. I mean, I don't really mean that, but because of what happened, some of the negative aspects of his old personality are back.
Well, I just assumed he meant that that's just how Sawyer is, like. no matter what happened, like if Sawyer was upset or didn't want to be bothered, that he would do this.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I mean, you know, because of I think, I mean, the circumstances are very extreme, and yeah, I mean, that's how he reacts to these things.
Yeah. Let's see. Is Claire still hot?
That's what Miles says.
Miles says that, and I'm thinking, like, okay, really? Like, I know you've been on the island for a long time, but is that the first thought you have of, wow, that Australian chick's acting crazy? She's still hot, though. Like, come on, Miles, let's get in the game here.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was a couple hours that she was there, acting all weird. I love how everyone's saying that, yet nobody knows, like, I feel like nobody knows why they're saying that. Is she really acting that strange? Like, when she's acting like she knows something. You know, she's acting like, you know, in this scene when he's referencing, she's acting like, you know, she's got a message to deliver.
I think this is one of those things that, I mean, if everyone keeps saying it, I think we're supposed to believe that.
Yeah, exactly, and that's why everyone is saying it, because they're trying to tell us, okay, everyone is seeing that Claire's acting weird. But it's just strange because, like, in this case, you know, I don't think she's really acting that. You know, if I saw her, if he knew her for real, I could say, okay, I can see why he's saying that.
Right.
You know, but he doesn't really know her. She was
definitely acting weird in the tent with Jen.
Exactly. She was definitely acting weird in that. Well, when she's, you know, about to murder someone, I would say, okay, yeah, you're right. She's acting weird.
Yeah.
But it's one of those things where, like, they're trying to telegraph that idea to us, so all these characters are saying it, regardless of the fact if the character believes it. Right. Like, you just have to say this, Miles.
Yeah, that's pretty much how it is.
Yeah.
He barely even saw Claire.
Mhm. Yeah, he didn't even know her name.
Yeah. There was a weird thing with him.
He did have that weird thing with Claire.
Yeah.
Where after the house she was in got blown up and they make a run for it and they're trekking through the jungle and it's Sawyer and Miles and Claire and she's got Aaron. Yeah, Miles kept staring at Claire.
Yeah.
And that was the big, you know, that's one of the big reasons why, you know, we think that she's dead.
Right. Yes, exactly. Yeah, and Sawyer had to like make him, you know, give him a restraining order. Mm-hmm. And then when she walks off, you know, Miles says, I didn't stop her because I had a restraining order.
Yeah.
Like, he actually saw her doing it, apparently, and just, like, sat there.
Oh, Miles.
Yeah.
When are you going to get that $1.3 million?
It's not going to happen.
Checks in the mail.
Yeah, is it? What mail?
That makes me think, like, what was all that stuff about Ben being able to get whatever he wants to get?
I know what you can do.
Yeah, exactly.
Don't treat me like I'm one of them.
Yeah.
Oh, you mean the candidates to replace Jacob?
That I don't know about? Yeah. What was it? That was around the Magic Box time. You know, that was like, oh, maybe this magic box has something to do with that. And it was like, the magic box was a metaphor.
Right.
Well, a metaphor for what? Because if you think about it, like, Jacob, was the box a metaphor for Jacob?
I assume the box was a metaphor for the island.
The island as in Locke? Because Locke also has a sort of, you know, he tells Saeed, you know, something very Magic Box-like. Right.
Yeah. But the thing is, I don't think Ben knows about that. I mean, I think Ben's kind of clueless. So I feel like Ben had this impression of the island as a place where, you know, a place that can make things happen for you.
True, but how can he? That situation just seems weird. If he does it. It's like if the power that Ben is going to wield comes from the island, it seems weird since he can't control it.
Right. Right.
You know? If the magic box is a metaphor, then it's like, well, how are you going to make whatever happen?
Right. Well,
he doesn't seem like he has any direct control.
Yeah. Back then, they were making Ben seem much more knowing than he does now.
Yeah.
And Richard
Ben was
too.
in 2 scenes. He was in a scene in a 10th in this episode, so.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
He definitely is down on the totem pole a little bit.
Yes. Yeah. He's really not running the show at all.
No.
And I'm not even sure if he has a plan.
How can he have a plan? Does he even know what's going on?
I don't think he has a clue what's going on.
Yeah, I don't know.
I wonder how he feels about all the stuff that he engineered to make this happen. Like, because it seems like he landed on that island and just lost control completely.
What? Ben landed on the island?
Yeah.
And lost. What do you mean? You mean when he came back?
Yeah. I mean, he was a big figure orchestrating getting all those people on that flight. Mm-hmm. You know, he was behind a lot of the stuff that got people on that flight. Mm-hmm. And, you know, so he was invested in it. But then once they crash on the island and Locke reappears, like, he just loses control.
Yeah. Well, I think he technically lost control when he left because he wasn't even a leader of the others anymore.
Well, yeah.
And then, but he was definitely in control in terms of helping people get back. But that was, once they were back, it's like, well, you've got nothing to do.
Yeah, it just makes me wonder.
He was going to leave them. He was going to leave all of them behind anyway. He was going to leave them on the mini island and go get judged or whatever. So. Right.
Yeah, but was that it? I mean, was that the only reason he wanted to go back to the island? It just makes me wonder why he was so invested in making all this happen, when it really just turned out not that great for him at all.
Well, I think he thought, like many of us thought, that they had to come back, and it was, all this quote-unquote bad stuff happened.
Yeah.
Okay. And that's really the question is, why did he think they needed to all come back? I asked this before, they had this seemingly, big network of off-island others helping Ben coordinate the return of the Losties. Yet who's telling him to do that? Who's telling these guys to do that?
Yeah.
Why do they think that's true? That they all need to go back?
Right.
We haven't found that out.
Yeah, and then first they go back to the 70s, and the others in the 70s, of course, have no idea about this, but once they get back to the current timeline and they go to the temple, what does Dogen do? Shoot them.
Mm-hmm.
Shoot them all. Wait a minute, what? if the others, were somehow ordered, the off-island others to help them get back, it doesn't make sense that Dogen seemingly had no idea who they were.
Well, I agree. Now that is a good point. That he. Well, I think that's the thing. I think he would have known the names, but he didn't ask.
Yeah, he really didn't ask.
Before he did kill them, he didn't ask their names, which was weird.
Is that what it hinges on? He just sort of forgot to ask their names?
Well, because I don't know. It's weird. I mean, because Cindy was they were on the plane, and it seems like he should be well, they might be candidates.
Yeah. And he should know that the Oceanic Six were on the plane.
So that's the question: is does he even know that any of those people left the island?
Yeah. Well, maybe not. But then that raises the issue of who those people were that were helping Ben.
Yeah.
Were they just
I don't think there's necessarily any communication between the island others and the off-island others.
Well, I guess not anymore.
Yeah, not anymore.
I mean, there was at one point, with the flame. But,
the flame got blown up.
Flame got blown up, that's true. Okay, but still though, then so the off-island others aren't getting any communication. Then who are they? Is the idea that they take orders from Ben because they don't know he's not the leader anymore? Like they're just.
I didn't even get the sense they were taking orders from Ben. I got the sense that they were all in agreement that the Losties needed to get back to the island.
But how do they even know? I mean, I just. Okay.
It's funny because all of the these Losties were under attack by the others for how many seasons?
Right.
And all of a sudden it's like, no, we need to help them get back to the island.
Right. Yeah, that's where they're supposed to be, is the island, the place where we are constantly attacking them.
Yeah, exactly. What would have happened if those flaming arrows would have hit one of the candidates?
Yeah.
Or could it have hit one of the candidates? I mean, maybe that's why these people are still alive.
Yeah.
I don't know. I feel like that's not true, but I feel like it might be.
Yeah, they could say that if they want. Yeah. I don't know if I'm ready to buy that.
But you can't. I mean, you can't apply it to everyone because there are some candidates that have. I mean, most candidates seem to have died. So
true. Yeah.
It does seem like the candidates are necessarily protected.
No, it seems like for some reason Smokey can't kill them.
Yeah, Smokey can't kill them.
But other people can kill them.
Mhm.
Which just seems like it's very odd. It's very odd.
Yeah, there's a lot of questions about that whole season 4 stuff.
Yeah.
That we still don't have the answer to. We probably won't get answers to some of the details of that whole thing.
It's really odd to me that like big story points are still so ambiguous.
By odd you mean frustrating?
Yes. I would expect us to have some clear understanding of why they needed to come back and, what was supposed to have happened. And, that stuff, it just seems like it shouldn't still be a mystery.
Yeah, why they had to come back to the island?
Yeah.
That should not be a mystery. Not 2 seasons from when that was important.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, they introduced that idea at the end of season 3, and here we are in the last season, and we still don't really know. I
mean, when they were off island, everything. Actually, no, everything wasn't bad for everyone. Things were bad for some people.
Yeah, some made out better than others.
Yeah.
I mean, Jack had a rough time. Kate seemed okay.
Yeah.
Hurley wasn't doing very well.
Hurley was doing well at first.
Yeah, Hurley started seeing dead people.
Yeah.
And that sort of made him go crazy again. Or want to be thought to be crazy again.
Yeah.
Because I guess he's actually not crazy. According to Jacob, at least.
Yeah. Well, he is crazy, but he's right.
And Saeed, of course. I mean, he was also doing well for a little bit.
He had 9 months.
Yeah. And Sun, well, I think, she was mourning the fact that she thought Jin was dead, but she was definitely taking charge. She bought her dad's company or a big interest in it, and, she was sort of taking control of her life. So, in that way, it was good.
Yeah. She wasn't the best mom, though.
Well,
Who is, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's hard to tell what some of that stuff was all about. But anyway, back to this scene. Or this is the Miles Kate scene, not much more here.
Oh, yeah. Okay. So do you want to go to the next scene?
Yeah.
Okay. Next scene, I'm going to there's a commercial break in the middle of this, but I'm just going to
You're going to read the transcript from the commercial?
Yeah. I don't have a transcript from the commercial, but you are invited to read it if you do.
Well, I thought you were prepared for this.
Well, I guess not.
Guess not, indeed.
I'll try to prepare better next time. So, in the next scene, Saeed walks through the jungle. He stops to take a drink of water, and we hear some wind rushing around, and then we hear the signature sounds of Smokey surrounding Saeed. Locke comes out of the bushes and says, "Hello, Saeed." Saeed promptly stabs Locke in midsection with the knife. The knife wound does not affect Locke in the usual way. There's no blood, and Locke pulls out the knife himself. And then Locke says, "Now, why'd you go and do that?"
Gee willikers.
Yeah. After a commercial, yeah, what a weird expression. You don't hear that a lot these days. Why'd you go and do that? After a commercial, Locke offers the knife back to Saeed, and Saeed says, "What are you?" Locke says Saeed has some idea since he skipped the hellos and went straight for the stabbing. Saeed tells Locke what Dogen said about him, i.e. evil incarnate. Locke tells Saeed that Dogen sent Saeed out there to be killed by Locke, and correctly infers that this wasn't the first time. Saeed asks Locke what he wants. Locke wants Saeed to deliver a message. Locke tells Saeed that if he does what Locke says, Saeed can have anything he wants. Saeed says the only thing he ever wanted died in his arms, and he'll never see it again. Locke says, "But what if you could?" and smiles.
That I would deliver that message for you.
Yeah, that's
haste. That makes me. I want to bring up the distinction that this is not the pitch that Locke gave to Sawyer.
That's true.
He said he didn't say what if you could have whatever you wanted. He said what if I can answer the most important question.
Right.
Which is why you're on the island. So I think that's interesting. That I guess these two guys are definitely on different trajectories.
Yeah.
So maybe. Saeed is a candidate, though, isn't he?
He is.
But I guess he's already been recruited by Locke or something. So I wanted to talk about whether or not Locke knows that Saeed was resurrected. Like, does Locke know what Saeed is, or that he is responsible for, presumably responsible for Saeed being resurrected?
I think he knows, but there's not explicit evidence to support that.
Yeah.
Because he doesn't ever say. But I think he knows.
You know what?
I'm guessing he can sense it or something.
So. Okay, this makes now. Use your words. Ben killed Jacob by stabbing him with a knife.
True.
So maybe you can kill Locke by stabbing him with a knife.
Maybe.
What's the loophole for loophole?
It's a good question. Is there a loophole for loophole?
I would maybe.
Yeah. Yeah. I do think Jacob and Smokey are different things. And of course Jacob did speak, and he spoke quite a bit before Ben stabbed him. So, if that's any kind of technicality, it didn't apply to Jacob.
Yeah.
But it was a loophole. So I don't know. Could Ben kill Smokey? Maybe. If he were brave enough to try.
All he has to do is say, "What about me?"
Yeah. He really should be saying that, because Smokey really just abandoned his ass.
Yeah. He got used. I don't think he's going to bring it up, though.
Yeah, I agree. I think
he's going to let that one slide.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think you're right.
So, I did like this whole encounter though. It was pretty cool.
Oh yeah. Yeah,
he gives him the knife back. Yeah, that line. Now, why'd you go and do that? That line and a couple other lines they give Locke, it just gives him this it just sounds like he's an older character. Mm-hmm. Lines like that, it makes it seem like he's just older.
Mhm.
But I think that's interesting. Here you want the knife back? Take it. I won't bite.
Oh yeah.
But I might smash you against a tree.
True.
I won't bite you though.
Yeah, Smokey's not a biter. Yeah, so this I'm not sure what to think, but for the moment I'm going under the assumption that under most circumstances Smokey is impervious to being injured by metallic objects.
Yeah, I'll buy that.
Based on the bullet and this. And of course, he turns into a smoke monster, so I wouldn't expect his body to sort of behave normally.
Yeah, totally. And there's no blood on the knife after Saeed stabs him, and so.
Yeah.
Something's up.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. But yeah, it does seem notable that Locke never, that we saw, and we really should see it if he's going to do it, offer to Sawyer to, for him to be able to see Juliet again or something along those lines.
Mm-hmm.
He never said he could give him anything he wanted.
Yeah.
He just sort of said, don't you just want to go home and, get out of this place? It's better that than staying here, basically. Very kind of practical offer.
Yeah.
Compared to what he's saying here to Saeed, like, anything you want? Okay. But I agree, there's something magic boxy about all this.
Very magic boxy. And,
later we find out that Jacob, has made a couple of offers along these lines. And so I don't really know what that means. I don't know to what extent Smokey has the power to grant a wish like this. Or if he's just saying this, what it means for this to happen, what exactly will happen, if he's going to make this come true. I mean, if they just go back to the real world, Nadia's going to be dead.
Totally. Which they're not going to do. This whole thing reminds me of. I'm reminded of the whole thing with Juliet's sister.
Yeah.
Who had cancer. And Ben promised that Jacob would cure her cancer if she stayed on the island to help with the fertility problem.
Right.
So it seems like there was some contact with Jacob, or Jacob was doing something back then.
Mhm. Yeah, I agree. And I guess we're supposed to believe that, I don't know, Richard was being some kind of liaison with Jacob.
Yeah.
That's a retcon. I mean, I really feel like back then, Ben was supposed to have seen Jacob.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it really seemed that way. And maybe they were intentionally deceiving us, but I don't know. I'm a little doubtful about that.
Well, Ben's been playing games since the beginning.
It's true. They can certainly say that if they want, and I'll have to believe them. So yeah, when Saeed says the only thing he ever wanted died in his arms, you do think he means Nadia, right?
Yes, Nadia.
Okay.
And I'll never see it again. What if you could, Saeed? Oh, Locke, you drive a hard bargain. I love when Locke said, shame on you. This isn't the first time, right? No. Well, then shame on you. Being talked to so easily. He's right.
He does say shame on you.
Mm-hmm. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. It's Saeed's fault.
Yeah, something weird about Smokey saying, shame on you, sir.
Yeah. He seems to expect things of people.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, I still want to know what he was so disappointed about.
It seems like he doesn't like when people. I mean, the disappointed thing seems like. Well, I can imagine he's disappointed at maybe the others since they followed Jacob.
Oh.
Maybe, but I don't know.
Okay.
About the rest of them.
Yeah. Yeah, he did say all of them, and some of them there weren't others.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Maybe he was just saying that. Maybe that's what he meant.
He didn't address the issue with Saeed of what he is, and he didn't dispute that he's not that he's evil incarnate.
He didn't?
No.
I thought he did. I didn't write it down, but I thought he did.
No, he says, what did they tell you? And Saeed says that you were evil incarnate, and Locke says, I feel sorry for you. And Saeed says, why? And they go in the whole thing of what Dogan did to trick Saeed, and then they go into what Locke wants Saeed to do.
I guess I took him to be implying that Dogan is manipulating and lying to him, so that's not a trustworthy thing. But maybe I was taking it too far.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't answer the question what he is, and like I said, he doesn't. I don't think he sufficiently addresses whether or not he's evil incarnate. Now, I think if you asked him directly, "Are you evil incarnate?" I think he would say no.
Yeah.
But it's still, that he didn't say anything.
Yeah. Okay.
Because I think he's just saying, "I feel sorry that you got manipulated." But not necessarily that. But the manipulation was that, because it wasn't like he's saying, well, Dogan has no reason to want me dead or anything like that. It was just that, Dogan was trying to kill you, Saeed, not really trying to kill me.
Mm-hmm.
So that was kind of the issue. And the other issue here, when Saeed says, why don't you just have Claire deliver the message? And Locke says, because it would mean a lot more coming from you.
Mm-hmm.
Which is a great line. I'm like, what does that mean? Yikes. Again, I would have to say that the others took, it gave it extra weight. It gave Saeed's message extra weight that he was a candidate, I guess.
Oh, is that the idea?
I guess that's the only thing I can think of. Either that he's a candidate or that he's an oceanic, that he was on the plane. But I think more that he's a candidate, and so therefore when he says Jacob is dead and there's another man, blah, 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 that somehow that means more than if Claire would have said it, who I guess isn't a candidate, or something.
I think her name was scratched out.
Yeah. Well, she was dead.
Yeah, there's that.
Yeah.
Although I think Saeed's dead too, so I don't know what that means. I actually thought he just meant that Saeed was a better public speaker.
Maybe he means that.
Because I think he is.
Mm-hmm. Well, why wouldn't he be? He's British.
When Saeed gets in the middle of the crowd and starts announcing something like that, I take notice. Claire, she's acting all weird.
Well, but he says it would mean a lot more, not that it would be better coming from you.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
But yeah,
No, I think you're a lot closer to right than I am. I really thought he just meant Saeed would be more effective. His communication skills, were more advanced.
He's a translator.
That's true.
Although I think he's lying about that, by the way.
You think he's lying? Oh no.
I thought he was lying about he translates oil contracts or something.
Mm-hmm.
That just sounds like a lie to me. I guess we're supposed to believe he's got this mild-mannered life, but
yeah,
now. But it just sounded like a lie to me.
I thought the same thing when he first said it, but based on the way the episode goes, I do think it's supposed to be the truth.
Yeah. Yeah, they have another fake out that I'll mention later that they did to me that I'm like, oh, I thought this was going to happen, and it didn't.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Translating oil contracts. Not that exciting.
Yeah.
Like, you're such a liar.
Yeah, I mean, originally he was in Australia on this secret mission for the CIA and all kinds of crazy shit going on. Yeah, like, are they trying to say, like, none of his involvements with his former group buddies or whatever, like, come into play anymore? Like, because that was the whole thing, right? His friend. Yeah. Something mosque. Yeah. Something attack. Yes. All of the above. Yeah. Yeah, and then he had to go undercover, and then I think his friend killed himself when he found out Saeed betrayed him, and the CIA got him to do it in exchange for telling him where Nadia was. Mm-hmm. But see, in this universe, he knows where Nadia is. Already. Yeah. She's clearly, this isn't the first time she's seen Saeed in, 12 years or what have you. Yeah, totally. So I do think it's a different circumstance that he's in Australia. Yeah, I feel like her escape might have been different too. Yeah, possibly. But she's still in Los Angeles. That's right. I wonder if that's supposed to be, if there's any way, like, it's a Greg Nations question, if that's supposed to be the same house Nadia was looking at when Locke was the house inspector. Right. That'd be interesting. Yeah, that is a Greg Nations question. Yeah, that was when he assumed she was married, and she wasn't. Mm-mm. She was just living alone. But I guess she was destined to live in L.A. Got to make her dream come true. Even though she was in England for a little while. Yeah. All right, I'm ready for the next scene. I don't know if that still happened. Okay. Let me see here. Okay. Next scene is flash sideways. Saeed repairs a vase. The kids are asleep. Omer is recovering. Nadia knows that Saeed knows about the loan. Saeed offers money, but Nadia wants Omer to take responsibility for the loan. Nadia asks why Saeed pushed her towards her brother instead of himself. Saeed tells her he can't be with her because he doesn't deserve her because of the horrible things he's done. Ouch. Yeah. That's an ouch. So this is what I was referring to a second ago when I said they did another fake out. When the scene starts with Saeed repairing the vase, and he's like, oh, we had a little incident with the boomerang. Mm-hmm. I was just so convinced that we were going to learn that, the bad guys came to the house and Saeed, just kicked their butt. And the vase broke, and so he's covering up the fact that she told him not to go fight. Right. And he sort of had to, or he got into a fight. And I totally that was a total lost thing to me. I'm like, this is what's going to happen. I totally know it. Mm-hmm. And his whole thing about the boomerang. I'm like, good cover, Saeed. Yeah, good cover. Yeah. But apparently that's what happened. No, yeah, I think so. Yeah, I'm just like, wow, that's sometimes it's not a red herring. Yeah. Yeah, he just went home. He did. He just went home. Yeah, I think I thought something was suspicious as well. It seemed like it seemed like an unnecessary detail.
Yeah.
You know, why put that in there if you're not going to do anything with it?
Exactly.
But they didn't do anything with it.
Why put it in there?
So sometimes it happens.
Like, why would you throw a boomerang indoors?
Good question.
Silly kids.
It's really not going to work.
It's not going to work. Gotta have some space.
Yeah. Boomerangs are hard to throw anyway.
To make it do what it's supposed to do, you gotta know what you're doing.
Yeah, you really gotta. Oh man, I always wanted them to work like they did in cartoons, but they never did it.
They really don't.
You throw it, it sort of hooks, and it's like, well, if I run over there, maybe I can catch it.
Yeah, it's how you throw it. You gotta know how to throw it. Yeah.
I've seen people do it and have it work, but yeah, I don't know. I guess I didn't practice enough.
Mhm.
I always liked the idea, though.
Oh, it's great.
Cool to, like, throw something and have it, come back to you.
Like a stringless yo-yo.
Because normally when you play catch with stuff, you got to have someone else.
Mhm.
What did you say? It's like a string with yo-yo?
Yes.
Okay, just checking. Does that sentence... Is that okay? All right. I had to verify. That's all. Okay, so let's see. Anything else about this scene?
Saeed says he doesn't deserve Nadia.
Oh,
and that's why he can't be with her. But it seems like, first of all, how old are those kids? Like 6?
Yeah.
The oldest one is probably like 5 or 6.
Yeah.
So that's, so assuming that many years, at least, Naeed, you got me doing it.
Sorry.
It's like if you switch that, she's got D-I-A. It's N-A-D-I-A and S-A-Y-I-D.
Yeah.
So they have an A in the same place and an I in the same place.
Yeah.
And you switch some letters around, and it's almost the same name.
Yeah. Yeah. It's kind of like the Walt and Locke thing.
Yeah.
Like a lot of the same letters there, and they just kind of sound alike, and you just flip them.
My point was, I guess it's been 12 years since his Republican Guard days.
Right.
Which, does the math work out on that?
Pretty much. This is 2004, and I think the Gulf War was like 91, 92.
Okay. My point was that she's asking this question after like 6 years.
Mhm.
So it's been 6 years of, I'm going to bring you flowers when I come to see you, and all these other little things of, all that stuff. I just find it, I guess, a little strange that Nadia, was in love with Saeed, yet he pushed her towards his brother, and she was like, okay. It's like,
yeah.
She must have. I mean, she must love Omer, right?
Apparently.
To have kids with him, right?
Sure. To some extent.
I don't know. I thought that was a little strange.
I agree. It kind of seems like a story from the 1600s or something.
Mhm.
Like, no, don't marry me. Marry my brother. Okay.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. It's a little weird.
Like, he's just as good as me.
Yeah.
He's just as good, I promise.
It's much the same.
Mhm. All right.
Yeah, so I guess Saeed does seem to be somewhat less. I don't know what the word is. He seems to be somewhat less
Combative?
Yeah. I was going to say attached. That's not quite the right word.
Oh.
He seems to have made himself more free of his past here than in the original timeline.
Oh, okay.
Like, he seems to have more successfully moved on.
Mm-hmm. And what would the difference be?
What do you mean?
That he's, well, the difference between this Saeed and the other Saeed. I mean, I guess at least it seems like he hasn't been in a position to relapse.
Well, yeah, exactly. Exactly. He hasn't had the same circumstances presented to him.
Mm-hmm.
So he hasn't had to confront that past.
He's translating oil contracts.
Yeah. Yeah, he's got a nice job.
Yeah, but that pays a lot.
Yeah, I'm sure it does. Yeah, I wish I could do that.
Anything else in this scene?
No, I think that's it. Ready for the next bit here? Okay. We go back to the island. Saeed arrives back at the temple. He passes Dogen on his way in and raises his voice to deliver the following message. He tells the others that Jacob is dead and they don't have to stay there anymore. Locke, he doesn't say Locke, but that's who he's talking about, is going to leave the island. Those who want to go with him should leave the temple and join him. They have until sundown. Cindy asks, what happens at sundown if they stay? Saeed says, you die.
Nothing much, Dan. Just you die, that's all. Man, I tell you, Cindy's always around at the right time, right?
Yeah, I know.
We need someone who isn't Dogen or Lennon to say something.
Mm-hmm.
We need another who isn't Dogen or Lennon to speak. Cindy?
Yeah, I want someone to say, Cindy, you haven't been here for the last, 3 days. Where did you come from?
Yeah, exactly.
She just, appears when she needs to.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was weird. Yeah, so this, I guess this stuff is, see, I wish I knew exactly what Locke said to Saeed. I'm not sure,
I feel like he repeated it pretty verbatim. I mean, that's obviously just a guess, but what do you think is left out, or what do you think is...
I guess I would expect Saeed to ask a question or two about what all this is about.
Yeah, that's why I feel like he knows what this is, that he's what am I saying? From the way he explains it, it seems like he knows what's going on. Yeah.
That's why I feel like whatever Locke said to Saeed was more than what Saeed said.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Oh, you want to know the answers.
Yeah, I want the answers. That's all.
Okay, that's all. I thought you were saying it seemed like Saeed left something out of what Locke said or something.
Oh, yeah. No, I don't. I think he delivered the message he was told to deliver. I just like to better understand what the point of all this is.
Mm-hmm.
So I really don't get it.
Yeah, and the whole thing about, what happens at sundown if we stay, you die, it made it seem like some force, some sort of automatic thing would be initiated at sundown.
Yeah.
But it's really just that, Smokey's going to come in and clean the place up.
Right.
And by that I mean kill everyone.
Right.
But if you can manage to hide, then you won't necessarily die at sundown.
Right.
So it's really like, what happens at sundown if we stay? You die, or if Smokey doesn't see you, you'll live.
Yeah.
So it seems like if you're lucky, you might, and Smokey leaves, and not, and nothing, the island doesn't self-destruct after he leaves, then so you might be able to stay on the island with neither Jacob nor Smokey there.
Mhm. Yeah.
So Rose and Bernard would be happy.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wherever they are.
Yeah. if they're anywhere, that's true. Yeah. Well, I think Kate basically escapes Smokey's wrath, and as do pretty much everybody else who's a main character.
Kate goes with Smokey.
Well, that's true. That's true, but a bunch of other people are able to elude him by using the secret passageway.
Mm-hmm. The Scooby-Doo gang.
So, yeah, really was the Scooby-Doo gang.
It really, really was. Alana is Daphne.
Yeah. I guess, yeah. Yeah, so they're simplifying things.
Totally.
But, yeah, Cindy, thanks for chiming in there. Because when someone says you have until sundown, sort of, that's the question you wanna ask.
Mm-hmm. No, Cindy asked the right questions, and I like how quickly she makes up her mind.
Yeah.
Like, and it's weird. I really hope that some of the there's a lot of little things that I would be okay if we never find out, but things just like what do the others think? Like has Cindy and the rest of the sort of general others, not on like Dogan level, but like the rest of the others, like do they know who this man is that Saeed is referring to?
Mhm.
Like do when he says there's a man, they go, oh, okay, that guy, like they're familiar. Because it seems like otherwise they're just following some random person.
Right.
And it's like, well, why would you do that? Just because he says, just because he's, and the same thing, Lennon, like, I guess that's later, but, Lennon says, it's a trap, he's just going to kill you or something like that, right?
Yeah.
So I'm curious what, and the idea that they don't have to be there since Jacob is gone.
Right.
It's almost like Jacob had them trapped there.
Yeah. That's how it comes across.
Mm-hmm.
And so, yeah, I don't understand why Smokey really cares whether they're free or not.
It seems like Smokey didn't want anyone to come to the island. Therefore, he was going to kill everyone that Jacob brought there, just really to spite Jacob.
Yeah,
mostly.
Okay.
And it seems like now that Jacob is gone, he's going to give people the choice to either come with him or die, because he'd kill you anyway.
Right.
But he's going to give you the choice to come with him, and like he tells Claire, she's going to hurt them. He says, only the ones that won't listen.
Right.
Which is really, this is what he means.
Yeah.
Like, this is a scene where they get to listen and choose.
Right.
So, what was my point?
Yeah, I'm wondering if he's planning to blow up the island or something.
Yeah.
Somehow.
If he is, it seems a waste of time to kill everyone.
Well, yeah, it does. It's a good point. It's a good point. But it seems like he wants to kind of, make a clean sweep of the island before he leaves. Like when he leaves, he's going to, he wants the island to somehow, not have anyone on it. Would
he perchance sink the island?
Yeah, that's the kind of thing I had in mind.
Mhm.
Yeah, I don't know that really works, but yeah, that's what I was wondering. Like if he thinks that the island is better off, destroyed.
Yeah.
That it's not doing anyone any good.
And Dogan said he wants to kill every living thing on the island, and we've heard that before.
Right.
Which seems to include all the plants and animals.
Yeah. I think when they say that, they really just mean the humans, But
but it's like, why won't they just say he wants to kill everyone on the island?
I think it's supposed to be hyperbole.
It is.
It's there for emphasis.
Yeah. Well, the emphasis is misleading.
Because I think Kimi also didn't necessarily care about killing the plants and the animals and the fungus and the bacteria and the viruses and,
Every living thing.
There's a lot of life out there, that's all I'm saying.
There is.
Good luck trying to kill every living thing on the island.
Yeah.
I don't think you're going to do it. Even if you detonate a hydrogen bomb.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay.
The other thing about this scene is Saeed could be lying.
Lying about what?
Lying that Jacob is dead.
But he's not.
I'm saying in terms of the other's point of view.
Oh, okay. You don't think Jacob's dead? Okay, yes. What?
We haven't seen any proof that Jacob is dead. That's all I'm saying. We haven't, seen him die or anything.
We haven't seen him tell someone he's dead.
No, we haven't.
Yeah, okay. Why do they believe Saeed?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which maybe that goes back to the reason Saeed is doing it instead of Claire.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe if Claire said it, they'd be like, "Oh, you're just being weird and crazy."
Right.
But still, I thought when he said that, how can First of all, they should know when their leader is dead. They need some sort of alarm or some sort of something to tell them that. I don't know what would do it, but it seems strange they don't know. Yeah.
I'm going to continue to think that the others are really out of touch with Jacob.
Yeah.
We do get some information later that Dogen has some contact with Jacob at least, but it really seems like he really took almost no involvement with them, even at the temple.
Yeah, exactly, especially at the temple.
Which is, I guess, where I'd expect him to be more often, but yeah, I mean, he just, dead Jacob knew that this attack was coming, apparently, and he gets Jack and Hurley out of there, but he doesn't try to warn anyone else.
Who else was there? So Kate wasn't there, Jen wasn't there.
Right.
The only people who were there that really matter were Miles. That's it, right? Miles and
Saeed. Yeah.
So, all right, interesting.
As far as, main characters go.
Yeah, as far as main characters.
Yeah. But to the extent that Jacob cares about the others, it might have been helpful to know that,
he did not care if they died.
Yeah. Basically. He just kind of abandons them.
Yeah, we have to find out what Jacob's deal was. It really seems like he was a really bad deity. Well, I guess he was just a guy, really, who had some sort of strange powers.
Yeah.
You want to do the next scene?
And he mostly doesn't intervene, which would be fine if he sort of always didn't do that, but he makes it a point to save Jack and Hurley, and so that just it's almost
well, they were the only two candidates that we know that were still there.
Non-claimed candidates, I guess.
Yeah. Saeed's definitely on Smokey's team.
Yeah. You're right. I guess that's the idea. The candidates are what matters. But it's like the others are your devoted followers. Cut them some slack. Okay, they're not candidates, but Jesus.
It's like they walk barefoot through the jungle for you.
Yeah.
That's not easy on your feet.
Really isn't.
No.
You always complained when you saw people walking barefoot in the jungle.
I what?
Whenever there were scenes where people were walking barefoot in the jungle, you would make a comment about that.
Yeah, even in these scenes with the others, like a lot of, you see that they don't have shoes on. I'm just like, someone's going to get a splinter. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, it's true.
Be careful, guys.
I wouldn't do it.
No.
All right, so next scene?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right. Lennon spots Kate wandering through the temple looking for Claire. He asks about Sawyer and Jin. Kate asks about Claire. When Lennon doesn't answer, she pushes him against the wall and asks again. Lennon asks Kate to let go and then takes Kate to the place where Claire is being held in a hole in the ground. He gives her 2 minutes. Claire sings Catch a Falling Star to herself in the hole. Kate gets Claire's attention. Claire tells Kate that the others have Aaron, but Kate tells her that they don't, that Kate took Aaron and raised him. Kate says she came back to rescue Claire and to reunite her with Aaron. Claire shakes her head in disbelief. Then she says, I'm not the one that needs to be rescued, Kate. Lennon arrives to take Kate away. Her time is up. As the others lead Kate out of the room, Claire says he's coming and they can't stop him.
All right. I love how Lennon, Kate manhandles Lennon very easily.
Mm-hmm.
And if you notice, he's like, all right, let me go, I'll take you to her. And in the next scene, he's got Kate by the arm.
Right.
Dragging her along. And it's just like, that seems like a weird transition.
It was.
I was just hustling you, and now you're going to just drag me? Like, huh?
Yeah, it's like, you didn't bully me into taking you here. I'm in control.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, is he putting on a show for the guards or something?
Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, I guess he gets them back up and sort of reasserts control.
Mm-hmm.
But it was awkward.
Yeah.
Because it seems like Kate should be leading him.
Or just she just follows him.
Right. Right. Yeah. Yeah, Lennon is a weenie.
He's a weenie.
No offense. I know. For some reason in this episode, he really annoyed me. I never had a problem with him in previous episodes, but he just came across really like an annoying small dog. Yeah.
Well, he didn't have much to do except complain about things that were happening, and that's never
true.
good for a character.
Yeah.
What did you do? Oh, God.
Yeah.
So Claire is singing "Catch a Falling Star."
Yes.
What was I going to say? I didn't really like how. I didn't really like that.
Why not?
That's kind of the thing that they do if someone's crazy or weird or something, is they sing to themselves or something. And,
mm-hmm.
She's singing this, sort of kid song or whatever.
Right.
Or lullaby, maybe.
Yeah.
And they use that music later.
Yeah.
They have that song playing later. And the tone and the mood of it works later,
Mm-hmm.
It's scary and stuff, but...
Yeah.
But the lyrics and why this song?
I think
any significance?
I think because it resonates with the show.
Why?
Well, that was the song that Christian sang to Claire, when she was a kid. She talks about that.
Okay, by resonates with the show, you mean it's a reference?
Yeah, it's a reference.
Okay, yeah, that's what I was wondering, if it's a reference to something, because I didn't know why they would have this song out of the blue. Yeah,
that was a song that Christian sang to Claire when she was a baby, and she remembered it, and then, she sang it to Aaron, and also, it was on the mobile when the others had her, and then later when Kate's taking care of Aaron, they have her singing it to Aaron. Like, they've continually, like, tied in Catch a Falling Star with Claire's story.
Yeah, but why did they use it?
Why that song?
I'm kidding.
Oh.
No, okay. It makes sense now that it's a big ass reference.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they've been continually working it in, and I thought the way they used it in this episode was really good.
Yeah, well, you always think things.
I mean, her singing in the whole, I don't have a problem with. You're right, it's a little cliche, but the way they used it at the end was great.
I liked it at the end. I didn't like I didn't necessarily like the song choice, but I liked how they used it.
I see. See, I thought, again, like, I'm getting intoxicated on the reference and the way they're using it.
You have an addiction.
I do. I'm totally hooked on Lost references.
This is your intervention.
I need one.
Yeah.
I've got a problem.
Got a problem. No more Lost references for you.
I just can't help myself.
What else is going on? Let's see. I gotta tell you, anytime someone is like, I came back to rescue you, you could be with them. I don't know. I found like that. It seemed like that was kind of a hard sell.
What do you mean?
Well, Kate trying to tell Claire that she came back to rescue her after having taken Aaron.
Oh, you don't think she's buying that shit?
Well, I think in this scene, Claire doesn't really care somehow. But I think that the fact that they want us to believe that Claire would be upset if Claire was upset that Kate took Aaron, then I think it seems like a hard sell that, like, yeah, I took him, but I came right back to find you. And it just seems like, it just seems a little phony.
I see.
Even though it's the truth.
Right.
That's what happens sometimes.
Yeah.
She didn't mention where, Aaron is now. I think that was unfortunate.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like that was an obvious thing to bring up.
Yeah. Now, I think it would be weird if she brought up the mom, because then you have to have Claire asking questions about the mom, about her mom.
Okay.
But nevertheless, it is a sort of a plot hole in terms of what Kate tells Claire that, because it's like, no, the others don't have him. I took him off the island. Well, where the hell is he now?
Right.
You're on the island. Who's watching him?
Yeah. That's the problem.
Mhm.
But
they can't bring up little threads like that without having to talk about them.
Yeah, I see. But if this were real, like, I feel like Kate should have said that.
Yeah, she should have said that.
Because that seems like something Claire would want to know. And I also think, Kate says, we couldn't find you, and so I raised him. But I just think no one has made it clear enough to Claire that she just, like, walked away and left the baby.
Yeah, and that was an opportunity for Claire to interject, for Claire to explain what happened there, because she can't blame anyone for looking after Aaron when she's the one who just left him.
Yeah. Yeah, and then she was hanging out in the cabin. They had no chance of finding her. Not that Kate knows that, but it's, that if Claire had a clue what really went down, which it seems like she doesn't, she wouldn't be pissed.
Do you think there's any way they're going to make Claire like Saeed? Because I feel like he's way more evil than she is. And the only thing they can say about Claire is, she had a baby before she was married. And, that's pretty, that's pretty weak for being a bad person.
You don't think that's as bad as torturing people for
many years and being an assassin for hire? I don't think so. There's people who might think that's just as bad.
Yeah, no, I agree. It makes her story and Saeed's story really not symmetric. I think they have the same problem with Rousseau and Claire. You know, they tied them together a lot, but there's key differences, and they can't really be the same story.
Yeah.
You know, Rousseau is married. So, you know,
Rousseau wasn't claimed either.
Right, exactly. That's the key thing that makes it different.
Yeah.
But it's like that's why I'm frustrated with the way they've written Claire. Like, all the signs point to Rousseau was claimed, but that doesn't make any sense.
Mhm.
You know, like, that's not the story they told us.
If anything, if you look for similarities in behavior between Rousseau and Claire, I would say the common denominator is that they're both upset that their kid was taken from them.
Right. And yeah, I mean, they've both been living in the wilderness for a while, and you know, they've become sort of, you know, jungle survivors, and, you know, set up traps and capture others and interrogate them, and, you know, I mean, that's the usual stuff. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, I mean, if they had Claire, like, go to the radio tower and record a message, and, you know, I mean, that would just put it over the top. But yeah, you're right. I mean, but still, I mean, I think, you know, they wanted us to think of Rousseau, and it just, to me, it just doesn't quite work.
Yeah, and if they wanted us to think Rousseau was claimed, then it should have been that, you know, Ben, you know, that the other sort of knew Rousseau was claimed, and therefore, you know, Ben was supposed to go rescue Alex.
Yeah.
From her because Rousseau's crazy.
Right.
And I mean, that's what they wanted. That's what they said, right? That's what they said. Like,
Ben,
she's this crazy lady, and she can't raise this baby.
Yeah, Ben specifically said multiple times that she was crazy. You know, right before Alex gets killed, he says he took her from an insane woman. You know, that is the story the show's trying to sell us, and I'll believe that her state of mind wasn't at its peak when he took her, but I really think it's a stretch that she was as far gone as Claire seems to be.
And I feel like she only appeared to be crazy. I feel like the only evidence that she was crazy was that she killed her team.
Right.
And that was because they were claimed.
Yeah.
So I feel like if the others had known that, why she killed her team, then they wouldn't think that she was crazy.
Right.
So it's like, okay, was she crazy or not? I feel like she wasn't.
I don't think she was either.
But it seems like they're trying to tell us she was.
Yeah, I agree.
And therefore, I agree.
But if they really wanted us to think that, they played her the wrong way for, you know, seasons 2, 3, and 4.
And that means that she was claimed for a long time.
Yeah, I just don't buy that the Rousseau we saw in those seasons was claimed. Like, there was really no evidence for that. The closest she came to acting like she was claimed was season 1.
Mm-hmm.
You know, when she first captures Saeed and tortures him for a while. Although eventually she befriends him.
Please fix my music box.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that whole thing.
Yeah, that whole thing. And then, you know, later when she kidnaps Aaron and tries to bring him to the others, like, that seems borderline like a crazy thing to do.
Mm-hmm.
But after season 1, she wasn't like that anymore.
I guess I just want to say that she was, if anything that made her crazy was having Alex be taken, killing her team, being on the island by herself and having Alex be taken. It seemed like those broke her mentally.
Yeah, things that might make any person crazy.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's not unreasonable to go crazy under those circumstances.
No. In fact, if you don't go crazy, you're crazy.
Yeah, exactly. That's really weird.
Mm-hmm. Something's wrong with you. You're not going crazy.
You must be crazy.
You must be crazy because you're not crazy.
I don't really understand that, but it makes sense.
That's how it works.
Yeah, but once she's reunited with Alex, you know, she behaves pretty normally. I mean, maybe that's what they're going to do with Claire.
Mhm.
You know, like somehow she'll get reunited with Aaron and she'll just be back to normal again.
But she's not supposed to raise that baby.
I forgot about that. Is that true, though? God, who knows?
I don't know.
She's also supposed to get on a helicopter. I don't know that that's going to happen.
Any minute now.
Yeah.
Any minute now. There's a helicopter coming.
Actually, wasn't... Oh, God, I wish I could remember what Desmond said. I want Desmond to have said the baby was with her as well, because then it really isn't happening.
I don't think he said anything about Aaron.
But maybe he didn't, yeah.
I don't remember him saying anything about Aaron.
I want to prove him wrong. But I guess I can't do it until the season's over.
I feel like he just lied because we saw all of his other flashes.
I know, but it's just so... Come on, Desmond. Why did you lie?
Well, it got Charlie to do whatever.
Yeah, I guess so. But he really was having some visions of Charlie dying.
Hey, Charlie was
but it was the Claire vision he was lying about.
Charlie was to sacrifice the island to Mandy.
Don't say.
Oh, wait. Is that a wrong character?
Yeah. Yeah. There's only one sacrifice the island demanded.
Yeah, right.
I think.
The island's demanding all kinds of sacrifices.
Yeah, and I don't even know what the island is, so.
It's only season 6. Why would we know what the island is?
Good point. Good point. Yeah. Yeah. It's nice to be more or less on the same page as we were in season 1, wondering what the island was.
I agree. You know, I prefer shows that don't really answer major questions after 6 years. It really, you know, it keeps you guessing.
Yeah. Yeah.
Literally.
You make a good point.
I do.
It was also an interesting move not to meet the main antagonist and protagonist in person until the second to last season.
Yeah.
That's pretty amazing.
Which I have to believe, or at least I want to believe, that this isn't the first time Smokey has switched bodies.
Oh, yeah. I want to believe that as well.
So maybe, now I don't think this means this is true, but maybe, or I should say that means that the following is true, that, okay, let me start over. I was going to say that might mean that the actor the person we saw playing Loophole, playing Smokey, that might not be what Smokey originally looked like in human form.
Okay.
Now, since that was so long ago, it could be that is what he looked like originally.
Right. I'm kind of assuming that's true, but it isn't necessarily.
Yeah.
But yeah, I agree. I mean, I certainly think that Smokey has made himself appear as other people, if not sort of taken their form for an extended period.
Has Smokey ever looked like someone who's alive?
Let's see. Not as far as I know.
Because maybe that's what Dogen means. Like if because I think we were asking before whether or not Dogen knew, or the whole thing about Smokey looking like Locke and all that whole stuff, and whether Dogen was privy to that. Because I feel like he really shouldn't know a lot of that. Maybe the idea was just that the same way Smokey appeared as Yimmy to Echo. That Dogen knows that the way Smokey works is he will appear as someone dead, someone that's dead to you.
Mhm.
So even without this whole Locke thing going on, that it would have been someone else that Saeed knew that was dead, like Nadia or somebody.
Yes, yeah.
He would have appeared to him as. So that makes sense.
That's what I was expecting. But I'm confused. That's not what you meant earlier? Like, what did you mean earlier? I thought that's what you meant earlier.
What? What did I say earlier?
What you just said just now.
Did I say that earlier?
Well, I thought that's what you meant earlier, but just now it seemed like you were saying that this was different from what you said earlier.
I don't remember what I said earlier.
Oh, okay.
What I was saying earlier was, I think I was just questioning the whole thing about Locke, like, you know, what if Sayid didn't know Locke or something like that?
Oh, were you maybe inferring that Dogen knew that he was going to appear as Locke and that Sayid knew Locke?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. See, I didn't get it until just now.
Okay.
Like I thought what you were saying was what you said just now.
No.
So yeah, I agree. I think he knows that Smokey appears as dead people that you know.
Yeah. I guess I was thinking before that, not that Dogen necessarily knew he was going to look like Locke, but that Smokey had switched bodies with some, you know, Smokey was in someone's body.
Mhm.
And not specifically that Smokey just always appears as someone who's dead to you.
I see. Okay.
I think that's what I think.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, as far as I can tell, Smokey either looks like someone dead or he's the smoke monster. He may have had an original form. That may have been what we saw with Jacob, but you know, from all we've seen him in the current timeline, I think that's all we've ever seen him as.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I don't know that was a complete sentence, but hopefully it makes sense.
All right, next scene.
Okay. Next scene, Lennon spots Kate. Fuck, we did that one, didn't we? Where are we? This one, right? Okay, next scene. Many of the others are preparing to leave. Lennon confronts Sayid. Sayid says he just delivered a message. Lennon tries to talk Cindy into staying, but Cindy's leaving because it isn't safe in the temple. Miles asks Sayid what's going on. Sayid tells him he's not leaving because he has to return the knife, which he pulls out of its sheath and then walks away.
All right.
Boom. Yeah. So I'm kind of what?
I was just saying continuation of the previous little scene.
Right. So I'm kind of surprised at how turncoaty the others are. I mean,
listen, the others will do whatever you tell them to do, apparently. Like, they don't really care one way or the other. Who they follow, it's just, you know.
I mean, okay, Jacob's dead, and his arch enemy wants me to either follow him or die. I guess I'll follow him then.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'm surprised how unloyal they are to Jacob.
Yeah, I mean, that definitely seems what's happening. That's not a phrase, is it? It seems like what is happening.
Yeah, that works.
But I would say I would direct you to Sayid's line. What your people do now is up to them. Back to this idea of choice and free will.
Yes. Well, so I do think they're choosing that. I'm just questioning their choice.
Well, here's the thing. I would direct you to Cindy's line. This is a tour guide now. Look at this exhibit over here where Cindy says, if it's not safe anymore, we can't take that risk. So that's what's interesting to me is that it's not like, okay, Jacob's gone, we need to fight.
Mm-hmm.
It's Jacob's gone, we're not safe.
Right.
So it's just like we need to be safe.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like, you know, let's save ourselves. And okay, I mean, I don't blame you. I'd probably do the same thing, but I'm just, since they're supposed to be Jacob's devoted followers, I'm just surprised they don't stand up for, you know, they don't decide to fight, basically.
Yeah, but who's there left to follow? Listen. It's like the Jim Hadar, all right? when the leader of a Jim Hardar squad is killed, the rest of the squad stops fighting. I can't believe I just pulled that out.
I forgot about that. Wow. Wow.
Star Trek Deep Space Nine reference for anyone who's curious.
Yeah.
Wow, I can't believe I remembered that. That's old.
Me either. I forgot about that. I've seen it more recently. Yeah, that was one of the cool things. I love that. They're just like, it's just like, what is it like?
It's like the others in Jacob.
It's like the others in Jacob. Thank you.
I feel like, I agree with you. It does seem like they're turncoats. I haven't said that since the Revolution.
You and me both.
But I think I want to believe that it would make sense, that it wouldn't seem like that if we knew the sort of setup of the others and all of this. Like if we knew why they were there, why they were serving Jacob, like the sort of, the system that's set up, like, and the rules, I guess, now that Jacob's gone, like, why are they there? First of all, why are they there anyway?
Yeah, that's a question we don't know.
That's the first why are they there.
Right.
And then if Jacob leaves, then why are they there? Jacob is gone, so. Right.
Yeah, I mean, it's weird. They spent season 3 on the others, and I thought, the point of that season was to sort of really understand what the others were about, and yet here we are in season 6, and I feel like we still don't really know what they're about and how they came to be and to what extent, Jacob was involved in creating them and what their mission or goal is and what their day-to-day life is like. Like, they're still quite mysterious. Like, it seems like...
They used to cover up their footprints.
Yeah.
Check.
Check.
I'm done. That's all I got.
I mean, there was a faction or a group of them who were just living with Ben, and they were sort of normal and boring, but there's also these temple people, and then there's this guy who doesn't age, and there's all kinds of stuff going on with them, and I feel like we still just don't really know the key things about them.
Yeah.
And so I agree, maybe if we understood the others better, this would make sense. But it's just like, from what I know, what I think I know about the others, this just seems really, for lack of a better word, lame-o.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like if you spent a significant portion of your time devoted to a person who was diametrically opposed to another person, that you wouldn't just instantly go follow that second person.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Just because you're not safe anymore. Like, okay, you're not safe.
That don't impress me much.
Yeah, exactly.
So what? Your supernatural leader got killed by a loophole by Ben. And now you're forced to either die or leave the island with his nemesis. That don't impress me much. Shania Twain, I am unimpressible.
Wow, what would you do without Shania?
I don't know.
It's nice to have someone around who just cannot be impressed.
Cannot be impressed. I think these days people are too easily impressed.
I agree.
And I feel like it's nice. It's nice that there's at least one person out there who, no matter what you do, you can't impress them.
Yeah. Even if it's something really minor, like, okay, you have a car. Isn't that one of the things? What was that? Was that supposed to be impressive?
I think it was a fancy car or something.
Oh, okay. I thought it was just some car. You have a car.
Like a car with power windows.
Oh, okay.
Fancy.
Right, fancy. I used to think power windows are really fancy.
Yeah, there used to be.
Yeah. I was amazed with them. It was just so much less work.
So much less work.
Pulling those levers.
Rolling down and rolling up, and
yeah.
No one wants to do that.
No, and it's really hard when you're driving and you want the back window to go down, and you gotta like reach your hand back there.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like maneuver it, and then like do this really awkward back and forth motion to turn the thing. It's just not convenient at all.
It's really not. Thus, power windows were invented.
Yeah, I don't know how anyone lived without them.
They didn't.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess that's why I don't know how they did it.
Exactly. Like Stonehenge.
Right. Right.
Did you hear they found like an underwater version of Stonehenge?
No. I didn't.
Did I make that up?
Where?
You know, sometimes you have to ask yourself, like, did I make that up? Or...
I like that that's a possibility.
Yeah, here it is.
You just thought, wouldn't it be cool if?
Under Lake Michigan, a group of researchers using sonar to find shipwrecks on the bottom of Lake Michigan have found something far older than crashed cargo ships, a 10,000-year-old stone structure like Stonehenge.
Oh, wow.
Was discovered, yeah.
Wow, that's crazy.
Very crazy.
Lake Michigan.
Yeah.
Wow. I wonder who did that.
It said these submerged stones could have been raised by local populations at a time when part of the lake bed was dry in the late ice age.
Okay. That's a long time ago.
Yep.
Oh, I guess the ice age was when they walked over.
Mm-hmm.
Right, at the bridge over Alaska.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, so that kind of makes sense. I wasn't sure how long ago that was. Yeah, okay. Wow. I didn't think we had stuff like that.
The Americas have a lot of interesting history.
Yeah, that's true.
Anyone who tells you different is a liar.
But it's not as ancient as other parts of the world in terms of human populations.
No.
So, you know, it seems like we don't quite have as much stuff as there is in other places.
Yeah, but ours is better.
Oh, okay.
Because it's a competition.
I see. Yeah.
You know what else is a competition?
What?
The Olympics.
Okay. You're right, that is a competition.
Mm-hmm. That's all.
Okay. Good example of competition.
Thanks.
Well chosen. Timely.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm a little behind, but...
Well, okay.
So
I clearly don't know. Oh, I found out Lost aired early in Canada because of American Idol.
Oh, okay.
Not the Olympics, since they were over, as you pointed out.
I did point that out.
Anyway, that's neither here nor there, since well.
No, explain why it's not here or there, please. Now, first, why isn't it here?
Well, it's not here because it never was here.
Okay, now why? And then this is the real gem. Why isn't it there?
Why isn't it there?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I don't know why it isn't there.
Oh.
All I know is that it isn't there.
Okay. Well, we never promised answers.
That's right. I might tell you on the next podcast.
Ooh, don't tease us.
That's not a spoiler.
Anything else in this scene?
Let's see. Blah, blah, blah. No, I think that's it. We covered it. You ready for the next one?
I am.
Okay, Flash Sideways. This is kind of long. Omar arrives at Nadia's house and walks up to Saeed, asking him if he's going to pick up the kids. Omar has another man with him, and he insists that Saeed get in the car unless Saeed wants them to go pick up the kids together. Saeed gets in the car. Cut to a kitchen. Saeed is led by Omar and the other man through the kitchen. Saeed passes some food and a large man who is frying an egg. Omar asks Saeed to sit down. The man, who is, in fact, Martin Kimi, offers Saeed eggs any style he chooses. Saeed refuses. Kimi puts the egg that he's fried on a plate, sets it down, shakes hands with Saeed, and then sits down. Kimi asks Saeed how his brother is doing. Kimi speaks suggestively about Omar's injury, finally getting to the point. Omar borrowed money and needs to make payments. Saeed tells Kimi that Omar claimed to have paid back the loan and that Kimi wants more. Kimi says it's a lie. Sorry, I'm losing my place. Kimi asks Kimi? That can't be right.
Hey, Kimi, let me ask you something. I think that's what, I remember that part of the scene, yeah.
Kimi asks Kimi. That's what I wrote, but that can't be what happened.
He probably asked Saeed.
Kimi asked Saeed if he was, Saeed asked Kimi. That's what it should be. Saeed asked Kimi if he was responsible for what happened to Omar. Kimi says he didn't do that. It's a dangerous world, etc., etc. Saeed interrupts him mid-sentence by hitting Omar. Then the other man shoots at Saeed, but only shoots Omar because he's standing in front of Saeed. Then Saeed shoots the other man and points the gun at Kimi. Kimi tries to talk Saeed down. Kimi offers to forgive the debt, saying, okay, just relax and forget about it. Saeed pauses for a moment and says, I can't, and shoots Kimi in the chest. Kimi falls down. Then Saeed hears some banging from the freezer. He approaches the door cautiously, opens it, and inside is Jin, looking beaten and tied up. Jin speaks Korean to Saeed. Saeed says, who are you? And Jin says, no English.
This fall, Jin Kwan is no English. He's a loose cannon renegade cop on a mission. I love how Jin is like tied up in the freezer and hears gunshots and starts like banging for attention.
Mm-hmm.
When he hears gunshots. I don't know if that's the wisest
Hey,
thing.
you! Whoever's shooting out there!
Come in here with that gun.
Yeah, good point.
Yeah, and it's not like, he can explain himself.
Right. As we find out.
So we, there is a theory, I'm bad about accrediting theories to people.
Uh-oh.
But I think it was on the
Don't
forum.
get it wrong. You will pay the price.
And someone mentioned, I feel like it was Steven, but I forget who, that perchance in this Flash Sideways, Jin was the one who could speak English secretly, and Sun could.
Right, yeah. I remember reading that theory as well, yeah.
Yeah, and we talked about it. I think we brought that up.
We did, yeah.
On the podcast. So that looks wrong, but it's nice to know that, that Jen can't speak English. So I'm still believing that Sun can speak English.
I see. I'm going with Sun. I'm going with they both can't speak English.
Oh, okay.
Sun said no English as well, and so I'm gonna take it that to be their code for they can't speak English.
All right, Sun's also a liar, so.
Well, I know. Maybe Sun's less of a liar in this universe.
She's a woman still, isn't she?
Ooh.
Okay, that was.
You really hit where it hurts.
That was too far. I apologize. Too far.
Yeah. Yeah. So
what else in this scene? Okay, so Kimi, it was nice to see Kimi. One of the best villains on the show.
Absolutely. Yeah.
That actor's great.
And I would say one of the best supporting characters on the show.
Yeah, totally.
Even above being one of the best villains.
Yeah. I would love to see, what is his name? Kevin Durand?
Kevin Durand, yeah.
I would love to see him play a version of the Joker.
Okay.
Because he's got a really scary face.
Oh, yeah, he does, especially in this scene.
If you put white makeup on his face in this scene, he's the scariest guy you've ever seen.
Yeah. I don't know what it was about the lighting or something, but his face looked really frightening.
Yeah, and he's got that voice for it.
Yeah.
And I think, he's a huge guy, so I think it'd be an interesting take on the Joker.
Yeah, that's true. It would be different. Joker's not usually huge.
Yeah.
But
he had that smile. He had that, something crazy with this.
It was very toothy.
Yes. I think he had some teeth, some extra teeth implanted.
It seemed that way. I didn't remember him having so many teeth.
So many teeth. The toothiest villain on Lost.
Yeah. Yeah.
Saw all of his bicuspids.
Wow.
I don't know if that's true or not.
Oh, okay.
I just said a dental term.
Well done. I don't think I know what that means.
I don't either. It's something.
Oh, okay. Okay.
It's your premolar teeth.
Oh, okay. Pre does that mean in front?
Located between the canine and molar teeth.
Okay. Yeah. I see.
There it is.
Bicuspid. All right. I got to incorporate that. Doesn't seem like there's a lot of opportunity to say that, though.
There really isn't.
But that means it's even better when you can.
Exactly. Any points? Can I get some points?
Yeah, you need some points for that.
Dude, I haven't had points in a while.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. I'm gonna give 8 points for that one.
Ooh, that's pretty good.
Maybe because I haven't given it in a while, I'm feeling generous, but I'm going 8 points.
If there's any industrious Lost Lowdown listeners, and by industrious I mean crazy, who want to tally my points since the beginning of the podcast, that'd be interesting.
Yes, it would, actually. I would love to know that.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Which word and how many points? That'd be interesting.
Oh, man, if you could throw that in there, that'd be fantastic. It would take a certain degree of dedication.
Yes, that's why I said crazy.
Or crazy. You could go that way. Yeah, so I guess in this universe, instead of being a sort of mercenary military soldier, he's a organized crime thug guy.
Yeah.
So that's
OCTG.
That's kind of interesting. Yes. Yes, that's a technical term.
Mommy, when I grow up, I want to be an OCTG. Eat your veggies.
Yikes. That's all Mommy's got, huh?
Mommy wasn't listening.
Oh, okay. All right.
Mommy doesn't know what that means.
Sometimes I wonder. Because I'm the mommy, that's why.
I wanted Saeed to shoot Kimi in the head, and then I guess doing a headshot in TV, maybe it's
yeah, we've talked about this before. We've never seen anyone get shot in the head on the show.
Yeah, I just when Saeed is like, I can't, and then he shoots him in the chest, just because chest shots just aren't, you're just not necessarily going to die from that.
Right.
And he obviously looks like he dies, but
yeah.
You're just not necessarily going to die from that. It's just like, shoot him in the head.
Yeah.
That's what they would do in a movie.
It is. It is. But, many people have died from shots in the chest on Lost.
Yeah.
I guess the one who didn't was Locke.
Locke. I was going to bring that up, yeah.
Yeah. But they gave a reason for that.
Yeah. I you really don't want to, obviously, Kimi didn't know who he was messing with here. Like,
yeah.
He says, Saeed's like, I'm Saeed Jarrah, but you already know that. And he's like, yeah, I know. And he's like, then Kimi later says, the world's a dangerous place, and you know that because you're from Iraq.
Mm-hmm.
A good line, by the way.
Yeah.
And, but at the same time, it didn't seem like he knew what Saeed was capable of, or else he would not have only had 3 people there to guard him.
Yeah, I agree. It didn't seem that way. Like they knew some. Maybe they just knew, Saeed, the guy from Iraq who translates oil contracts.
Mm-hmm. Not
necessarily Saeed from Iraq, the torturer.
Yeah.
Because he didn't specify how much he knew about Saeed's past, just that he was from Iraq.
Yeah, I would imagine his Republican Guard information is classified or something, or somewhat hard to get a hold of.
Yeah.
I guess if you Google Saeed Jarrah, Iraq, you won't get his, Republican Guard information.
Probably not.
But yeah, it's interesting to see that this is what Kimi would be doing in this alternate timeline. Looks like he gets to shoot people less. Yeah. But he's making money, so. That's true. And it's interesting that Omar's there. It makes those two seem like inseparable. Yeah. They were destined to be together. They're destined. Yeah, Omar's destined to be his right hand man. Yeah, and Omar also takes some friendly fire here. Just as Kimi kicked the grenade in his direction in season 4. Yeah, like in this scene, Omar's dead, like everyone's dead, and Kimi's like, okay, we'll call it off. It's like, after all your guys are dead, you want to call it off now? Yeah, I'm not sure I totally believe Kimi. I mean, I think he wants to save his own life, but if he got back in a position where he had people, I don't know if he'd really necessarily stick to his word. I pretty much agree with you because I feel the same way. But I also feel like since I believe Omer, yes, that Kimi was just charging him extra and didn't really need to. That Kimi would have just called it off. I kind of believe that. I see. Yeah, it is interesting. There's a couple of ambiguities. Like, did Omer pay back the debt and Kimi was charging him interest? And was Kimi responsible for what happened to Omer? Like, both things are kind of he kind of implies that he was responsible, but when he's asked directly, he says no. He's so responsible. Okay. I have no doubt that Kimi and those guys are responsible for Omer getting in the hospital. I mean, it happened right outside his store. They knew it. Why would they know about it? Yeah. And why would they know when to pick up Saeed, that Saeed's on his way to get the kids and all that stuff? I mean, it's got to be connected. I love that gangster, euphemism talk where it's like, he's got such a nice family. It'd be a shame if something were to happen to them. Wink, wink. Like, if you take the words literally, it just sounds like he's just saying something nice and reasonable, but but what he really means, which is like an implied threat, but it's like the opposite of what he's saying. Yeah. I don't know, I like that. I like that sort of way of speaking. It's complex. Because he doesn't just come out and say, yeah, I did it, and, I'll kill him if he doesn't pay me back or whatever, the simple thing. Mm-hmm. Okay, so your position, I agree, but I did find it interesting that they didn't directly confirm, either of these points. Your position is that Omer did pay back the principal and Kimi was just demanding more, and Kimi was responsible for what happened to Omer. Yes? Yeah, I mean, like they need to either they're both connected or they're both random, and I feel like that either Omar didn't pay, and Kimi didn't do anything about that. He just decided to go capture Saeed, and lo and behold, on that same day, Omar gets put in the hospital. Like, to me, that seems like a pretty big coincidence. I feel like they can't both be true.
Right. Yeah, no, I agree.
But he didn't. Not only did he not pay him, but he's not the one who put him in the hospital.
Mm-hmm.
Like, yeah, I don't buy that.
That's a bit much. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. I thought it was interesting if they didn't,
It could be interesting if Omar's lying that well, what's interesting is Omar says I paid him back, but he wants more money.
Yeah.
He wants interest forever.
Right.
Whereas Kimi is saying he just never paid me back.
Right.
I'm thinking the bank just put a hold on the check, and they just need to call customer service and figure out what's going on.
I'm not surprised you think that.
The bank put a 5-day hold, and Kimi didn't know.
Banks are not very helpful sometimes.
Yeah. That's an understatement.
The bank is the unseen villain in all this.
The bank is always the villain, no matter what story you're telling.
I see. I see.
Have you heard of the Great Recession?
No.
Well, we're in it right now.
Oh, okay. Well, I hadn't heard.
Newsflash.
I don't know.
By the way, it's 2010.
Oh, what?
In case you hadn't heard.
What are you talking about?
Yeah. John
1992.
John McCain's president, by the way.
Ah! He's still alive?
I know. Hide your guns. He's going to come after them.
Yikes.
All right. Well, I think that's pretty much it. I feel like R.I.P. Kimi again.
Yeah. R.I.P. Kimi again. I agree.
Yeah. What are you going to do?
Yeah. It's
So, is there any It seems like there's supposed to be some relevance to Saeed saying, Kimi says, just relax and forget about it in terms of the debt and everything, and Saeed says, I can't.
Yeah.
Is that supposed to mean anything? Like, he can't let things go or something? Like, that's Jack's problem.
I guess I thought it. I took it. What's the word? I took him to mean something more general than a response to what Kimi was saying. Like, I guess I thought he meant somehow he can't let Kimi go. How do I want to put this? Yeah, I can't make sense of what I'm trying to say. I want it to be somehow a reference to his past.
Yeah, me too. Like, I'm trying to figure out where the weight of that line is coming from.
Yeah.
It seems like they're trying to give it weight. Since
I agree.
The big line, but I don't really know what it's supposed to be connected to.
Yeah. In my mind, I have an idea of how it's supposed to fit, but I'm having trouble turning it into words. Yeah.
Have you tried drawing a picture?
No, I haven't.
Perhaps a musical number.
Okay. I could try that too.
Maybe an opera would be best to display what you're talking about.
That'd be a pretty good opera.
Yeah. You should try that.
Very operatic. Yeah, I mean, I basically want this line to be, I want this line to have a similar effect to, when Ben says, I know a way out, there's still time, and Saeed says, not for me.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like, he is literally responding to what Ben is saying, but he's also making a grander statement.
Yeah.
About himself and his, you know, his own, you know, damnation or what have you. And so I feel like what he's saying here about not being able to forget, it's somehow not being able to forget who he is, or, you know, it's who he is compelling him, will compel him to kill Kimi. Like he can't
He's
bring
the kind
himself.
of person who can just let it go.
Yeah. Yeah, because of who he is, he can't let Kimi off.
I'll buy that.
That's the best I can do.
That's good enough.
So, do you have any theories about Jin? Like,
I do. I have a ton of theories about Jin. How many do you want?
I want 3.
You want 3 theories about Jin?
Yes.
All right. My first theory is a secret. And so are the other 2.
It's a secret.
It's a secret. No, I don't have any theories about Ben. Let me come up with some. Do you have any theories about Jin? Do you have any theories about Jin?
I could try. I could try my hand at a vague theory.
The last time we saw him, he was at the airport. They were trying to figure a way out so much money.
Right.
He had the watch, right?
He did have the watch.
He had the watch and the money.
Yes.
Son was there, and then somehow he ends up in Kimi's freezer.
Right. So my first stab at a theory would be somehow the money was for Kimi, or maybe for someone that Kimi works for or something, and he lost it at customs, and that's why he's locked up in the freezer.
Okay. I feel like that's close to being right. I need some more details, though.
Yeah, it's not fleshed out. I
want it to be more like, because to me the money, the money thing doesn't really make any sense to me, that he would travel with all that money just to give it to Kimi. That to me doesn't sound right.
Yeah, that's a good
point. But maybe the watch was for Kimi or something, or maybe he was the guy that Pike sent Jin to go see.
Yeah, right. That's the kind of thing. That's what I was thinking.
Something like that.
Yeah. Yeah, but I was trying to find a reason why Kimi would lock him up.
Yeah.
And the best I can come up with at the moment is that he lost the money. Or the watch. I don't know. Whatever it was he was supposed to deliver.
But then why show up?
Well, I guess I'm assuming that maybe Kimi picked him up or something.
Okay. Or Sun.
Well, I guess they didn't pick up Sun. Or is she somewhere else? I don't know.
I want to think this is what I want to think happened, and a lot of this is just obviously huge guesses. I want to feel like the rest of that story would go, Sun goes in, Sun and Jin are being interrogated about what's going on with the money. Somehow Sun eventually, shows that she speaks English, most likely in front of Jin. And then Sun gets them out of that situation somehow.
Okay.
With the money and the watch.
Okay.
And then, as a reward, Sun gets the money and goes shopping on Rodeo Drive, while Jin goes to do this. No, something like that. Something where they kind of get out of that situation.
Okay.
Yeah, I feel like something new happened, with Jin and Kimi. I feel like Jin got there, but something happened, the rules changed. I don't know.
Not the rules.
I don't really have anything. It's hard to predict in this universe what happened. What's what.
Yeah, you can't rely. Like, some things from the original timeline are still true, but you can't rely on anything.
No.
So you just have to try to fill in the gaps by making shit up. But okay, so your story is they got the money, they resolved the situation with customs, but somehow things didn't go right with Kimi, and that's how he ended up in the freezer.
Yep, airtight.
Okay. Well, I mean, it's about as vague as my theory is.
Yeah, the money thing, I feel like it's, it's not like he couldn't have the money, it's just that he didn't declare it. So I feel like if Sun can explain, she'll obviously make something up because she doesn't know why Jin has it.
Right.
But if she can make something up and then they can just declare the money, then I think it's fine.
Okay.
I mean, but I could see it going your way too, of that they take the money and that's why Kimi's upset. I also feel like, I don't know, I want Kimi or someone Kimi works for to be the person Jin was going to go see.
Yes.
As directed by Pike.
I agree with that. That seems like the most plausible story. I don't see Kimi getting involved in that story when he had nothing to do with it.
Yeah.
Like, Jin was going to meet somebody else completely, and Kimi just picks him up at random or something, and that doesn't make any sense.
Huh.
So, yeah, I agree. Although, I mean, I don't think there's any way Jin was meeting Kimi in the original timeline.
Yeah, that's why I want I want to believe that whoever the person was that Jin was supposed to go see in the original timeline is the person that is Kimi's boss or something. Right.
My question is there any chance Kimi is still working for Widmore?
Yes, there's a chance.
All right. How big of a chance?
I think it's a very small chance because I don't think Widmore is looking for the island.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, yeah, I guess I figured if he was working for Widmore, it would be in a different capacity.
Yeah, I mean, sure, but I mean, I don't think. Oh, do you think Widmore is Kimi's boss? And
yeah.
That's who Jin was going to go see?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Because we knew from the original timeline that Pike and Widmore had a business relationship.
Mm-hmm. True, but Widmore should be in L.A., and by L.A. I mean England. I meant to say London.
Okay.
Yeah, I feel like that's where Widmore should be, so why would Jin be going to L.A.?
Oh, Jin should fly to London if he wants to meet Widmore?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That'd be my answer. Not that he can't be in L.A. right now, but he shouldn't be.
Right. Yeah, it's a good point. I'm just, trying to throw in something from the original timeline.
Mm-hmm.
Because they do that sometimes.
Yeah.
Okay, well, we have two theories, sort of.
Oh, speaking of theories, that reminds me, I meant to say that earlier, clarify something. Before the podcast, we brought up, we referenced a theory that we saw online about the idea of sort of three entities on the island, the protector, the destroyer, and the creator.
Mm-hmm.
And we were saying, it was from the forum or something. But someone actually wrote in, one of our listeners wrote in and was talking about that theory, Everett Stuckley.
Mm-hmm.
I just wanted to give him proper credit for that.
All credit due to Everett Stuckley.
So as not to purloin anyone else's ideas, but and it's nice when people write in and talk to us and
absolutely
have theories of their own. So I just wanted to say that.
Yeah, I mean, speaking for myself, I read pretty much everything that gets posted on the forum, and I read the emails, and I'm not good enough to remember who said what where, so I can easily forget where something came from.
Yeah.
I definitely wouldn't give, I wouldn't. I will at least say I got it from somewhere, but I'm not always going to be able to remember exactly where I got something from.
Yeah, totally. Be better, Justin. Better.
I'll try.
I'll try also. You try harder, though.
Yeah. Of course.
I only have to try a little bit because I'm already pretty good. And I'm modest, so.
I see. I can tell.
Yeah, isn't it?
Modesty is dripping through my phone receiver right now.
Ooh, I hope it doesn't drip the connection.
It's sort of a modesty syrup. Yeah. That's, you don't want to know what it looks like.
Then.
Yeah, please.
Let me be less modest.
Please. Getting kind of gross.
Maybe just a modicum of modesty.
There you go. Ooh.
You like that?
Yeah. Big
so
fan
any points? Any points for modicum?
Modicum's a good one. I'd say 6. That's a 6er.
But hey, I'll take that. That's 14 from one podcast.
Yeah, no, that's a good total.
Yeah, I'll buy it.
As you know, I'm pretty stingy with points.
You are.
And I don't even think I've given you points for like 10 podcasts. So, this is a good run.
Yeah. The other day I was walking down the street and I passed a colloquium.
Now, that was contrived, sir.
Do I get any points for that?
No points for you.
Damn it.
I was walking down the street. Come on.
Oh, right. I didn't sell that one too well. All right.
Nice try, though. Colloquium is definitely a high point value word.
Yeah, and I heard it from you, so I won't get any points.
Yeah, well, everybody hears words from somewhere. What are you going to do? I didn't make it up.
What?
Yeah, I don't know if you know this, but I am not responsible for the Latin language.
Ooh, wow.
Yeah,
wow.
I am aware of what it says on my business card.
Yeah, it does.
But it's not true.
I guess your business card also says liar on it then too, doesn't it?
Well,
maybe
it should.
Maybe it doesn't because you're a liar, so.
Yeah.
It should say you're not a liar.
There you go.
That's what it says. Your business card says you're not a liar.
There you go.
I'm ready for the next scene.
Okay. Next scene. It's another long one, so buckle up, everyone. Back to the island. Dogan sits by the spring, holding the baseball. Saeed enters, carrying the knife. Dogan says, "You let him talk to you." Saeed says he stabbed him in the chest and then let him talk. Saeed drops the knife on the ground. Saeed asks Dogan why he didn't kill Saeed when he had the chance, since he clearly wants Saeed dead. Dogan doesn't answer the question directly. Instead, he tells the following anecdote. He once was a businessman in Osaka. He got a promotion, and he went out to celebrate. He had too much to drink. He had to pick up his son from baseball. He had an accident. Dogan survived, but his son. Then, in the hospital, a man came to him and told him he could save his son, but he will have to come to the island to do a new job, and he could never see his son again. Saeed says, "Who was this man?" And Dogan says his name was Jacob. Saeed says Jacob drives a hard bargain. Dogan says, "The man outside, I take it he offered you a similar bargain." Saeed says, "Yes." There's a short pause, and Dogan says, "It is sundown. Will you choose to stay or go?" Saeed says, "I'd like to stay." And then he tackles Dogan, pulling him into the spring, and then he holds Dogan under the water, drowning him. Finally, Dogan dies. The baseball floats to the surface. Saeed gets out of the spring. Dogen runs in and sees what happens. That's not Dogen. Lennon runs in and sees what happens. He goes into the spring and sees that Dogen is dead. He says to Saeed, "Do you realize what you just did? He was the only thing keeping it out. Idiot. You just let it in." Saeed picks up the knife, slits Lennon's throat. Lennon falls into the spring, and Saeed says, "I know."
Is Smokey like a vampire? Can he not enter a dwelling unless he asks permission or something? What is this thing about Dogen being the only one keeping it out? I don't know.
It's a good question.
I don't know. So let's go back to the beginning of the scene. He
Indeed.
says, you let him talk to you.
Yes.
Now, this is what I don't like.
I know.
If Dogen knows that Saeed wasn't going to be able to kill Locke, and they only sent him out there on a fool's errand,
yeah,
then why say that?
I agree. Yeah.
Unless this whole speaks before you kill him thing is true.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, and then Saeed responds that he stabbed first, but it's like, well, technically he said hello. Does that count? Like, I know this isn't the time to get technical, but I really wish I could understand what the final word was.
I agree. I think the hello doesn't count.
Yeah, I kind of agree, but I want to be sure.
Mhm.
You know, I want to know, and I want to know, is it even true to any extent? Like, it does.
And that's the other thing. I feel like the hello doesn't count, but it's still not true.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, it's like, is Dogen really keeping up the ruse? Like, you know, is that what we're supposed to think?
Yeah, and even if you know, under Dogen's ruse, okay, Saeed let Locke talk to him. Shouldn't you be worried about what he said, Dogen?
Yeah.
Like, shouldn't you be concerned that Saeed is now back?
Yeah.
Don't you want to know what he said to Saeed? I feel like, I don't know. I guess I just have to throw that line away. It seems like a throwaway line. It seems like there's no reason for him to even say that, even if it was supposed to, even if it's true that like he could have killed him and he botched it somehow. It just seems like that line doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
It seems like he should be asking other questions.
It's because it just opens up. I mean, I forgot about this line. I thought that Locke's story pretty much closed the book on this whole issue, that, you know, Dogen was just trying to get Saeed killed and he knew it wouldn't work, and, you know, that seems to me like a very plausible story, you know. I mean, yeah. Dogen wanted Saeed killed, no question about that, and so I'll buy that was his plan, but having him ask this just throws it up in the air again, whether any aspect of what he was saying was true. Mm-hmm. Like, could it be that he did want Saeed to get killed and he knew it wouldn't work, but at the same time, it is true that if you stab Smokey before he talks, it'll kill him? Yeah. You know, can both things be true?
I think both things can be true.
Yeah, but it's...
Wait, they're both things that if you stab Locke before he talks, you can kill him? Yeah. And that Dogen wanted to say he did? Yeah. I think maybe they both can't be true, because I don't see how Dogen if they're both true, then how did Dogen expect to get both? He can't expect to get both outcomes then, because if Saeed stabs Locke and Locke dies, Locke isn't going to kill Saeed. Right. Good point. So Dogen can only get one of the two outcomes. Yeah. He definitely wants to have Saeed die. Right. So that's why I want to say it's just not true. And this line about you let him talk to you was just part of the ruse, or he's wrong. Like he thinks that's true, and it's just not true.
Mhm.
I think that's the other possibility too, is that Dogen could just be wrong, and Locke is assuming that Dogen does want Saeed dead, but Locke is assuming Dogen thought this wouldn't work. And there again, I confound myself because again, Dogen can't get both things.
Yeah. Yeah. See, I mean, it's weird to have it like this, where like every story has problems.
Yeah.
And you can't, with the information we have, you can't really tell a story where all the pieces fit.
Which is unfortunate.
Like, it's just kind of a mess. Like, what did they want to get across? I really can't tell.
The big thing is Dogen wanted Saeed dead. He says that. Jack tries to kill him.
That's true.
Locke says that.
No question about
that. So he wanted him dead. He's trying to have other people do it. That's the other big thing.
Yes.
Now, the only thing up for grabs is whether or not Saeed could have killed Locke.
Yeah. And also, just more generally, whether the idea that you can kill Smokey if you stab him before he talks.
Yeah.
Whether Dogen was just saying that. Is the knife special? I mean, that's an extra question. Or will any old knife work? And that might be getting a little too detailed, but it did seem like he pulled out a special knife.
He did seem like he had a special knife. I don't know if that's part of the ruse or not, but then it's like, well, why have a knife in the planter?
Yeah.
Is planters the peanuts?
Planters.
Planters?
Yeah.
Oh, the same kind of thing. The same thing as the plant thing.
Oh, is that what that is?
Yeah.
Oh. I just thought it was some
plural.
people named Planter.
Well, I don't know. Maybe it is, but I'm just saying it's the same word.
Yeah, I guess it is.
Look at that.
Wow. I thought I never heard that word before.
You didn't. You've just heard of peanuts for the first time today.
Wow. I'm amazed I pulled that off. Peanuts are in everything.
They really are. Except for corn syrup.
True.
Which is in everything else.
That's true.
High fructose corn syrup.
Mm-hmm. That's the only good kind.
Wow. It's the only kind that gives you diabetes, right?
Well, yeah.
Let's see. What else in this scene? Let's just leave that topic.
Yeah. There's nothing we can do about it. Maybe later they'll clarify how you kill Smokey, and we'll be able to understand what was going on here. Yeah,
right.
I'm being optimistic. It's just, Lost does this sometimes. Like, I don't know where to draw the line.
Mm-hmm.
Because they throw out red herrings, characters deceive each other. Sometimes people say things just to get someone to do something, but what they're saying actually is true. And, it's hard to unravel that.
Yeah.
It's always been a problem.
So
right.
we get Dogen's backstory of he was a successful businessman, he was drinking and driving, which is always bad.
Right.
His line about every Friday I pick my son up from baseball, and I was assuming like this Friday he didn't because he was drunk and something else happened to his son because he missed picking him up.
Mm-hmm.
But no, he picked him up anyway.
Right.
Apparently, and had a car accident. Something tells me, let's just say I wouldn't be surprised if Jacob had something to do with that car accident.
All right.
It'd be interesting to see if we ever see this. I doubt we will. So what's up with Jacob driving these hard bargains?
I don't know.
I'd love to know why Dogen. Why is he the guy to fulfill this position?
Right.
Or fill this position?
Yeah. As you said earlier, this kind of reminds me of the thing with Juliet and her sister. You know, Jacob would cure her sister's cancer, but she had to stay on the island.
Yeah, but you know what? That seemed like it was Ben's thing.
Yeah.
Of why she had to stay on the island, and now it makes me wonder if it was Jacob's thing.
Yeah.
But Ben was like, "You're mine, Juliet."
Well, he did say that, I'm afraid.
But at the same time, yeah, it seems like that was some sort of trade-off.
That
was after, though, right? Because she came there with Middlelos thinking so she came there under false pretenses, of course, but she came there under her own will.
Yes.
And then it was later when she wanted to leave that they said, "We'll fix your sister."
Yeah.
And if you stay longer.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, yeah, they basically told her that her sister's cancer had come back, and then Ben said that Jacob would cure her if she stayed.
Although he might be the reason the cancer came back.
Well, possibly.
Yeah.
You could say that if you think Jacob's into causing and curing things.
Well, I don't know. Ask Nadia.
Yeah. Right. Right. My theory at the moment is that Jacob isn't causing the things so much as he's somehow aware that they're going to happen or knows where to be and kind of takes advantage of the circumstances. That's sort of what I want to say about Jacob. I feel like he does seem to know that things are going to happen. Like he's sort of sitting there waiting, and when Locke gets knocked out of the window, it's like he knew that was going to happen. And so I do get the impression that he just sort of knows things are going to happen, but I don't want to say, and he knew that Smokey was going to the temple. Like he does seem to have this sort of foreknowledge, but I don't feel like he's necessarily causing it.
Yeah.
He's just knowing it's going to happen and then offering a deal.
Well, he's definitely not causing everything. I would say anything with an automobile is suspect if you think about Juliet's ex-husband.
Right, yeah, there is that.
Thing.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah, and Nadia's death was similar. Yeah, so I don't know. It's also interesting to me that Dogen infers that Smokey offered Saeed something similar. Like, why does he think that? What is
that makes Jacob and Smokey seem really similar.
Yeah. Yeah, and Dogen seems to know that.
Yeah.
Like they're just, almost like they're
two sheriffs of the same town.
Thank you.
I sense that's what you were thinking.
I was going to say two sides of the same coin, but that seems like too much of a cliche. Two sheriffs of the same town is better.
This town's only big enough for one sheriff.
I don't hear that one very often.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I still want to maintain that Jacob is less active than Smokey is. I think he's different in personality, but it may be the case that they are the same kind of thing.
Yeah.
And they have similar abilities. And so they can offer people deals like this. Although Jacob's deal is different from what Smokey said. Smokey said, I'll give you anything you want if you deliver a message for me. And Jacob said, I'll let your son live if you agree to never see him again and do a job for me. Jacob's deal is worse, really.
Yeah, but it's like if Jacob would have said, Dogen, I'll give you anything you want if you do this for me, Dogen probably would have been like, will you fix my son?
Right, okay.
But the way the deal is posed is definitely different.
Yeah, like...
And I think with Alana, like, I don't know what history Alana and Jacob have, but it's just very similar in that he came to her when she was, like, injured.
Yes.
And asked her to do a favor, and the next thing you know, she's fine.
Right.
So I wonder if that means anything.
Yeah, actually, I think that's a good theory. That might explain why they showed her like that.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's what they had in mind. Like Jacob it sort of heals her in exchange for what she does for him.
Yeah, it makes me wonder if he had ever met her before that scene. Because
from the opening line, I went back and read that scene. From the opening lines, it certainly sounds like she knew him before that.
Oh, what did she say? Nice to see you again?
Yeah, he says I'm sorry I didn't come sooner.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, that's a weird thing to say if you've never met someone before.
And that's just enigmatic. What else you got?
All right, hold on. Let me
Jacob being Jacob.
Let me pull it up here. Let's see. Incident. Transcript. Hospital. Where are we? Alana. Jacob says, I'm sorry I couldn't make it sooner. Alana says, I'm very happy to see you.
Mm-hmm. What else you got?
The next line is, I'm here because I need your help. Can you do that? Will you help me? And Alana says, yes. That's the whole scene. It's a very short scene.
Yeah, I mean, it makes it seem like they already know each other, but at the same time, I feel like...
Yeah, I think it's a stretch if you're going to say that's the first time they've ever met each other.
Well, but here's the thing. Like, the way Dogen explains his meeting with Jacob, it seems like they kind of have the conversation, you know, before he even knows who Jacob is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but I don't think Dogen said, I'm very happy to see you, you know, to Jacob.
True.
No, I don't think he knew who Jacob was.
I agree. I don't think he necessarily said that. But I don't know. I feel like Jacob is a very particular character, and I don't know. I feel like I could go either way on it. It seems like they knew each other before, but at the same time, he's coming to her needing a favor, and I could see that being the first time.
It would be more symmetric, but
the sooner the you know, sorry I didn't come sooner is not a problem for me. That's just, you know, whatever. Her saying it's good to see you does imply that, you know, she knows who he is.
Yeah.
But it could just be, you know, she's out of it, she's injured, and maybe she's getting some weird sense about who this guy is.
Yeah, okay. Well, you could say that. I think she's supposed to be a part of this, you know, this team with Bram, and they're like Jacob's bodyguards, and I mean, I think Alana is a different kind of person than Dogen.
Yeah. Well, hey, Alana's still alive, so maybe she'll tell us something.
Yeah. It's certainly, it's possible that we can find out what's going on there.
Right. What else in this scene? Yeah, you know, how good can Jacob be if he's, like, doing bargains like this?
Well, you know...
Oh, please defend Jacob. Go ahead.
I feel compelled because I really think that Jacob is doing, I mean, what he's doing here is, you know, could he do something better? Yes. But, you know, he's offering to save the kid's life. I mean, you know, it's like, okay, you can live with the consequences of what you did, or your son can live, but you won't be able to see him again. I mean, it's a tough bargain, I agree, but it's not evil.
It's not evil, but it's not necessarily good either. It's almost neutral at best, because Jacob is manipulating this guy at his most vulnerable time. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that's not very good.
Okay, but he could.
And why can't he ever see him again? Why can't he say, you need to do this job for 20 years, or 50 years, or whatever the number of years might be?
Mm-hmm.
Now, of course, you know, simplicity of writing, simplifying the dialogue and all these things go into play here, but nevertheless, if we just take it at face value, it just doesn't seem like a really like an honest bargain, I should say. It's fair, but it's not. It's just not. It's not honest. That's like your car breaks down and someone says, "I'll tow you, but it's going to cost you $1 million." Well, it's nice that you're going to tow me, but you're also going to get this other thing out of me too. And I'm in this situation where I pretty much have to, he has no choice. He can't really say no to that. He's not going to say no to that.
Yeah. Okay.
That's what I mean about Jacob. That's what we don't get these stories of Jacob just being this great, nice guy who's doing all this benevolent stuff for people with nothing in return, asking nothing of them in return. We usually get these stories of people having to sacrifice.
He demands a sacrifice. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, exactly.
Absolutely. I agree. But at the same time, he could just not save the kid's life at all.
True, which would be fine.
You think it's better to sort of not offer at all? I mean,
I don't know if it's better, but people die every day.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, it would just be a normal situation in that case. Same as, like my analogy, so, people's cars break down all the time.
Yeah, no, I understand, but I'm saying is like most people, don't get the chance to, if they have someone that they care about who's about to die, they don't get the chance to save their life by making a sacrifice,
True.
I think Jacob is, giving Dogen an opportunity that most people don't get, and it's to me it's better to do that than nothing at all.
Well, but also Jacob could just heal the kid and not ask anything of Dogen.
Well, he could, sure.
So that's my point is he's not doing these things selfishly, and the fact that he's not doing it selfishly, to me, makes him not good.
You mean he is doing it selfishly?
No, he's being selfish by doing it.
Right.
So he's not doing it selfishly. Selflessly.
Oh, you mean selflessly? Okay.
Selflessly, yeah.
Okay. Yes, you're right. He wants stuff in return. He's not in the business of just granting people things, no strings attached.
Which diminishes his goodness, in my opinion.
Fair enough. I agree. I mean, I don't think it's reasonable to. Jacob is not supposed to be. He's certainly not depicted as a perfect being. He's got a streak of demanding sacrifices from people and granting them things at great cost. That seems to be his MO. And,
at their time of weakness.
Yes, at their time of weakness. Yes, that seems to be the way he gets people to do things for him. And yeah, it's hard to see that as something that we're supposed to view as somehow just wonderful.
Yeah,
I agree. But at the same time, I guess I don't think that necessarily makes him evil, though.
No, it makes him less good.
Yeah, I'll buy that.
Which means more evil, but doesn't make him evil. No, I think it just moves him more towards the center on that scale. Yeah. I think. I think it's cruel in a way, and I think it's torturous in a way for Dogen to doesn't even know where his father is.
Yeah.
And what is that for the kid? You know?
Yeah. It sucks.
And for Dogen to spend all the rest of his life, well, not anymore, but to spend all that time on the island doing this job and never able to see his kid, and it's almost like a Twilight Zone deal or something.
Yes,
you know,
very much.
It's just not great.
Yeah. Yeah. I agree. I'm really curious where they're going with this Jacob stuff. You know, what Jacob is going to look like in the end, because I think it's clear that, like you said, he makes deals with vulnerable people and asks them for large sacrifices in return for certain favors.
Mm-hmm.
But what we really don't know is why.
Yeah, we don't know why.
You know, and when we know why, it'll be easier to judge what he's doing.
We said that about the others. Once we know why Ben is doing this, Ben said that about the others, like,
yep.
We're the good guys, and
Mm-hmm.
blah, 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 and if you knew why we're doing this, then you'd understand and all that.
Yeah, I know. You're right. And in the end, I still don't know what's up with the others in general. I do know that Ben is just a really, really bad guy.
Yeah.
And no matter what he says his higher mission was, he, just on a personal level, is someone that I wouldn't want to have anything to do with.
Yeah.
Even though he's an awesome character. I kind of feel the same way about Smokey. Mm-hmm. I would stay the fuck away from him, but he's really interesting.
What I like about Smokey is that he's pretty upfront and direct.
He is.
And
Jacob is enigmatic and vague.
Exactly.
He is very, very different. Yeah, you're right.
And that's what I like is that if he says he's not going to kill you, then I think you can take him at his word.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's reassuring. And I feel like as long as everyone's cards are on the table, even if someone's scary, as long as you know where they're coming from, that it's easier to deal with than Jacob, who you could be a devoted follower and he might not have your back.
That's true. That's true. On the other hand, at least in the past, Smokey will just randomly attack you, maybe.
Yeah. If he's in Smoke Monster form, there's no talking. There's no reasoning with him. Yeah.
So I haven't seen any evidence that Jacob does stuff like that.
Yeah.
Jacob seems to be in the deal making business, not necessarily in the sort of kill random people in the jungle business.
Yeah. He did let Nadia die, though.
Well, that's true. Again, I wonder what his deal with Saeed was.
Didn't we figure that out? Yeah, we didn't.
Like what?
I don't know.
What did he? I guess he wanted Saeed to be healed, but I wish I understood why he took such personal interest in Saeed and what his actual plan was.
Mm-hmm.
Because I don't think it happened, and I don't see how we're ever going to know.
Oh, I just figured it out.
Okay.
He wanted Saeed to live so they wouldn't be claimed.
Oh, simple as that?
I think it's as simple as that. He didn't want him to be claimed by Smokey, so he wanted to make sure Saeed lived.
Oh, okay.
But it was, it didn't work.
I see.
Is that good enough?
That works.
It just came to me.
It was. I thought it was going to have to be more complicated than that. Okay. Yeah. That's reasonable.
Yeah. Because, he might know that Saeed is, evil and
right.
be claimed and all that. And
right.
Of course, it begs the question, pretty please, question? It begs the question, or not, that, if Saeed got healed and he was normal, what then?
Yeah.
Because I don't know if Jacob wants Saeed on his team.
Right.
Is Jacob recruiting? Not that he's doing anything now, but...
Yeah.
He's recruiting. Thanks, Alana.
It seems like Team Jacob consists of Jack and Hurley, and I guess Ilana, and whoever happens to be following her at the moment, and Richard.
Yeah.
And that's about it.
Oh, speaking of Richard, I think once Alana and that group, the Scooby-Doo gang, once they leave the temple, they'll probably run into Richard, who's like,
yeah.
Oh, I was just on my way to the temple. Or, he's hiding out because, he heard Smokey in there or something like that.
Yeah, that sounds right. I agree.
Seems like if you want to save place on the island, if you can get down to the Looking Glass, you'd be pretty safe.
Yeah, that's true.
Because if, Smokey can't go in the water, right?
Although I think it's flooded now. Or maybe just that room.
I think just that room because he closed it off.
Yeah, you're right. He locked it up. Yeah, not bad. I don't know if they have that set anymore, though.
What do you mean? They didn't build a whole station and submerge it underwater?
Well...
Is TV not real life?
I'm not going to assume that they didn't, but... Now
you're going to tell me Santa Claus isn't real.
I would never say that.
Then who buys my presents? Answer me that. The answer is no one.
Oh.
All right. Are we going to the next part?
I just want to say I really liked this scene a lot. I really liked. There's something to me really compelling about these two characters sitting there. Dogen wanted to kill Saeed. Saeed's getting ready to kill Dogen. And they just sit there while Dogen gives this long monologue about his life history, and Saeed listens to him, and, they just kind of sit there, and I feel like they both kind of know what's coming, and it's, there's a really nice stillness in the scene before the mayhem breaks out.
Yeah. I don't think Dogen knows what's coming, though.
Really?
I don't. I mean
I don't think he necessarily knows Saeed's about to kill him, but I think he knows that, Smokey's about to attack.
Well, he should know that. Yeah, he should know that.
And so I think he's sitting there, by the spring, sort of knowing that the end is near.
I think you mean Nye.
Or Nye. Nye is better.
Yeah, I think he definitely knows. I mean, now that Jacob's dead, he has to know that.
Yeah.
Jacob was the only thing keeping him out.
Oh, God.
Surprised Dogen didn't say that.
Yeah.
And then the Ash is like, what am I here for then?
Don't talk, Ash.
Ash, don't talk. That was the budget for you to talk. So that was my next question. I do agree with you. I like this scene. It is cool it's cool when Saeed sits down with him. At the point that he sits down with him, it's interesting because it's like when he's telling this story, and he kind of just sits there and it's sundown. Are you going to stay or go? I think I'll stay and kill you.
Yeah.
Because it's great that he said I think I'll stay because you get a half second of what?
Mm-hmm.
Right before Saeed attacks him.
Yeah.
And Dogen, for Dogen too, he's like surprised that Saeed said stay and
right.
Like, I'm going to kill you. Here's my question for you.
Okay.
Now that Dogen's dead.
Yes.
Claimed.
Oh.
Lennon, any of them? All of them?
I was hoping you wouldn't go there.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say no. I don't see why not though.
Yeah, I feel like no also, only because, they kind of left. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, and I guess I feel like the claiming is selective. I mean, I don't necessarily think it's just going to happen to anybody. And
so are you telling me that Montan and those guys were bad and evil?
I don't want to say that necessarily, okay. No. Yeah, I don't necessarily think that's what determines it. I don't think Claire was evil. And I think Christian was claimed as well, and well, I guess you could argue he was evil in some ways. But I don't know. Yeah, so I kind of think they're just dead and that's it. But, you know, if they want to, I guess they could have that happen.
Yeah.
You know, but it seemed to me like, you know, they giving Dogen this long monologue and backstory really seemed like their way to sort of close out his character.
Yeah. Oh, and speaking of his son, I'm assuming that's the same son we saw in Jack's Flash Sideways.
Yes.
So it's interesting to see a character who's dead, like a very minor character like that, who's alive in the alternate timeline, but dead. Oh wait, no, he's alive in both. I forgot. He was just injured. He didn't die.
Wait, who didn't die?
Dogen's son.
Oh yeah, right.
Yeah. I was thinking he died, but no. Jacob brought him back to life.
Right. The difference is that, you know, they're together.
Mhm.
And I think they set that up nicely. It seems sort of random when they do it in Jack's episode, but when we see this, it makes that scene you know, seem well placed.
And you have to wonder if Dogen's son switched from baseball to piano.
Kind of seems that way.
Yeah. Not that you can't do both, but
Yeah.
But it seems like he was, you know, like you said, you know, they're too young for this pressure and all. You know, you gotta be focused on that stuff to get to that point.
Yeah. That's true. And, you know, he's living in LA instead of Osaka.
Mhm.
So, you know.
Or at least in town to do that audition.
Oh, there's that. Yeah, that's true.
Anything else? R.I.P. Dogen.
Yeah, R.I.P. Dogen. He didn't last very long, but he definitely made an impression.
Yeah, he made an impression. Lennon, what did you do? You let it in.
When Lennon calls Saeed an idiot, I'm like, oh God, shut up.
Yeah, he called him an idiot. I'm like, you're so dead.
Idiot? Really? That's not what you say to Saeed.
No.
Saeed is many things, but he knows what he's doing, like Lennon, I promise you.
Like he did it on accident?
Yeah.
Like, look what you did. You knocked over the milk. You idiot.
I did what? Yeah, Lennon, but it was actually shocking to me when Saeed slit his throat, though. I didn't really expect that.
Yeah.
And it was totally unnecessary, too. Like, Dogen is what let, according to Lennon and Saeed, Dogen is what let Smokey in, and so, yeah.
Well, Smokey was going to kill Lennon, or, you know, somebody was going to kill him.
Yeah.
So, it might as well be Saeed.
Sure. But, you know, like, he didn't need to do that. Like, it was just a bonus.
Mhm. 2 for 1.
You know, a little value added, as they say. But yeah, I can't really. Lennon was not nearly as interesting or, of course, fleshed out as Dogen was.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think that's it for Dogen.
Dogen's done.
Mhm.
All right, let's go to the next part.
Okay. Next scene. Let's see. Where are we? Next scene, we go out on the temple courtyard with Miles. We hear the sounds of Smokey. The others who are left have guns, and they wait in fear. Kate gets Miles and says they have to go now. And then Smokey goes on the attack. Kate and Miles run. Smokey grabs some others. Smokey knocks some stuff over. Kate goes to get Claire, and Miles is left on his own. Miles shuts himself in a room, and then there's a pounding on the door, and it turns out to be Ilana. she comes in and asks about Jack, Hurley, and Sawyer. Miles tells her they're gone. Then Frank's son and Ben enter. Ilana asks about Saeed. Miles says he was headed to the pool. Ben offers to go get him and leaves. Ilana tells the rest of them to come on. And a lot more stuff is about to happen, too. I don't know how much of this, like, this whole last thing is, like, one big sequence, so.
Yeah. I only have one thing to say about this little scene.
Okay.
And that I've seen this episode, I think, 3 times, and every single time I laughed as Miles got pushed over by Ilana coming through that door. I don't know what they're trying to say there, but I just think it's hilarious that, you know, Miles is trying to hold the door shut. You know, it's pounding open. And, you know, you think it's Smokey.
Yeah.
That's what they try to tell you. And then he gets knocked down, and it's Ilana.
Mm-hmm.
And she is sort of bigger than him, but I just think it's funny that he was holding the door shut and she just busts through by herself.
Mm-hmm.
It's just hilarious to me. Every single time I see that, and it's Ilana, it's just hilarious.
There was something to me about these characters suddenly appearing at the end of the episode that I found kind of amusing. Like,
yeah,
it's just like they just come out of nowhere.
They came out of nowhere. I forgot about them. I was like, you guys are here? Lapidus? What?
I know.
And then they show, like, they didn't even do a really good job of establishing that Ben was with them until, like, somebody says, you know, something about Saeed, and then they cut to Ben saying, I'll go get him.
Yeah.
And you go, oh, Ben's here, too.
Yeah.
You know, it used to be Ben was the first person you showed in a scene.
Yeah.
You know, now it's like, oh, yeah, by the way, Ben's here.
Yeah. Yeah, he's a special guest star now.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe they'll use him, you know, maybe they'll like him and keep him on.
Yeah. he's just there for a 3-episode arc. So yeah, I think I'm used to on Lost. They don't normally do stuff like this. They normally give us a setup, you know, like they would show a scene with Ilana and Frank and Ben and Son, like, going to the temple or something earlier in the episode, you know, so that when they burst through the door, it's like, what the fuck?
Mm-hmm.
Like, since when are you even, what?
Yeah.
Like, there was something comical about it. I didn't really quite make the connection with Ilana sort of knocking Miles to the ground, but
yeah, she like knocks him over, and if you watch it, like she not only does it's not like she just gets through the door, but she like keeps moving, like you know, she keeps like running in, and with her force, it's just hilarious every time I see that. Because it's like if that was Smokey, he would have had no shot.
Right.
You know, you think he's doing an okay job when you think it's Smokey, but it's Ilana, and she wasn't even winded.
Yeah.
You know, it wasn't like her and Frank,
right?
You know, knocking through the door. It was her by herself. I don't know why that's hilarious to me. It's just too funny.
Yeah.
And then the way she comes in looking around like she didn't even do anything. It's great.
Yeah, I don't think Miles could really hold the door closed on Smokey.
Well, I agree. I don't think he obviously can't, but we see the evidence here. But I don't think he really could hold the door against Smokey either.
Yeah, that would be shocking to me. Although I really had no idea who was banging on the door. I assumed it was someone.
Mm-hmm.
But I didn't expect Ilana to pop through the door.
I thought it was going to be, I mean, I didn't necessarily expect it to be Smokey, but that's what they kind of make you think it is.
Yeah, that's true.
And I thought it was, you know, if it's Smokey, I thought it was going to be one of those, like, you know, when you have those kind of monsters like that, like, if they're trying to get through something and they can't get through, then they'll just, like, assume they can't and go away, you know.
Right.
Like, he'll try the door a couple times and he can't open it, so he's going to leave. I thought, you know, it might have ended like that because, yeah, definitely he can't hold the door definitely against Smokey.
Yeah. 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 No, that makes sense. So, do you want to go to...
Yeah, if you want to just finish the episode,
okay.
That's fine.
All right. Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of stuff here, but we can just kind of go through it once I give us the stage setting. Okay. So then, let's see. Kate goes into the room where Claire is and kicks down the ladder. Claire tells Kate she'll be safer down there when Smokey comes charging in the room, forcing Kate to leap into the hole, holding onto the ladder as Smokey flies over her head. Then next we go over to Saeed sitting by the pool, holding the knife, dripping with blood. Ben enters. Ben sees the dead bodies in the spring. Ben tells Saeed, "Come on, I know a way out of here. There's still time." Saeed looks at him, smiles, and says, "Not for me." Ben backs away slowly and runs out of the room. Alana, Frank, Miles, and Sun walk through a temple corridor. Miles tells Sun that Jin was there, so Sun knows that Jin is alive. Although he actually just says, "Where's your husband?" Alana searches the wall of symbols. Frank is behind her. Finally, she finds the right one, pushes it in, and a secret door opens. Miles, Sun, Frank, and Alana go through the secret door, and Alana closes it just in time as Smokey flies by. Okay, and then right after this, we move to the slow-mo sequence. Saeed walks onto the temple courtyard in slow motion. Many things are on fire. There are corpses lying all around. Catch a Falling Star plays on the soundtrack during this sequence. Claire and Kate come out onto the courtyard. Kate surveys the scene. Saeed and Claire lead the way out of the temple courtyard. Kate picks up a rifle from one of the dead others. Saeed and Claire exit the temple grounds, and Locke is waiting there with the others who decided to leave and join him. Locke acknowledges Saeed and nods to Claire. Then Locke sees Kate, who looks a bit surprised to see him. Locke looks at her a moment before turning around and walking into the jungle with the rest of them. Saeed follows. Kate follows, somewhat more reluctantly, lost.
Boom.
Boom.
Yeah, so I thought it was interesting how Kate picked up the gun.
Mm-hmm.
She's like, I might need this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm really surprised Kate ended up with this crew.
Yeah, it's interesting because she barely did.
Yeah.
But it seems like she's got to go with these guys. First of all, she doesn't have a choice.
Yeah.
But you know, she's going to sort of tag along with Claire.
Right.
Because she's not finished rescuing her.
Right. Right.
The scene when they're trying to find the secret escape, and she's trying to find the right hieroglyph to press.
Yeah.
It seems to me if you know that the mechanism is on that wall somewhere, just press it everywhere on the wall real quick until it moves.
No, you have to press just the right place.
Smokey's coming after you. You know, like, there's no penalty for hitting the other one first, you know, like...
Well, yeah, that's a good point. She seemed very intent on finding the right symbol.
Yeah.
And when you actually see what it is, it kind of looks obvious, like it stands out.
It does stand out.
It's like it's got an indentation around it so as to push it in.
Mm-hmm.
And
a sign that says push here.
Yeah.
Push here for secret escape.
Yeah. So I guess that's the way that Hurley and Jack went.
Yeah, that's the same corridor where Hurley told Dogan he was a candidate and could do whatever he wanted.
Right, yeah. Yeah, I didn't realize.
But that's the big secret escape, and I think that's how Alana and those guys, I would assume that's how they got in the temple.
Yeah, that's it. I think that's right. Yeah, so I didn't really notice, or I'm not sure, maybe I just forgot that we never actually saw the secret passageway. We just we knew it was in that area, and we knew that's how they got out of there, but they didn't show them doing it. So we just see it for the first time here, how it works.
Typical, hidden door.
Yeah, classic.
I don't know how you build. I would love to see the mechanics behind that. Like, you press this, and this huge block of stone's gonna move, and there's a whole hidden hallway.
Yeah, it does seem like there had to be some kind of electronic mechanism involved to generate enough force just based on that small action of pushing in the stone.
Yeah.
Like, it doesn't seem like that could equal, unless it's on like some kind of spring-loaded mechanism.
Yeah. Or maybe some sort of counterbalance system.
Yeah, I guess
pulleys,
they could do
maybe
that.
Pulleys come into play.
Pulleys are always good.
Yeah.
If you want to work with 1,000-year-old technology.
Mhm.
Pulleys were like the best thing going back then.
What else is going on here? Everyone's just pretty much leaving. There's 2 groups now.
Yeah.
Or really 3 groups. The dead group.
Dead group. I don't know if they're a group anymore.
We got Locke's group. Yeah, of course, Miles is, where's your husband? What? What did you just ask me?
Yeah.
Oh, son.
I know.
Jid was here, he's alive. Yeah, only since forever. He's never been dead.
Yeah. So, what do you think about Ben volunteering to go get Saeed?
That was weird, and just the way that whole thing played off of like, I'll go get him.
Yeah.
It's like, what?
Yeah. Why did he do that? That surprised me.
It seems like he actually cares about, getting out of there alive, and that he wants Saeed to get out of there alive.
Yeah, I agree, but I'm surprised. I mean...
Well, maybe he grew accustomed to his face. I don't know.
What about Who Cares, Ben?
Yeah. The Who Cares Ben, killed, is gone. This is the Ben who killed Jacob and saw...
Oh, no. Is it 354? Let me see. Oh, no. Yeah, that's a job call. Okay. Well, let's see what I can dig up. Unfortunately, I didn't prepare for this. I kind of forgot. I'm not good at this. Okay, let's see what we got in the news today. Yeah, see, I mean, the news is really... Oh, they're going to do the census. I forget that we do that. I guess it's a good idea.
I have been resurrected.
Oh, all right, good. I thought you were gone.
I was saying something about someone.
You were. Something about Ben.
Oh, I was saying that you were saying what happened to the Who Cares Ben.
Yes.
And I was saying, well, that Ben's gone. This is a Ben who killed Jacob and saw Locke turn into the smoke monster and kill a bunch of people.
Yeah.
So I think he's different now. He's changed. He sees that whatever he was doing the last couple of decades on the island was really, minor in comparison to what's going on.
I see.
And I think it was a logistical thing. You could send Alana or Frank or Miles. And it's more interesting to send Ben.
Yeah, that's true.
Especially considering Ben helped Saeed get to that dark place. So
that's true.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think that's probably the big reason.
It works better that way.
But I do agree. I feel like Ben's changed. Mm-hmm. He doesn't seem exactly, and he did say with apparent sincerity that he was sorry for murdering Locke.
Yeah.
That that seems, when he did it, I think he wanted to do it, so it does seem like he's changed his mind about his actions in certain respects.
Now I got to bring this up. So, I know. So why did Ben want Locke dead?
Oh, no.
I know. That seems like a question we should know the answer to.
It does, doesn't it? Why did he want Locke dead? Well, Locke had to be dead because he was supposed to die.
But that's the only reason?
I think.
Now, how does Ben know that Locke was supposed to die?
Ooh, that's a tough one. Well, yeah. Let's see. Yeah, I got nothing.
Oh, to die because that would get everyone else to come back to the island.
Oh, there you go.
That's what it was. It was still the same thing of his death was supposed to bring people to the island, yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Woo! I couldn't get out of that one. Yeah, that's the idea. He wanted to motivate everyone.
It seems like you could have lied. Like, Ben always does.
Mm-hmm.
He could have just told all those people Locke was dead.
Oh, I guess so. Yeah.
Not like he's never lied before.
Right. I actually still don't understand why that convinced Jack.
Why convince Jack?
Why that convinced Jack?
Yeah, Jack's whole thing was when he saw Locke in the hospital, he was like, "Leave me alone. I don't want to talk to you." And then he said, "Your father said hello."
Mm-hmm.
And then after that, Jack started booking plane flights.
Right.
So he was kind of convinced by that first.
That
was
true.
a little seed
somehow.
For whatever reason, I don't even know why that would make Jack do that. Like, I want to go see my father again or something. I don't know why that made it work, but
it's a little bit crappy because Locke wanted him to go back to the island, and it made more sense when he was booking flights when Locke was dead, and but I guess it wasn't that long. The timeline's been weird to me. It
made it seem like Jack was flying on flights for a long time.
Yeah.
And I guess it wasn't that long.
Yeah. I think the problem is we first saw it in season 3, and we didn't see the conclusion or the intro to that story until season 5, and so it felt like Jack was with the beard and flying on flights for years, but I guess that's not true.
It was like a week or two.
Yeah. Oh.
I don't think it was that long.
It couldn't have
been that long.
Yeah.
So it seems like what really convinced Jack was his own, depression and guilt over Locke's death. That's what it seemed like happened. Like, Locke was dead, and somehow, Jack breaks into the funeral home.
Right.
And he's all depressed. Why is he upset?
Yeah.
The whole thing about we have to go back, he tells, why was he? What was his deal?
Yeah.
He was just having a hard time.
Exactly.
Like, the whole thing with him at the hospital, right? And he's taking the pills and
right.
And he's suspended or something from the hospital and something like that.
Ben tells Locke that Jack booked a ticket, like you said, based on what Locke said, apparently. I mean, Jack's big thing does seem to be, his whatever interest or I don't know, to whatever extent he feels like he should be on the island, it's related to his dad. That seems to be his primary motivator, as far as the island goes.
I would agree with you if you can tell me how I was broken and I was stupid enough to believe this place could fix me has to do with that. Since that's the reason he gives of why he came back to the island.
That's true. I think I could answer that, but not right this second.
Okay. I mean, I was answered by saying, you know, whatever is broken about Jack is what it has to do with his father. And the island can fix that, maybe, if he can actually talk to his father. But
okay,
he just
thank
hasn't
you.
done that yet.
Yes, that works.
Yeah. It's just that Jack doesn't necessarily know that, know that information.
Yeah. But it just seems like from the beginning, seeing his dad destroying the coffin, and then, Locke brings up his dad. He sees his dad that one time in the hospital, the plot with Locke sort of tied in with his dad. And, Jacob says you have what it takes. It just seems like it keeps coming back to that.
Well, yeah, definitely.
But I think it's also true that Jack had personal problems above and beyond his issue with his dad. But I just feel like as far as the island goes, like that's the main thing for Jack. Like he's just really sort of obsessed with what happened with his dad.
Yeah. He's been trying to bury his father for years now.
Yeah. So now I've lost what I was going to say. Oh, right. So the thing that bothers me, I guess, is that Jack just books a ticket on a random flight, like hoping it's going to crash instead of trying to contact Locke. Like being serious about it. Like, it makes more sense to book a ticket on random flights when you have no prospects.
When you're just hoping against hope that something's going to happen.
Exactly. Yeah.
But see, and I think what makes that whole thing weird is the booking a ticket thing is what convinces Locke that he's pretty close to getting what he's trying to do accomplish.
Right.
Because that's what Maybe Ben was lying.
Oh God, we can go back to that. Sure, why not?
I mean, maybe he didn't. Maybe Jack didn't book a flight right then or something.
Ben was lying. It just he did eventually do that.
Yeah.
You could say that.
That's bad.
You could say that. But yeah, that's the part. So if Ben isn't lying, that makes it seem like actually Ben didn't need to kill Locke.
Yeah. Well, no. Again, I do believe that it was the guilt that Locke was dead that really convinced Jack to sort of try to convince Kate and other people to go. Okay.
So you think it wouldn't have been enough?
No, I don't think it would have been. I mean, Jack seemed content to be depressed, doing the flights, having that beard. Because it's like he didn't really go into action until he saw the obituary for Jeremy Bentham.
Yeah, okay.
And then then he calls Kate, and then he tells her we got to go back. So I feel like once Locke dies, he's like, oh, now this is serious. Don't ask me why, but like now that we don't have an easy way back, we need to go back.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, you see how that sounds a little weird? I don't know. I guess that is the story, though.
Yeah.
And there's nothing we can do about it.
Nothing.
So from that point of view, I guess, Ben was just very very tuned in to how that would work, and so he knew that if he killed Jack, Locke would follow.
If he killed Locke, Jack would follow?
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Okay, just making sure.
Yeah.
Like, Jack's dead? Yikes. Ben's killing everybody.
Yeah, so that's what I'm going to say. That's the most down-to-earth thing to say about why Ben did that.
I'm wondering, and I guess the answer is no, but I'm wondering if Ben broke the rules by killing Locke. If the rules apply to Ben.
Right, which it kind of seems like they don't, based on his ability to kill Jacob. It's like, if he can kill Jacob, how could he not kill Locke?
Loophole.
Yeah. Yeah. It does seem like, I guess I think because Ben is Ben and not, not one of these island entities. He's not necessarily subject to the rules.
Although, you know, Ben and Widmore have their own rules.
Right.
So I don't know if these are the same rules.
But I forgot about the Widmore rules.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's like Ben and Widmore have their own, like, personal, like, they're
Jacob and Lot
in themselves. Yeah. Yeah, they have their, like, mini version.
Mm-hmm.
And are they related in any way, or did they just, like, decide to make up their own rules? Who gave them rules?
We better find that out. We better find out about the rules.
Yeah. Yeah.
We need to make a list of the answers that we need to, like the top 20 answers or something.
Yeah.
That we need to know before the end of the show. By the end of the show.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean,
I think the rules is on there. It's a small thing, but it comes into play too often to not be explained.
Yes. I mean, and they've given us more recently that, you know, Smokey's got rules, and you know, the whole idea of the loophole, you know, was based on some rules about what you could do with, you know, killing Jacob. And so, yeah, and that episode where we first found out about the rules with Ben and Widmore was called The Shape of Things to Come. And I remember at the time, I really assumed that, you know, that meant that was kind of a hint or a first step towards where the show was going as a whole. And the way it looks now, like, the Ben Widmore story seems like a footnote to the story that's happening on the island now.
Yeah.
I really can't see how that's going to work its way into this season. I mean, it just doesn't. There doesn't seem to be room for it.
Well, hopefully Widmore's the guy coming to the island.
Oh, that's right. Somebody's coming to the island. I forgot about that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All right. If Widmore comes to the island, then you know, I guess that would be the way to tie him in. But then what's he going to do? I mean, what are Ben and Widmore going to do against this, like, larger conflict that's going on? You know,
I have no idea.
This is bigger than them, I think.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and I mean, you know, how will Widmore side with, you know, one of the factions on the island, or will he just do his own thing? Like, I guess Jacob was the one who talked about someone coming to the island. So, you know, maybe he's supposed to be on Jacob's side. Although Ben's with the Jacob people at the moment.
Yeah.
God. Yeah, I don't know. I agree. They really should address that at some point. If you're just going to suggest that, you know, these just normal people just are subject to rules for no apparent reason, and just never say anything more about the topic, that's really weird.
Can I let me jump over to another topic.
Okay.
Michael not being able to die, we talked about this before.
Oh.
But when he tried to kill himself a couple times, it didn't work. And,
right.
And, you know, you think Jacob is doing it.
Yes.
But it seems like Jacob wouldn't do that. It seems like it should be Smokey that's doing it.
Right. Wait, why? I agree with you, but why?
Well, because Christian is the one who appears to him and says, you can go now. Yes,
okay, yes, Christian. Yeah, Christian.
And if Christian is connected to Smokey, then...
Yeah. Although I'm still a little bit uncomfortable with Christian's appearances, since I think he's a claimed person, and so he should have a body and not be able to appear like that. But putting that aside, I agree, that should be Smokey. And I think I can buy that. I mean, I see Smokey as being someone who would want to blow up the ship that's invading the island.
Yeah, totally.
So I think that more or less works. It just turned out that the others were working in Smokey's favor as well, and seemed to know about it. Seemed to know that Smokey or whoever wouldn't let Michael die.
Yeah, but they shouldn't think it's Smokey.
Yeah, okay. Okay.
They should think it's Jacob.
They think it's Jacob. Okay.
Although I think the line was the island isn't done with you yet. So, they even do that thing of differentiating between the island and Jacob.
Right.
And I feel like if they say the island, they mean Locke. They mean loophole.
Yeah, I agree.
Although, if he's the bad guy, then why are they crediting things to him? Like, I mean, maybe they don't know he's a person. They just know the island has these influences.
Yeah.
And to me, the only way for it to work is for them to think that the island has these influences, but they don't know that it comes from sort of a man or a conscious entity.
Right.
And I feel like they also shouldn't know that Jacob has a nemesis.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't think they should know that.
Okay.
At least, Dogan obviously knows it, but I feel like Ben and those guys, Ben and Tom and those guys shouldn't know that.
Yeah.
Because if they do know that, then I feel like it's weird that they have, the island and they have, Locke and then they have Jacob, and I feel like that's weird.
It is. Yeah. Yeah. I would say I never had the impression that Smokey was really a fully conscious entity until this season. I always had the impression it was kind of a machine-like thing. I mean, very advanced. It could do a lot of stuff, but it kind of just it had this general protocol, and it just followed that. Like
a security system.
Very much like a security system. Such an apt thing to say. Wherever did you get that from?
Why would Robert say it's a security system if he's a? Why would you lie? Because you must be lying.
My crackpot. This isn't crackpot. What's the word for what I'm about to say? My something theory about why they had him say that is that later, or not later, but later in time, earlier in the show, Rousseau says it's a security system, and I feel like they're just kind of trying to sort of, cover their tracks for why she said that. I mean, then it creates a problem of why he said that, but it moves it back one level. I think it's the same reason they made sure to have Rousseau say Alex in front of Ben, so to explain why the others used the name Alex.
Yeah.
It's just covering their tracks.
Hey, maybe he's just lying. He's just lying. He's under the influence of Smokey, and Smokey knows what he is. Right. But he's just lying and saying and trying to calm her down and say, oh, it's just a security system.
And an alternative theory along the same lines would be that in the early days of Lost, they actually did think Smokey was a security system.
Yeah, near the dark territory.
Yeah, and maybe they had in mind, like, all that stuff about Cerberus events and such on the blast door map. Like, maybe they really did envision that Smokey was, a security system built by Dharma, and it went awry. And, the theory that I had a long time ago, like, maybe that really was the original plan, and they changed their mind, and that's the explanation for why Rousseau said that. It was correct.
Yeah.
It's a wild guess. It's hard to know. I mean,
But you know what? Why do they need Smokey to guard the temple? What's so special in the temple? The pool is the only interesting thing there that we've seen.
No. Well, so my theory goes that Smokey was built by Dharma, so it wasn't built to guard the temple. It was built to protect them from the hostiles.
Oh, but that can't be true, right?
Oh, why can't that be true?
Because Dharma didn't know what the fuck they were doing.
Well,
there's no way they built Smokey.
Okay, look, in season 5, they didn't know what they were doing.
Dharma was having hootenannies, and Horace is like, getting upset about Amy's ex-husband and throwing dynamite around. Those guys did not have anything to do with Smokey.
Okay, look, I know, I agree. In the end, I'm just saying maybe in the old days they didn't envision Dharma as being so incompetent.
But then why would they have the sonic fence then? Oh, because it got out of control?
Exactly.
And they didn't have it before?
Yes.
Do you believe that?
No. Okay, hold on. Let me try again.
All right,
now,
take two.
We didn't see the sonic fence until season 3.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so it may be the case that by that time they had already decided that Smokey was not a Dharma security system, and so then the sonic fence, the sonic fence isn't a part of the story.
Mhm.
Like
I don't want to believe that they needed to create Smokey to attack the hostiles. That's overkill. That's like a nuke to, squash a bug.
Yeah.
And especially since, from what we saw, well, okay, let's just stop talking about it. We're just way down the road of conjecture.
It is. It's wild speculation on my part.
And it's speculation about something they changed their mind about.
Right. Right.
Definitely not what's happening now, so it doesn't really matter.
Yeah. So, like you're trying to argue why, why they shouldn't have had that thought back then.
Mm-hmm.
Right, and so that's it. It may very well be wrong. I don't really have the only evidence I have is the seeming inconsistencies in the show.
Mm-hmm.
That's whenever there's stuff like that. I do think to a certain extent there stuff like that has happened, but specific things like, for example, I thought that Alp, when they showed Alper with the long hair and the man behind the curtain, I thought that the story behind that was that they didn't originally intend for him to not have aged, and they when it didn't work, they sort of when fans inferred that he wasn't aging, they decided he wasn't aging. But on the Geronimo Jack's Beard podcast, they read from the script in that scene, and the script doesn't say that he doesn't look aged, or he doesn't look younger, but it also doesn't say that he does look younger.
Mm-hmm.
So the script was not specific about his appearance. It just specified that it was him and that he had a neatly trimmed beard. So
yeah.
I feel I was wrong about that.
Yeah.
There's no clear evidence that they intended for him to look younger in that scene.
Yeah.
So they may very well have intended for him not to have aged then, and it's just the makeup department that's responsible for why he looks like that.
Yeah. Wasn't that what I said?
Is it?
I don't remember. I don't know. I don't think I think I was on the other side of that issue.
You were.
I just feel like having a character like Richard, they should have known from the beginning what his deal was. Yeah. Whether or not if he's this sort of immortal character and why and how long he's been on the island. Like I just feel like that's the kind of simple things when you have a character.
Yeah.
Yes. So and obviously they can change their mind, but they should have the original idea there.
Right. Yeah. So I think that's a case where I wanted to attribute them changing their minds, but it looks wrong. So if I was able to go back and read scripts of every episode, maybe I could get a better idea of to what extent my theories are about them changing their minds are right or not. So the point is I very well could be way off base about Smokey.
Yeah, I don't want to think Dharma had anything to do with it, and I definitely, maybe in the early days they thought Dharma was, they had this different idea of Dharma than what they eventually went with, but I don't know. We'll see. We'll see when it's all said and done, in terms of what Smokey is, what makes sense about what they could have thought of him from the beginning.
Yeah. I mean, he's become a central character on the show, and I really didn't think that was going to happen.
Do you find it strange how, like, when you look at Locke, like, he's just not Locke? Yeah. Something about Stereo Quinn's face. Like, when I look at him, I'm like, man, you're not Locke anymore.
You can tell. I don't know what he's doing, but if you just look at him, you can tell the difference. Mm-hmm. That's really good. I don't know what the magic is. Yeah. It's some kind of facial expression or something.
He's like, I lower my eyebrows 1/4 of an inch.
Wow. Such a simple but effective secret.
So simple.
Wow.
Yeah, the end when he's like looking at everybody and looking at Claire and Kate, and I'm just like, you are not Locke. You are someone else, my friend.
Yeah. But you ain't scared.
Oh, Sawyer. Come back, Sawyer. Where are you?
I know. I want more Sawyer.
You ain't scared.
Sawyer's awesome.
Sawyer's awesome.
He grew on me a lot over the course of the show.
Yeah, he did. He was really obnoxious in the beginging.
Yes.
He was annoying, and this is my stuff. I found it.
Yes.
But it's the LaFleur stuff. To me, that's the stuff that totally turned his character around. He almost single-handedly kept those people alive for 3 years in the midst of the enemy camp while the hostiles were in full force. No small feat, my friend. And he managed to read some books.
That's right.
He had time to do some reading, so no small feat. Jack would have had everyone killed, I'm sure, within the first week.
Oh, Jack, yeah.
Yeah, and then I love that. That's my favorite part of season 5 is all that stuff and just the constant him being on his toes, like trying to figure everything out and keep everyone alive and all that stuff. And like orchestrating the search for Locke and all the other Losties that they got separated from. And yeah, he made Jen do all the work, but still.
Right. Yeah.
Jen didn't mind.
Right, no. And he monitored it and kept it going.
Yeah, he kept it going. He's like, how long are we going to wait? Forever.
Yeah.
Wait till we find
keep looking.
Yeah. The old Sawyer wouldn't have cared. The old Sawyer wouldn't have cared about any of those people, about maintaining the ruse, about spying Locke and those guys. The old Sawyer would not have cared.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it was a big change.
Yeah.
And I mean, he starts off the season saying, "Give me my shirt," and slapping Dan in the face.
Yeah, like what? Hey, give me your shirt because I don't have one, and you have. It's not like you have a whole bunch, but I want yours. It probably won't fit, but give it to me.
Yeah, that was. I think season 5 was really Sawyer's season.
It really was. It really was.
He really he was a star. And I really want to see what they're going to do with him. It's interesting. What they've done with him so far is good, but I definitely am anxious since we haven't seen him in 2 episodes.
Yeah, it's been a while. Oh man, what else is going on?
So let's see.
You have any theories about Kate? Like, Locke sees Kate with his group and doesn't really react, but he is thinking something.
Yeah. He gives her a little look, and that's it.
He gives her a look, and she's like, what?
Yeah. Like, does she have a clue what's going on here?
Oh, that's right. She thinks Locke is dead.
Yeah, exactly.
I forgot this is like the first time she's seeing him.
Yeah.
I forgot about that. Yeah, so she's probably weirded out.
Yeah, actually, like that brings up the point. Like, it took me by surprise when Alana storms in and she's like, "Where's Shepard and Reyes?"
Mm-hmm.
And Miles was like, "Who are you?"
Yeah, exactly. And it's like, you don't know who Alana is?
Like, yeah, where have you been, Miles? We've known Alana since the middle of season 5.
Yeah.
She's one of the good guys now.
Exactly.
Wake up.
Exactly. Yeah, where was... So Miles and those guys were flashing, and then they were... Where was Miles when 316 landed?
The 70s.
But I mean, after that, after they all got... Okay, then after the hydrogen bomb went off...
Yeah.
Where was Miles was there. Okay, yeah, Miles was there helping all those guys.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. He was with that whole 70s group.
That whole crew really didn't make contact with the 316 people until just now.
Yeah. Who are you and why'd you knock me down? Who are you and why are you strangely strong?
Yeah. So Kate really doesn't know the story here.
No, so that means she's going along with Locke, and she's thinking that's Locke, but that ain't Locke.
Yeah. I think that's right. I feel like a lot of the characters are in this position of, like, everybody's talking about Jacob this, and there's a bad man, and we have to join him, and, like, I feel like a lot of these characters that we know just really have no idea what the story is.
No, well, hey, Richard didn't even know, right?
Yeah, even Richard. Good point. Yeah, if Richard doesn't know, of course they're not going to have a clue what's going on. I mean, of course we don't really know the whole story, but, we know more than they do.
Yeah.
So it's
we watched the show.
Yeah, exactly. They're stuck in the middle of this huge conflict, and I don't really know what Kate's plan is. I guess she wants to rescue Claire, but how does she think she's gonna?
What? Kate's plan? What's that?
Does she have a plan? I mean,
has she been caught? Because if so, then her plan is to escape. Has she escaped? If so, her plan is to get caught. It's one of those two.
Oh, okay.
I think that's the only plan she has. No, I don't think she has any plan at this point. I think she's going along to see what's going on.
Yeah.
Oh, that reminded me in that scene where Smokey comes into the room where Claire is being held, and Kate jumps into the hole and Smokey bypasses. It's like, does Smokey not see her?
Yeah, I thought the same thing.
Yeah, it's like, why did it not see her fall in there? And especially when it's passing over, like, I mean, I don't know what the field of vision is supposed to be like for Smokey. I know we had that long POV sequence, but I don't know. Does it only see from its front? Yeah,
does it have eyes in any sense?
Yeah.
I have no idea.
Yeah, it just seemed weird that it didn't kind of see her, or maybe it did see her and it let her live or something. But it almost seems like Smokey can't see.
It does.
And it just feels for things, and if it catches you, then it'll smash you.
Yeah, like it's just this feral beast that just strikes whatever happens to be near.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, even though Locke is not really like that, but when he takes Smokey form, I guess. That was the way he came across. I feel like Smokey really should be able to spot people. I mean, it just seems like he's not being careful. Like he's rushing through there.
That's what it seems like. And it seems like if Claire, like Claire says, it seems like what she meant was if they were walking around in the hallway or outside, then Claire could have been killed too.
Yeah.
Just because
Smokey's just killing everything.
Smokey's just killing everything, yeah.
Yeah, like he's not being selective. I agree. I guess he didn't go into the pool room where Saeed was.
Guess not.
Because it seemed like Saeed was able to just kind of sit in there, no problem. Oh, I was going to ask about Ben. You know, Ben says he knows a way out, and Ben is not with Alana's crew when they go through that door. So, I guess I was thinking that Ben knew.
Oh, he didn't go with them?
No, he wasn't with them.
So you're thinking what?
So I'm thinking that he knows about that door.
The secret escape.
Yeah, the secret escape.
Yeah, I'm assuming he knows about that too. I'm just surprised he wasn't there to go with them.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure. I mean, both times I watched it, I didn't see him. It was just 4 of them.
Yeah, I wonder
or 5.
what that means.
Yeah, me too. Because it seems like Ben gets separated from them.
I think it's just 4. It's Alana, Franks, Miles, and Sun, right?
Oh, that's it, right? Yeah. Okay.
Ben would be 5.
Ben would be 5. Okay.
So they left without Ben then?
Yeah, they left without Ben.
So I wonder if he knows another way. Because I was thinking he meant this way.
Me too.
Maybe he went some other way.
Me too. I mean, I guess what I'm saying is I'm assuming that when he runs out of the room, he does escape. Like Smokey doesn't kill him or something.
Yeah.
You know, like he was with the others at one point. Like he could know stuff about the temple.
He knows where the kitchen is, yes.
Yeah, exactly. Important things like where the kitchen is and minor things like where the secret ways are.
Yeah. There's still time. Not for me. Saeed looked really crazy.
Yeah.
I don't know what he did or was doing with his face, but he looked super crazy.
He did, yeah. Yeah, that was a really intense look. Saeed doesn't smile very often, and I think when he does, it's kind of scary. I actually found even some of his interactions with the kids in the Flash Sideways, I found a little bit creepy.
Oh, really?
Him being sort of really happy and nice, like just feels awkward.
Oh, it didn't play that well.
Yeah.
I liked when he was sending the kids off to school and he like gets down on his knees to hug them. And I'm like, well, way to ruin your pants, Saeed. I'm glad that's what you thought. I guess you don't care about getting holes in your pants. I mean, who does that? I mean, I understand if, like, you know, you're going to be on a kid's level for an extended period of time, maybe. Get on your knees. But if you're just going to give him a hug, why not squat down? Save your pants to show. But I guess he's got all this money from translating oil contracts, so he doesn't care about it.
There you go. Pants. Yeah, you can buy some more pants.
Buy some more pants, fine. It's just weird. You just don't, I don't know, I just don't see adults on their knees a lot hugging kids.
Yeah.
That sounds weird, but I don't see that.
It does. Yeah. I'm not saying that he performed it badly. I'm just saying that it feels weird for the character. You know, he doesn't play that emotion very often. No. You know, the thing he does to Ben is not anywhere near what he was doing with the kids. It's, you know, it's a sinister smile, not a friendly one. Still though, I mean, it's just weird to see Saeed smiling. Yeah.
He's usually not happy.
Yeah. Yeah. He has a dry sense of humor, but he's just not a guy that laughs a lot.
Yeah. Anything else?
Let's see. I guess not. That seems like that's it.
Yeah, I don't think I have anything else. Well, Sundown.
This was a good episode. It had a fair amount of action in it. So I think, that led to kind of, less little details to sort of pour over than, say, last week's episode. But I thought it was very effective. I really couldn't get this episode out of my head. It left a strong
intoxicating
impression. Yes. Sure. Why not? It wasn't intoxicating in the way previous episodes were, but I guess it wasn't. It was maybe stronger alcohol content or something.
All right. Well, if that's it, then that's it for the podcast. Then.
Yeah. I mean, we'll see where all this goes. I mean, there's, I don't really know what Smokey's going to do with these people. Is he just gonna
eat them for dinner?
Yeah, there's that. Is he just going to, have them climb on his back and fly him back home, or?
Well, he's got to sprinkle fairy dust on them first.
Oh, of course.
And then they have to think happy thoughts, then they can fly.
Oh,
because the island is Neverland, obviously.
Right. Yeah, or are they just going to get on a boat, or is there a boat? I don't know exactly what's shaping up. Are we going to have a war or something? I mean, it doesn't seem like the other side has enough people to really, do anything in this war, but
maybe Widmore is going to come with all of his, oh, wait, that's not his people. I was thinking Bram's people was Widmore, but that's not true.
Oh, yeah.
Because he didn't want Miles to go work for Widmore.
Right. Oh, that's a good point. Fuck. That throws a wrench in everything.
It does, doesn't it?
I hate loss sometimes.
Yeah, me too. Usually when I'm thinking about it.
Yeah. It's like everything works, and then there's this one thing.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, shit. I don't know what to do about that. What was the big deal, Bram? Why did you say that?
Yeah, what's so bad about Widmore? Seems like he's not the one you should be concerned about.
Yeah. Why, Bram? Why did you do that?
That's why you're dead, Bram, because you're confusing. That's why you're dead.
I don't understand you. Yeah, that does seem to suggest that Widmore is not on Jacob's side.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck. I don't know what to do with that, though. Or at least Jacob is not on Widmore's side. Maybe that's the way to put it.
Yeah.
But I don't think Ben is either. Seeing as how Ben killed Jacob. So it's not going to be, doesn't look like it's going to be as straightforward as I would expect.
Yeah.
Although Ben's rolling with Jacob's crew right now. But Smokey's got more people, so he doesn't need more. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, do you think if Alana found out that Ben is the one who stabbed Jacob, she'd kill him?
Maybe. It'd certainly be an issue.
I take issue with that, kind sir.
I don't think she'd just let it drop.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm not. I can't quite imagine what exactly her reaction would be. But it would be a problem. I mean, maybe she just banish him or something.
Alrighty. Well, thanks for listening, guys. We'll be back next week with the next episode. Hopefully, it's got answers to questions, but it probably won't. It'll probably just have questions.
One of these episodes is going to have answers.
Mm-hmm.
We're just going to, if we just keep watching, the answers are just, they'll have to appear at some point.
If we watch it, they will come?
Yes.
They being the answers?
They are the answers.
All right. I'll buy that. But if we don't get answers by this season, I am not watching next season. I promise.
I believe you.
No matter what they do.
Normally, I would say that's an idle threat, but this time I think you mean it.
I do mean it.
Yeah. It might be the last episode before we start getting big answers, but I think they'll happen.
Hopefully.
So yeah, you know, check out the forum, tld.net. It's good. I put up a thing there right after every episode.
He puts up a thing, folks.
Yeah, it's a thing.
It is a thing.
It's good to read. I enjoy reading it.
The forum is great.
Yeah.
Where all the cool people are.
Yeah.
And us.
And us. That's right.
Yeah, check out the website, thelostlowdown.com. And we'll be back next week.
All right.
Thanks and namaste.
Namaste and good luck.